1. Milan. Remind me again why we flew overnight to Milan. Kael Stryker sighed. I've told you a million times. One more time won't kill you. Kael glowered at his partner, Axton Hawke. His friend was a shade over 6 feet in height. Broad shoulders. Bronzed, lean face, dark hair, eyes that took in everything, biceps outlined beneath the sleeves rolled-up white shirt that was tucked into blue jeans. And that magazine. Kael swore inwardly at the rolled-up journal in his friend's hand. You had to bring that with you. This. Axe unfurled the latest edition of Best Crocheting. Some good designs in it. Kael rolled his eyes. Hunting, shooting, fishing, speedboat racing, skydiving. Those were the kinds of hobbies people associated with former Special Forces operators. But no. Axton Hawke, one of the most lethal men he knew, had to be a crocheting fan. Hawke and Stryker was the name of their private investigation practice in New York. They had built up a reputation over the years for taking on tough cases and resolving them. Millionaires, billionaires, large and small corporations and families came to them. Kidnappings, murders and assassination investigations, hostage negotiations, corporate espionage, short-term close protection services, organized crime gangs. The partners took them all. They often worked pro bono for those who couldn't afford their services, and also took on cases that had felt right to them. And he doesn't hide his crocheting hobby from clients, Kael thought sourly. We are meeting Princess Samira. He sat grumpily in a cafe's outdoor chair. Princess. Axe sat next to him, polished his shades, put them on again, and watched people go by on Corso Vittorio Emanuele II, one of the most popular streets in Milan. It was a shopping nirvana. High-end brands with their fancy outlets alongside boutique showrooms. Elegantly clad staff guiding customers through their hushed interiors. The Duomo, Milan's famous cathedral, was at one end of the street, while at the other end was Piazza San Babila. It was a pedestrian-only street, lined with cobblestones and flanked by concrete sidewalks on either side. Several restaurants and cafes had their chairs and tables laid out for al fresco dining. Kael and Axe were at one such table. Red-checked tablecloth on which were their lattes, served in fine porcelain. Their overhead umbrella ruffled in the light breeze, and the shadow it weaved danced on the ground. Princess Samira. Kael ground his teeth in irritation. Both of them had their backs to an upmarket brand store. Duomo to their right, San Babila to their left in the distance. A busker played on a pipe on Via Agnello, a small side street just over Kael's shoulder. A minor Saudi royal. She's fled that country. She reached out to us and said she needs protection. His foot tapped to the tune. I briefed you so many times. Even over the red-eye from New York. Do you ever listen to what I say? I do. Axe smiled innocently. Do you realize I was yanking your chain? Humor challenged. That's what they call people like you. Kael rolled his eyes. I'm the funny one. I'm the life and soul of any party. You wouldn't know a joke if it bit your butt. Why is she in Milan? Vacationing. She finished a PhD from Oxford and came here for a break. She was out shopping, accompanied by her family's heavies, when she reached out for help. How did she hear of us? She called Beth and Meg. She met them at some reception. Beth and Megan Peterson, twins, who worked in the agency, a covert U.S. outfit. Our friends. Not just them, the entire team, he corrected himself mentally. Since when do our friends go to Saudi receptions? Since they helped a royal in that family. Axe nodded slowly. Yeah. I remember now. Zeb and his team did some work for someone there. That same prince invited them to some wedding reception. The sisters were there. They met Samira. Don't our friends have a good relationship with the royals? Axe frowned. Zeb wouldn't work with anyone who treated women like this. This isn't who the agency helped with. Samira's dad is a distant cousin to the king. But they are royals nevertheless. We are supposed to protect her till the end of time. No, Kael sighed. For 2 weeks only. What will happen after that? She will seek asylum with the Italians. Why does it take so long for that? I don't know. We'll ask her. He got up when a woman emerged from a store opposite them, crossed the cobblestone street and approached them. Here's the princess, he muttered. Do we have to call her that? Axe whispered. And don't Saudi royals have fancy cars and bodyguards around them? You see any cars on Vittorio? Kael glowered at him briefly before standing up and putting on a smile. Princess Samira returned his smile tentatively as she approached them. She was slim, of average height, outfitted in Western wear and stylish sandals. Her straight-cut black hair had a sheen to it that spoke of high-end salon care. A pearl necklace around her neck caught the light. That cream-colored skirt and blouse she's wearing would feed a small village in some emerging country. And her handbag, a few families, he thought, as he stretched out his hand and then started drawing it back when she laughed and shook it firmly. I studied in Stanford and then in Oxford. Her voice was warm, a trace of expensive perfume coming their way. I'm a proud Saudi but very Western in my thinking. You must be Kael and you must be Axe and Hawke. Kael hid his smile at her hesitation. Axe has that effect. His friend's rugged looks attracted attention wherever he went. Axe, ma'am. I'm Samira. Yes, ma'am. Her teeth flashed wide in a smile. Beth and Megan warned me you would be like that. Ma'am, for everything. And that you read. She was pointing at the magazine when 5 heavies hurried out of Via and Yellow and came to them. 2. Are these your friends? Kael asked when the men drew closer. He shot a look at Axe when Samira shrank and her smile faded. My father's men, she whispered. Princess. The lead man stopped a few feet away. Let's go. The plane is waiting. He spoke in Arabic, which both Kael and Axe were fluent in. I'm not coming with you. She shook her head. I wrote to my father. Princess, let's not make a scene here. Our orders are to bring you back. You can discuss this with His Highness. The men were in well-cut suits and polished shoes. Large builds, short black hair, neatly groomed beards. Can't see if they are carrying guns. Can't make out any shapes at their waists beneath their jackets. Kael inched away from Axe, flanking Samira on her left. A couple at another outside table watched them curiously. A passing shopper talked loudly on her phone about the purchase she had made. A couple of kids ran down Vittorio, squealing in delight. I'm not coming, Samira said. Let's go, one man said to the leader, who stepped forward and placed his hand on her elbow. Dude's going to drag her away in public. Kael frowned. Stop. Axe uttered just the one word, and yet it had the impact of a bullet being fired. Leader swiveled his head slowly and took in Kael and Axe. His teeth flashed in a smile. This does not concern you, he said in good English. That's where you are wrong. Kael grinned, feeling loose and ready. They won't draw guns. If they go hot and hard, it will be with fists. But this street is crowded. They won't be able to do much damage. Leader read the menace in Axe's voice. He cocked his head and eyed him again, like a cobra assessing its prey. Axe was to Samira's right. He had picked up his latte cup, and even as the thugs watched, sipped leisurely. Who are you? Leader asked. Who are you? Kael countered. We're getting late, henchman, the man who had previously spoken, murmured in Arabic. Leader tugged at Samira's arm. Don't do that. Axe put down his cup. I won't tell you again. Or you'll do what? Henchman said arrogantly. Ma'am, Axe asked Samira without looking at her, do you want to go with them? No. Her voice shook. Axe struck. 3. Henchman was flanked by the 3 remaining heavies. All of them standing easily, about 10 paces behind leader. They had blocked that part of the sidewalk, passers-by having to go around them to continue down the sidewalk. Most people wouldn't challenge 3 men who clearly were fit and ready for violence. Axe and Hawke wasn't most people. He took a long step to get close to them and punched Henchman deep in his belly. The thugs froze for a moment, disbelieving his move. Kael acted instantly. You could have warned me, he complained as he slapped leader's arm away from Samira, caught the neck of her dress and yanked her back to place her behind him and Axe. "I'll apologize later," he thought grimly at her gasp. He kept moving, picking up his chair to fling it at Leader. It struck the man's shoulder and bounced off him to fall to the ground. Leader yelled and charged at Kael, who sidestepped, pivoted on his heel and looped his arm around the man's neck and dragged him away from Samira. The watching couple shouted in alarm and hurried away from their seats. A server approached, yelled something incomprehensible, and darted back inside the restaurant. Kael grunted when Leader punched him in the ribs. He locked his arms around the man's throat and squeezed harder, took several steps sideways to off-balance the thug. He blinked sweat from his eyes. Axe was trading punches even though he was surrounded by henchmen and his thugs. He can handle himself. He twisted his head when Leader's hands, fingers outstretched, came up to claw at his face. Samira, a hand to her mouth, shocked, was standing still. "Get inside," Kael roared at her. She made to move toward the cafe when its manager rushed out with a phone to his ear. "Stop it," he cried out in Italian and repeated it in English. "I'm calling the polizia." Leader stopped hitting Kael. "Let me go," he growled. Kael released him and stepped back. He checked out Axe, who kicked henchman in the groin and backtracked slowly, his hands held up in a calming gesture. "Just like him," Kael snorted, "to start the fight and then declare he's peaceful." He checked quickly on Samira, who was twisting her hands nervously, wide-eyed, lips trembling. He started toward her when the manager moved in between. "Go away. I don't want to see you in my cafe." He pointed his phone at the heavies. "You leave as well. Don't return to my restaurant." "Princess, you are making a mistake," Leader said. "I am not going with you." Samira's voice shook. "We are not leaving Italy without you. I don't care where you go. Just go away from here." The manager flung his hands in the air, rattled off a string of words and curses into his phone, and stomped back into the cafe. A server hurried out when the thugs left, straightened the fallen chair, cleared their table, pocketed the euros Kael had placed beneath the saucer, and went inside. "We should leave before the cops arrive." Axe took a table napkin and wiped his forehead. He inspected the red streaks of blood on it critically. "How bad is it?" Kael checked out his friend. "It's a small cut. It will heal." "Samira, did you have to attack them?" she burst out. "You wanted to be dragged away by them." Axe squinted at her. She flushed. "I could have talked it out with them." "You didn't need to come to us in that case," Kael observed. He touched her shoulder lightly when sirens wailed in the distance. "We have an audience." He nodded at the passers-by, who had stopped to watch them. Several customers from within the cafe were looking at them. "They're recording it," Samira said tightly, pointing at several people who had their phones out. "I'll be all over the news. My father will find out." She bit her lip and stomped down Vittorio toward San Babila. Kael caught up with her and kept pace. He kept quiet. "She's angry. Let her calm down and work out what she wants from us." He removed his shades from his pocket and adjusted them over the bridge of his nose. A tap to the right stem, and his rear view got projected onto the lenses. Axe was a step behind them, wearing similar shades. Kael checked out the pedestrians behind them. Leader and his men hadn't returned. He didn't see any cops. The shades had nano cameras drilled into the stems, which turned the eyewear into counter-surveillance devices. "Beth and Meg's gifts to us." His lips quirked. "This way." He nudged Samira's shoulder and guided her down via San Pietro all'Orto, a side street. He led them past several stores and held the door open to another cafe. The smell of coffee and warm baking greeted them. A burly man with thinning hair behind the counter. He had a striped apron and was singing off-key when they entered. He stopped and scowled at their sight, his expression changing to a big smile when he saw Samira. "Luigi," Kael greeted him in English. "We need a quiet table. Do you see anyone else here?" "It's empty this time of the day," he replied irritably. "Sit wherever you want." The establishment was small, 8 tables, all of them neatly laid out to give sufficient privacy. It had Hollywood posters, photographs, and signed memorabilia on the walls. There was a jukebox in the corner which worked. Kael had tried it. Dark windows looked out into the street. The cafe was Kael and Axe's preferred joint in Milan. Luigi, the owner, was an old friend of theirs who pretended to dislike them. "Ma'am, you'll have coffee?" Axe asked when they were seated at a table near the wall from where they could watch the door. Samira nodded. "Your best coffee," Axe told Luigi. "I don't serve bad drinks," he retorted, and returned presently with a serving tray. He placed a fine china cup in front of Samira, along with a platter of warm cookies. "The best for Signora," he told her, and then planted 2 chipped mugs in front of Kael and Axe, and departed. "You know him?" Samira took a cautious sip and sighed in pleasure. "He's a friend." Kael grinned. "Doesn't show it. Luigi's like that. This is the best coffee I have ever had. Don't tell anyone. His cafe is little known in Milan, and he likes to keep it that way. He has regular customers who keep him busy and does not like large crowds. That's enough for him to run profitably. Rents this close to the Duomo must be high. His menu isn't cheap, and he runs the cafe on his own. He gets outside help only when it gets really busy." "I am sorry," she said quietly. "I overreacted. I shouldn't have lashed out at you." "No apology needed." Kael smiled. "I didn't expect Axe to explode like that." "Explode?" "Yeah," he chuckled. "He does that." The subject of their conversation was still looking out the door, taking measured sips of his coffee. "I am scared." At that, Axe put down his mug and looked at her. "Why?" "Hashim Rahimi, that man is the most dangerous person I know." 4. "Who is he?" Kael asked. "SSF, Saudi Special Forces. He was in that. He then joined the Royal Guard, and was appointed to my family." Samira brushed her hair back with long, elegant fingers. "That unit protects the Saudi royal family," Kael recalled as he observed Samira. "No rings. She isn't married, but is she engaged?" "Beth and Meg didn't tell us anything about her relationship status." "Why don't you start at the beginning? Tell us everything." Axe signaled for Luigi to refill their cups. The owner came to them, poured coffee, and glared at the men. "Are you troubling her?" "No, Luigi," she laughed. "They're keeping trouble away from me." "How's your English so good?" "I worked in England for several years. I ran a cafe in Holborn." "Michelin recommended it," Axe interjected. "Bella had some problems and so I returned." Luigi waved his hands expansively. "And here I am." "Bella." "My daughter," he said proudly. "She's a professor of neuroscience at the University of Milan. She gives talks all over the world. That's how I met these two," he said disgustedly. "And they have never stopped pestering me since then." He shook his head, tightened his apron, and went away with a huff. "How did you meet?" Samira laughed. "Your story is more important," Axe growled. Samira observed him for a moment. "I get it." She smiled slowly. "Get what?" "Beth and Megan told me about you too. That you help people. You helped Luigi. That's why you have this relationship with him. He's irritable with you, but that's a cover. He loves you." "She's smart," Kael noted. "We helped Bella get away from her violent ex." Neither he nor Axe were going to tell that story, however. It isn't ours to tell. "Luigi isn't the one who has Rahimi after him," he pointed out. Her smile faded. "How much do you know of me?" "What's public knowledge?" "That you are Prince Omar Rashid's daughter." "Stepdaughter. He and his wife adopted us when our parents, Prince Nasser and Princess Yasmin, were killed in a helicopter crash. Noor, my younger sister, and I lived with them in their palace in Riyadh." "Palace?" Axe raised his eyebrow. "They are all called palaces," Samira said evenly. "Only their size and scale differ." "How old is Nora?" Kael asked. "Noor is what they affectionately call her," he guessed. 15. "And Samira is 26. My parents had her late." She smiled. I didn't know how I would react to a sister that young, but we are very close. She plans to study abroad? Axe asked. She was thinking of a private school in England, and then I decided to not return, Samira said bitterly. I think our stepfather has rejected that idea. He will appoint a private tutor for her in Riyadh. Have you spoken to her? Not after I decided not to return. She's not answering my calls. She's not messaged me. I think her phone is with my stepmother. With Princess Haya. Kael couldn't keep the surprise from his voice. Yes. It's the rule in the family. If a child is annoying, their phone is taken away briefly. What has Nora done? Nothing, she said bitterly. I have made life harder for her. Our step-parents know we will try to communicate with each other. They want to monitor that. They want to manipulate me into returning. Have you spoken to the prince and princess? Only to tell them I won't be returning. I haven't taken their calls since then. Do they have other children? Yes. Nora and I aren't close to them. We all have to call them Mama and Papa, she said bitterly. What made you decide to stay in Europe? Didn't Beth and Megan tell you? She asked impatiently. We want to hear it from you, he replied laconically. I finished my undergrad degree from Stanford and came to Oxford for my doctorate. I finished it earlier this year and was on a break here in Milan. My plan was to work in a charity in Europe for a year. My family wanted me to return as soon as I finished the PhD. We had arguments every week about that. They didn't want me to work here. They had already lined up a groom for me. They want me to marry Prince Saeed. He's also a royal. The son of another distant cousin. He went to Harvard and now runs his own investment fund from Riyadh as well as San Francisco. She took a breath. I am not interested in him. I don't want to be married. I want to start my own boutique jewelry business. My father says I can do all of that when I am married as well. I know that. But my life after marriage, it will be like a golden cage. I have seen how other married women live. Yes, many of them enjoy that life, but I am not them. I want to be free. I want to live like this. She jerked her head toward Luigi, who was singing beneath his breath as he polished crockery. Without being judged, without the flood of words trailed off. She wrings her hands when she's stressed, like now. Kael reached across the table and laid his palm on her wrist to calm her. And Rahimi has been sent to get you back. Yes. Did Beth and Megan tell you about my Italian appointment? Yes. You intend to seek asylum. I have a meeting with Luca Bianchi exactly 2 weeks from today. He's a deputy minister at their Ministry of the Interior. Luca's daughter, Sophia, was in my class in Stanford. We both did our PhDs in Oxford. She's a close friend. She set it up. Why can't you go to their office right now and seek asylum? Axe asked. Nothing on his face giving away what he was thinking. I tried. I was turned back. They said I need to have an appointment. Sophia's father is out of the country. I don't want to meet anyone else. Why not? She stared at him and then leaned forward. Do you have any idea of the power the Saudi royal family has? The wealth they have? The family is investing heavily in Europe. They have bought football clubs in Italy, funded factories, banks. Do you know what would happen if someone from the family called the Italian government? Whoever I met from the Interior Ministry, or any government representative, would immediately hand me over to my family. Who do you think the Italians would prioritize? Me or the money? That's why I want to meet only Sophia's dad. I have met him a few times. I know he's honest. He's not corrupt. I trust her. The Italians won't allow a woman to be taken away unwillingly, Kael protested, but even he knew how weak his words were. Money talks. The Saudis can buy influence with the kind of wealth they have. Axe broke the ensuing silence. All that would happen only if the king got involved. Even minor royals like my stepfather have a lot of power. Do you think the Italians will care who it is? All they will see is the Saudi royal family. And, she said bitterly, I don't want to find out if the king will get involved. She licked her lips, picked up her handbag from the floor, and got up. The restrooms are at the back. There's a door to the side of the counter. Luigi will direct you, Kael told her. I am leaving. She thrust her chin out. Leaving. He got up. Where are you going? Senora. Is there a problem? Are those men bothering you? Luigi yelled. I'll kick them out. There's no problem, Luigi. She smiled briefly and made for the door. What happened? Kael asked her urgently. Did we say something? I know you aren't going to help me, she flashed angrily. Your questions. You are scared of my family's influence. I shouldn't have come with high hopes. He rocked back on his heels. We gave that impression? I am sorry. The questions. We need to know how many people will come to kill us. That's why we asked all those questions, Axe drawled. He hadn't moved from his seat. His face as impassive as ever. Samira stopped. She looked at him uncertainly and then at Kael. You'll help me? Kael nodded vigorously. Of course. I apologize for the wrong impression. Stop talking, Axe ordered. Sit, ma'am. Please be assured you will not be taken away by anyone without your consent, as long as we're around. She gnawed her lip as she sized him up, and then her shoulders shook, a tear rolled down her cheek and she sat heavily. I've been so scared. We understand. That fear might not go away until you're granted asylum. Your family might throw everything at us. We don't know. If they do, we'll be with you. That's the most I have heard you speak, she said through her tears. You really think someone will come to kill you? You know Rahimi better than us. What do you think? She thought for a moment and shivered. There's nothing Hashim Rahimi won't do to get me back. 5. Tell us everything about him, Kael told her. There isn't much that I can tell you. He's very close to Prince Omar. Not like a friend, but he gets things done for him. She returned to her seat. Like a fixer. Yes. He helps other members in the royal family too. I heard the king trusts him and gives him assignments as well. How does he get to do all these when he's protecting all of you? Axe frowned. He's got a team with him. He brought some of them today. She pointed her cup toward the street. Faisal, the man who spoke, he's like Rahimi's deputy. All of them are former SSF members. Her hand shook when she put the cup down. There are rumors that they have killed people. People who are in the royal family's way. You mean Prince Omar's political challengers? Kael guessed. Not just him, but other members too, and business opponents too. I don't know how true this is. Noor and I overhear gossip from other women. I know Rahimi's capable of anything. You know this, how? Axe asked. Her lips tightened. He slapped Noor in front of the family and some guests. Kael froze. Axe lowered his cup from his lips. Slapped. Nora wanted to go to a pop music concert in Dubai. Many of her school friends were going. Prince Omar refused to let her go. He said it was a security issue. Samira swallowed. Nora was a kid. She was 14 then. She protested. She screamed and cried, and then Rahimi slapped her and led her away. Prince Omar was there. Kael asked, shocked. Yes. Samira sniffed back her tears. Princess Haya as well, my stepmother, everyone was there. They allowed that to happen. Some of the protectors have a very close relationship with the families. I've heard rumors of affairs. Consensual? Axe rasped. I don't know. My step-parents think he can do no wrong. He has treated me roughly too, on many occasions. She held her wrists up. I used to have bruises when he dragged me away from some clubs in Dubai while on holiday. Kael took a deep breath. Don't get angry. This isn't the time or the place. How many men does he command? Many. I don't know the number. Rahimi slapped a child, Axe repeated. A young girl. Yes, that's what I said. Samira trailed off at his expression. He doesn't like bullies, Kael said helpfully. He got to his feet. And neither do I. Let's go. Go where? Go to our hotel. What about my things? My hotel. You move in with us right now, Axe said flatly. We won't go to your hotel to collect your stuff. Rahimi will have men stationed there. We can buy whatever you need. I'll need clothes, shoes. We'll get them right now. Samira surprised them with a giggle. How do you know I won't buy a room full of clothes? Beth and Megan, Axe said. Huh. She cocked her head, confused. What about them? Kael sighed. Axe and the way he talks. What he meant was, our friends wouldn't have recommended us to you if you were one of those ditzy heiresses. They checked you out. They know you won't get more stuff than you need. They were very friendly when I spoke to them. They sound awesome. They are. Give me your phone. It needs to be turned off. She gave it him silently and watched as he removed its SIM card and battery and pocketed it. You think Rahimi will track my location through my phone? We would, in his position. Kael touched her to turn her toward the door. He'll know we're here. He won't. Luigi's Cafe has no cell phone reception. Interference from other buildings. He's never gotten it fixed. He grinned. In any case, Rahimi and his men wouldn't charge in here. Not so soon. Axe went out, checked the street, and then nodded. They followed him onto In Yellow. Axe at the front, Samira and Kael a few steps behind. They didn't linger and went to a store at her direction, and while inside, Axe stood at the door while she finished her purchases and carried them in 2 bags. Where now? She asked. To our hotel, Kael grunted. It's a few minutes away, near Piazza Filippo Meta. He took in his friend's subtle head shake. No threats. They went down Agnello and crossed over to Via Ulrico Hepla. A brisk walk in the Milan sunshine. Rear view clear. Kael checked out the feed on his shades lenses. Their hotel was right on the piazza, overlooking a small garden that was nestled in the square. Axe went through the revolving glass doors and to the reception. He spoke briefly and nodded to Kael, who led Samira into the elevator. What's the plan? She asked, checking out the gold trim and subdued lighting in the car. It was a boutique establishment, small, intimate, with high standards of service. The PIs preferred staying in it than in some chain hotel. We sit out 2 weeks, Kael said. No, Axe growled. Samira looked at him and then helplessly at the other PI when the dark-haired man didn't speak more. You'll get used to him, Kael grinned. He means we'll try to shorten that timeline. How? Luca Bianchi isn't around. We'll figure it out. He led them out onto their floor, down the hallway, and to the suite that Axe had upgraded them to. He opened the door and nodded in satisfaction at when they entered it. A large living room with couches and a coffee table, tastefully arranged in front of wall-mounted TV. A balcony that overlooked the piazza. Double doors that led to a big bedroom which had the attached bathroom, and another balcony that also had a view of the square. Axe checked out the view from the windows and stood near the living room one. Relaxed, arms crossed, leaning against the wall. You take the bedroom, Kael told Samira after he had inspected the bathroom. We'll bunk out in the living room. Can't we get separate rooms? She asked after checking out the room. Nope. Can't risk that. Rahimi could get to you when you're alone. The bedroom's small. Axe folded his shades and hooked them on his shirt. She gave him a slow look and then smiled. I know you think I'm used to the princess treatment. I am. But I know that's not a normal lifestyle. I'm good at adapting. The room is fine. She dumped her bags on the floor and bounced on the bed. We're really going to be stuck indoors for 2 weeks. We'll figure it out. Scream if you're feeling claustrophobic. He laughed at her doubtful look. It will work out. I meet Sophia almost every day. We do things together. Go to art galleries, movies, lunches, dinners. That's a problem. Kael rubbed his jaw. I don't want to be a prisoner, she said fiercely. All right, he nodded. We can work with that too. But we'll be with you. We'll give you privacy, of course, but wherever you go, we go. No nightclubs. No big parties. Just you and her and maybe a few other friends. She's the only friend I have here. I came to Milan to spend time with her. Where does she live? With her parents in Brera. They have a large apartment. She intends to rent a place when she starts her job at an investment bank. No going to her house either, Kael told her. We don't want to draw Rahimi and his thugs to the Bianchi's place. Agreed. Samira's eyes shone. My phone, please, she stretched out her hand. I'll tell Sophia. We were going for dinner tonight. Not yet, Axe stopped her. Use another phone. She did the look at him, then at Kael thing again. They might be monitoring your phone, Kael explained. We'll get you another device. Use that to contact her. Axe straightened. I'll be back. Where's he going? Samira wrinkled her forehead when he had gone. To get weapons, Kael thought. He smiled. I've known Axe for years. I still don't know what he does when he goes out like that. You were in the army together. She sat on the bed and smoothed her skirt. Beth told me about you. Special Forces. You started your private investigator business when you retired. You both are close friends. Like brothers, Megan said. Don't give me I don't know. She's good, he thought admiringly. You don't get to Stanford and Oxford without being smart. He'll be back soon, he said noncommittally. He went to the closet and removed his and Axe's clothes. He laid them out on a couch in the living room and cleared the bedroom for Samira to occupy. The bedroom has double doors you can close. Yes, I saw them. I am used to sharing rooms with men. I mean, she said quickly, I used to live in a dorm when at college. I deliberately chose a mixed-gender one. My way of rebelling against my family. They didn't object. They did. I ignored them. There wasn't much they could do. What will you do once the Italians process your application? Charity work. I like it. I am aware how lucky I am. I don't need money. I want to help people. And then, at some point, I want to start my jewelry business. What? She asked challengingly when he said silent. You don't believe me. Charity work isn't as glamorous as you might. I won't be doing it to be photographed or talked about in gossip magazines. I've lived that life in Saudi Arabia, she said sharply. He held his hands up in a peace gesture. All I'm saying is it's hard work. I know. Silence. She smoothed the bedsheet. Do you miss your girlfriend? The sisters told you about Olivia? He grinned at her nod. Yeah. She's got her modeling agency. She's busy with it. You miss her, she repeated. Every moment. What about Axe? He has anyone? He's one of those people who are content with themselves. That's what Megan said. Yeah, she'll know. She's like that too. What about you? Is there anyone special out there? She smiled briefly, ducked her head and pulled a thread on the sheet. I don't know. Kael didn't press her. He went to the window and watched tourists wander in the square. Made room for her when she joined him. That. She pointed her finger at a couple walking hand in hand. I cannot live like that in Riyadh. 6. Porta Nuova was a business district in the Brera neighborhood. It was accessible by the metro, trams and buses. Axe preferred to walk. He stood inside the hotel's doors and watched the outside for several minutes before going out. Shades over his eyes. Hands close to his sides. He moved easily, cutting through pedestrian traffic, randomly crossing streets and often stopping to window shop. All to throw off any tails. He didn't have any. 17 minutes later, he was in Porta Nuovo, going down via Bonaventura Cavalieri. A narrow street with bicycle stands on one sidewalk. A line of cars parked next to the other sidewalk. He checked out the building numbers and went through a dark-tinted glass door. Showed his passport to a security guard, who verified it on his computer and buzzed the turnstile. Axe went down a hallway and entered a room full of lockers. It was a rectangular space with floor-to-ceiling racks of locked storage spaces. Each of them was numbered and had both biometric and keycode security. He waited for a solitary customer to leave, and then placed his palm against the dark panel on his locker. A small green light glowed. He entered the keycode swiftly and opened the door. He removed the gym bag from within and checked out the array of weapons inside. He tossed several Glocks and magazines in the backpack, along with shoulder holsters. 3 lightweight body armors went in the bag too. He pursed his lips and considered the grenades, knives, drones, and several other weapons, then shrugged and packed several of them as well. Too many was better than too few. He shut the door to the locker and, after a quick glance around to confirm he was still alone, slipped on a shoulder holster. He thrust a Glock in it and pocketed several spare magazines in his cargo pants and put on a lightweight windbreaker to cover his gun. A man entered the room, whistling. "Damn me a minute," Axe told him. "Give me a minute." The man nodded and left. Normal, expected behavior in the locker provider's premises. The company screened its customers diligently and expected them to adhere to high standards of privacy and discretion. Axe slung the bag easily over his shoulders. "Crazy," he told the man in the hallway and left the building. He stopped at a cafe on Via Bigli which had chairs and tables under umbrellas, neatly laid out on the sidewalk. He took a seat at a table away from the bunch of customers at the middle. He removed a case from the gym bag and opened it. A pair of skin-colored, barely visible earbuds and a collar mic shaped like a button. He inserted them and connected them to a secure app on his phone. He discreetly inserted the devices in his ears and on his shirt's collar and waved at a server. "Latte," he ordered, and when his drink arrived, took a sip, leaned back, and checked out the rest of the customers. The loud bunch at the middle tables seemed to be American tourists. Couples on an overseas vacation. A young woman reading at a far table. An elderly couple playing chess in silence. A man on his phone. No one was paying Axe any attention. He dialed a number, heard it ring once, and then it was answered. Axe. Beth came on the video call, her hair brushed back, her green eyes glowing, looks that would turn heads in any country, her voice soft, dreamy, silky. "Honey, I missed you." 7. "I miss you too." Axe's voice gentled. "When are you going to be with me?" "We discussed this, Axe," she whispered. "I'm afraid. You know Mark's an NYPD detective. He's mean. I'm scared what he'll do to us if I leave him for you." They stared at each other for a long moment. Beth's lips twitched. She couldn't hold it in any longer. She threw her head back and guffawed. Axe grinned. "Yuck." Megan came up from behind Beth. "That act was good when it was new. You're still sticking with it? Does Mark know about it?" "Yeah," Beth chortled. "That he could gun for Axe. It gets him laughing whenever he thinks of it." Mark, Beth's boyfriend, was an NYPD detective. He was tough. He wasn't mean. He complimented Beth, and the two of them had a strong relationship. "What's up, Axe? How many buildings have you raised in Milan?" Megan asked. "None yet." "You met Samira at some reception?" "Yeah. Prince Emir, the royal we helped, had invited us to his daughter's wedding. The entire Saudi royal family was there. We lost count of the princes and princesses we met. Samira was with us for most of the day. She had secured admission to Stanford then. We got along. Beth and I stayed in touch. How's it going with her? Her heavies tried to take her away. We stopped them." Both Beth and Megan made a gimme gesture when he didn't elaborate. Axe rolled his eyes theatrically and laid it out for them. "Hashim Rahimi. What do you have on him?" he asked when he had finished. "You remember the border incident? When the Saudi border guards killed several Ethiopian migrants on the Saudi-Yemen border?" "Yeah. I read that article you sent. Rahimi was part of the killings. He and several from his team raped women and then killed them in front of their families." Axe didn't react. He heard someone laugh. The chess players in his sightline were holding hands. A child ran down the sidewalk, laughing. The serenity of the splendid Milan afternoon continued. He let out a breath. Why was he there? The way Samira tells us, he's part of the family protection team. He moves around a lot. We don't know how or why he was there. A migration charity interviewed the survivors of that incident and identified several of the perps. Rahimi and many men from his team were among them. Even the CIA's intel places him there. Rahimi's not only evil, he's dangerous as well. He was a top SSF operator. We don't have any access to Saudi Arabia's systems. Not for lack of trying on your part, I'm sure. Axe grinned. The sisters maintained Werner, the agency's AI software, which was pivotal to their operations. The AI was hooked into several national and international databases, many of which the twins' expert hackers had breached. And we'll keep trying, Beth said unrepentantly. Her smile faded. There are reports from other agencies who have worked with the Saudis. Rahimi has been mentioned in a few of them. Brutal. Ruthless. Those two words have been repeated several times. Be careful. We will. Samira's nice. We like her. It's hard to go against your family, your society, everything that you've believed in. We'll keep her safe. What about Luca Bianchi? He's clean. A career diplomat. He's trustworthy. She paused. 2 weeks is a long time, Axe. Rahimi will flood Milan with people. I hope so, he said grimly. 8. Kael was sprawled on a couch facing the door. Samira on another couch to his right. He was talking about Olivia when Axe entered the room. His friend placed a gym bag on the carpet. Something in it clinked. That doesn't sound like clothing, Samira laughed. Her grin faded when she glimpsed Axe's Glock through the windbreaker that had swung open when he bent down. She swallowed. You're ready for anything, Axe completed. He went to the coffee maker, inspected it, raised an eyebrow at them and at their nods, brewed the beverage and served it in the hotel's porcelain cups. We haven't discussed money, Samira said. We haven't. Axe sat on the couch opposite her and spread his legs. Kael chuckled when Samira huffed in exasperation when he didn't elaborate. In good time, he reassured her. There's no hurry. I have money. My own funds that Prince Omar can't touch. Our parents left a trust fund for Nora and me. Our family lawyer manages it for her until she is an adult. I got access to my part of that fund when I became adult. I am not exactly lacking, she said when neither pie responded. As you can see. She smiled and raised a foot to show off her expensive sandal. Yes, we know, Kael said. We'll discuss it at another time. They sipped in comfortable silence, and when she had finished her drink, she stifled a yawn. I'm going to shower and then nap. Kael rose as soon as she shut the sliding door. He unzipped the gym bag and whistled softly at its contents. You've heard of overkill. Too much versus too little. The choice is simple. Axe with a flair for poetry. Kael shook his head and stretched. Rahimi is a rapist and killer. He stopped. I spoke to Beth and Meg. They dug some deets on him. Kael listened silently to his friend's narration. He glanced at the sliding door. I can see why she's scared. She might not know of his backstory. Kael nodded silently. His phone buzzed. His face lightened when he saw it was Olivia. Honey. Let me see, Axe, his girlfriend said sharply. You don't want to see me. He sighed when she remained silent, turned on the camera and pointed it at his friend. He's not injured. That's good. Olivia Navarro relaxed. The shooting's not yet started, Axe said languidly. You're not helping, Kael complained. Tell me everything, Olivia ordered. We met Samira. Not you. I asked Axe. He grumbled and kept pointing the phone's camera at his friend, who broke the day's developments down swiftly for his girlfriend. Kael's going to discuss money with Samira, Axe finished. Why did you say that? Kael mouthed at his partner, who was the picture of innocence as he sprawled on the lounge. Is that right, Kael? Olivia challenged. Honey, we haven't discussed fees with. She came to you for help and you're going to charge her, she ran roughshod over him. We are private investigators, he protested. She's a client. She's scared, Olivia, Axe added. You keep quiet. Kael glowered at his friend. Stay out of this. I'm talking to my girlfriend. Who's annoyed that you would even think of money in these circumstances? Olivia interrupted again. Uh-oh. Kael knew that tone of hers. Soft and low meant she was coldly furious. I miss you, he said. You take money from her, you'd better not return to New York, she continued as if he hadn't spoken. He sighed, went to the window, perched on the sill, and showed her a view of Piazza Filippo Meta. It didn't distract her. Did you hear me? We aren't a charity, Liv. You both aren't hard up. I wouldn't say that. Axe's crocheting needs a lot of. Speak for yourself, his friend called out. You started this, Kael mouthed at him. Kael, I need an answer from you. Olivia was relentless. He carded his fingers through his hair and sighed. I hear you, but it isn't right. Speak properly. Axe chuckled from the couch. If looks could burn, Kael's glower would have incinerated him instantly, but his friend pulled out his crocheting magazine and immersed himself in it. I hear you, Kael said. Good, Olivia replied, and then she smiled and her face transformed to warmth and love. He melted. I love you. Love you too. How is she? She's smart. She's scared. But she's holding up well. Do you expect any trouble? He recalled Axe's briefing. Yes. Try not to get any holes in you. Yeah. And I like the way you look. Don't let any thugs remodel you. He grinned. Olivia Navarro was the best girlfriend in the world, and that was a hill he would be happy to die on. Are you going to take Beth and Megan's help? No. We have to keep Samira safe for 2 weeks. This is Milan. Nothing much is going to happen here. You fool. Dinner was pizza. Takeout from a nearby joint that Axe went to and returned from with 3 cardboard boxes filled with piping hot food. Why does pizza smell the best of all food? Samira spoke with her mouth full. Dunno. Kael shrugged. She had emerged from her room at 7 p.m., fresh and talkative. Army days, life in New York, Zeb and the agency crew, she had drawn it all out of him. Axe stayed out of their conversation, still buried in his magazine. And then at 7 p.m., when Samira's belly had rumbled loudly, he had gotten up like a panther and stretched. I'll get dinner. Pizza. Samira's eyes flashed. I want to go cholesterol crazy. Do I get a vote? Kael asked. No. Axe and Samira chorused, which was how they ended up with the takeout meal. Can I meet Sophia tomorrow for lunch? She asked in between licking her lips. Where? Kael wiped his hands with a paper towel and tidied the empty boxes. No crowded place. We'll find something. We don't like crowds either. Let us know by morning. Yes. Will you both be comfortable here? She eyed the couches. We've slept in worse places. Axe ended that line of conversation with his usual verbose contribution. Lights off at 10 p.m. Axe on the couch facing the door with his Glock on the carpet, Kael on the sideways one. Samira had retired to the bedroom and had shut the door. The hotel's fire alarm went off at 2 a.m. 9. Kael got up instantly at the loud shrieking sound. He rubbed his eyes when Axe turned on the light. His friend had already tucked his tea in his jeans, had put on his shoulder holster, and had thrown on his windbreaker as if he had been awake and alert all night. A hotel employee pounded on their door and called from outside. Please vacate the room immediately and go down to the lobby. Leave your belongings in the room. They could hear the man repeat his shout at the neighboring door. Kael knocked on the Samira's door. She opened it instantly, blinking, her hair mussed up, traces of sleep on her face. What happened? Fire alarm, he said. Put on a jacket. Let's go downstairs. What about my clothes? No time for that. They were out in 5 minutes. Samira had hastily changed into jeans, tee and a jacket, and was sandwiched between Kael at the front and Axe bringing up the rear. Kael hurried down the hallway toward the elevator. "Take the stairs," a uniformed hotel employee shouted over the siren's blare. "The elevators have been locked." He repeated the instructions in Italian, French, and then in English. Several guests complained, but they headed to the stairs, around which a crowd had formed. "Kael," Axe called out softly. "Yeah?" he asked over his shoulder as he neared the steps. "Stop." Kael stopped, heard a guest mutter curses at his abrupt halt, and moved to the side to make way for the rest of the residents. "What?" he asked his friend. Axe had the gym bag, the only possession they had left their room with. His eyes were narrowed, his gaze continually searching. "How many years have we been visiting this hotel?" "I've lost count." "In all those years, when did the fire alarm go off?" Kael got it. He pictured the hotel in his mind. There's a narrow alley on the right of the hotel. It swings to the back. That's where the deliveries come to. Service elevator. Axe spun on his heel and went against the tide of people toward their room. "The stairs are the other way," a guest called out. Axe ignored the man and carried on down the hallway, hugging the wall. Kael, at the rear, placed his palm on Samira's shoulder and guided her. He could hear her loud breathing. Knew she was scared. He didn't waste time reassuring her. He was scanning the crowd, alert for any hostile face. "We're on the 5th floor. 30 rooms on each floor. 7 floors in total. This is the start of summer. The hotel's probably full. Maybe about 400 guests in total. That's a lot of people for Rahimi's men to sift through." It might not be him who set off the alarm, he challenged himself. There really might be a fire. He inhaled deeply. He couldn't smell smoke. He couldn't hear fire trucks outside over the sound of rushing, shouting guests and the continual siren wail. Axe went beyond their room. He opened a door that was barely distinguishable from the wallpaper. The service elevator. He jabbed a button for the car. "That man said they locked the elevators." Samira's voice shook. "Let's see," Kael said. The elevator door slid open to reveal a large car. Metal walls, rubber mat on the floor on which was a layer of dirt and litter. It should go to the kitchen, Axe thought aloud when the car moved downwards. He was right. The kitchen was emptying when they emerged from the car. It was a large room with rows of stoves, grills, and ovens neatly arranged. Shelving all around with pots, pans, utensils, and crockery. The smells of food in various stages of preparation. Probably for breakfast, Kael thought as he took in the scene quickly. Apron staff hurried to the door to the lobby where a chef stood, yelling instructions. A server spotted them. "Signora, signori, perch siete venuti qui." "Why did you come here?" he repeated in English and pointed to the door. "Go that way." Axe's hand flashed to his pocket and came out with a roll of dollars. "We need your jacket. Quickly. 2 more as well." The pie kept moving, hustling the server to the back of the kitchen. "Smart," Kael thought approvingly at his friend's action. "That's where the rear exit is." "Quick," Axe urged. None of the kitchen staff looked their way. All of them were crowding toward the main door. "Paolo Matteo," the server snatched the roll from Axe's hand and caught the forearms of 2 men. "Dammi le vostre giacche. Ti spiego dopo." "Give me your jackets." "I'll explain later." "Carlos," the chef looked at them. "What's the hold-up? Can't you hear the fire alarm? Are those hotel guests with you? What are they doing there?" "Coming, chef," Carlos shouted back. He shrugged off his jacket, cursed and helped his friends remove theirs, and tossed the garments at Axe. "Cover us," Kael hissed, thankful that the wailing siren and the sense of urgency was preventing anyone from paying them much attention. The 3 servers instantly formed a body block to hide them from the chef's view, and hurried to the exit. Kael slipped into the jacket. It was a size small. "Doesn't matter." He helped Samira wear hers, and then Axe was off, running toward the rear door. "Not that way," the chef roared. But Axe had opened the door and they were out, in the cool night air. The door slammed shut behind them. The siren's volume dropped instantly. Kael's right hand was on his chest, close to his holster for a quick draw, his eyes scanning the dimly lit alley. Cobblestones beneath their feet. Large waste bins lined up against the wall of the building on the other side of the alley. Shouts and traffic sounds from the front of the hotel. No hostels, however. Axe went down the alley, gesturing at them to follow him. Samira, wide-eyed, pale, lips trembling, looked at Kael, who nodded. She ran after Axe, her sneakers loud on the cobblestones. He was close behind. They stopped when Axe motioned them to. And then Kael saw why his friend had halted. Two men had come to the mouth of the alley. 10. Kael recognized them instantly. Two thugs from Rahimi's team. Faisal's one of them. The men saw them too. They opened their mouths. One of them reached for his waist. Axe wasn't waiting around for them to shout or draw. He dove at them, crashing into the first man, driving his fist in the second man's chest. "They are here," the first man yelled in English before he went down from Axe's impact. Samira screamed. Kael shoved her to his left. Guests from the hotel had gathered in front of the hotel. The square was filled with cars and fire trucks. Someone from the hotel had found a bullhorn and was directing guests to safety. He took in the scene in seconds as Axe grappled with the thugs. Rahimi and another man filtered through the crowd, triumphant. "Run," Kael yelled at Samira. "Go to the Duomo. We'll be with you." "But the bullhorn." "Go." She flew down Ulrico Hepla. The man with Rahimi separated from his boss and made to go after her, his progress slowed by the erratic movement of people who were scattering wide on the square. Kael looked around wildly. He didn't want to draw his Glock. Don't want a firefight in this crowd. He spotted a trash bin, lunged to it, lifted it, and hurled it at the thug. The goon yelled and ducked, but it caught him in the chest and he went down. The move drew the attention of some of the guests, one of whom pointed at them and shouted. Rahimi ignored the yell. His hand flashed to his jacket. Can't let him shoot in the crowd. Kael took 3 long steps and punched him in the neck even as the former soldier started drawing his gun. Rahimi snarled, stumbling back. The gun came free from his waist and started straightening. Kael caught his wrist with his left hand and yanked it upwards to clear it over the heads of the civilians. He swiveled his hips at the same time to twist and slam his free fist in the man's chest. Rahimi anticipated the blow. He counterpunched in Kael's ribs, the blow landing like a tree trunk. The pie's breath whooshed out of him. He grunted from the impact. His grip on Rahimi's gun hand slipped. His arm feels like a steel bar. I can't feel any give in it. The royal guard continued punching Kael while trying to free his gun. "Gun," someone screamed. The guests and watching civilians scattered. Can't give Rahimi room as long as he has the gun. He blinked sweat from his eyes, gasping as another blow from the royal guard rocked his body. The thug he had hurled the bin at was recovering and getting to his feet. Samira's alone. We've got to get away. Rahimi might get more men. The police might join in and arrest all of us. Axe was slashing, kicking and punching away at one of his opponents. The other was on the ground. "Gun," the civilian screamed again. His shout and earlier warning hadn't attracted the attention of all the people, with the wail of fire trucks and the bullhorn adding to the ambient noise. "Kael," Axe yelled. He looked at his friend, squinting with agony when Rahimi knuckle-punched his neck. Axe ripped open his gym bag, yanked out a thick wad of dollars, and flung them high into the air. They fluttered in the air, the wind scattering them. "Soldi," someone shouted. "Money." The crowd erupted. Guests lunged at the bills, leaping to catch the notes or scrabbling for them on the ground. The voice on the bullhorn shouted for calm. His appeal had no effect. Bodies slammed into Kael and Rahimi. The pie's hand fell away from the gun hand from the impact. He lunged away from the royal guard and whirled, ready to draw his Glock. It wasn't needed. A guest was in front of Rahimi, shouting as he caught a note. Another man was leaning over him to grab a fluttering dollar. Go, Kael told himself. He barreled past a bunch of guests, caught sight of Axe sprinting toward Hepla and followed him. Movement at his peripheral vision. The thug he had floored with the bin charged from his left. Kael stopped abruptly, drew his Glock, and slashed it across the man's face. He felt the shock of the impact in his wrist, ignored it, and with his free hand shoved the heavy to his right and continued running. He swerved around people who were running toward the square, attracted by the dollar bills. A skip here, a sidestep there, hearing his own panting, and then Axe was there, a few paces ahead of him and Samira, a pale shape under the awning of a store. Her hand was cupped to her mouth, her eyes wide as she watched them approach. Where? Let's go. Kael caught her elbow and led her down Via and Yellow. He looked back as they turned the corner. No sign of Rahimi or his thugs. A full-scale brawl had broken out in front of the hotel. Smart thinking, he gasped at Axe. His friend inclined his head. Do you know where we are going? Yeah. Where? Samira panted as she kept pace with them. A place Rahimi won't know of. 11. Rahimi's face was tight, his jaw clenched as he signaled to his men, and they drifted away from the hotel. The police had arrived, and they were calming down the brawl. The scene was still chaotic, however, with the hotel's guests and other civilians fighting to gather as many dollar bills as they could. How much money did that man throw? Kadim, joining him, asked. Thousands of dollars, Rahimi said tightly. He led them down via Pietro Verri to a narrow alley where a large van was parked. Its sliding door opened as he neared it, and Faisal stuck his head out. His grin faded when he took them in. He made room silently for Rahimi, who climbed inside. The Royal Guard leader surveyed his men as they got inside. Report. My ribs hurt, Faisal felt his side gingerly. But I don't think they are broken. That man Hawke can punch. Rashid nodded. I thought you and I could subdue him. How's Salman? Rahimi asked coldly. Rashid checked the bleeding thug. He cupped the man's face and inspected the cut on his forehead. He sucked his breath. I think it'll need some stitches. Salman, how are you feeling? Like I've been hit, the thug swore, shook his hand away, and held a paper towel to his face. Rahimi felt Faisal's eyes on him. He nodded briefly. His man understood the gesture. Let's go out, he told the rest of the men. The boss needs to call in. The Royal Guard leader cursed when he was alone in the van. He rubbed his knuckles as he thought of the punches he had landed on Stryker. He'd underestimated both men. I should have taken more men. He pulled out his phone, dialed a number. It was 3 a.m. in Milan, which made it 4 in the morning in Riyadh. His call was answered instantly despite the time. Your Highness. Tell me you have her. Rahimi's fingers tightened on the phone. No, Your Highness. Explain. Rahimi broke it down quickly. The silence stretched. Then Hashim, you know what's at stake here. Yes, sir. This is not just about the family. I am aware of that, sir. I'll find her and bring her, sir. You'll get whatever you need. Money is not a problem. I know that, sir. Bribe whoever you need to. We have many contacts in Milan. Yes, sir. I will take care of it. How will you find her? I will have to think about it, sir. The voice relaxed. How are the men? Salman has a cut forehead, but no one is seriously injured. Bring Samira home. It doesn't matter if she is injured. I understand, sir. The line went dead. Rahimi fingered his phone absently. He knew of the family dynamics. He was aware Prince Omar and Princess Haya had taken Samira and Nora only out of obligation. They didn't love the sisters. He didn't care about the women. The 2 princesses were nothing more than bodies to be protected, with the sole objective of maintaining the family's face and reputation. His loyalty was to Prince Omar. The royal had recognized his talents when Rahimi was in SSF, and had facilitated his move to the Royal Protection Team. Once there, he had involved Rahimi in various operations. Everyone in the entire royal family has heard of me. They take my help. Even the king knows about me. I won't fail Prince Omar. He thought of Hawke and Stryker for a while, and then checked out their photographs on his phone. He read the dossier Faisal had gathered on the men at short notice. Seeing a photograph, he broke into a savage grin. Faisal, he opened the door and called out. His men ran up. Rahimi showed him the image. Find out who those two are with Hawke and Stryker. They will know where the Americans are. 12. The villa nestled in the quiet, affluent neighborhood of Studi, its high walls and lush vegetation offering a shield from prying eyes. The University of Milan had several of its campuses in the neighborhood, which had a high student population. Luigi had chosen the property well. It was close enough to the city center for convenience, yet wasn't in a tourist location. It was one of the few independent villas in the neighborhood. The property was circled by a high wall and a metal fence, had CCTV and intruder alarms. It drew attention since there weren't many such villas in Studi. Can't have it all. Kael shrugged mentally. He had called Luigi after escaping from the piazza, and their friend had lent them his accommodation. It's empty. Take it, he had insisted. The keys are in a lock safe on the outside wall. I'll send you the code. The property had a large living room, a bathroom, kitchen and diner which opened to the back garden which had the pool. On the upper floor were 4 bedrooms, 3 of which had attached bathrooms and a family bathroom. There was a door in the back garden that opened to dense woods, which thinned to a large park in the neighborhood. Luigi rents it out only to families, Kael recalled. He sat at the kitchen island, a steaming mug of coffee in front of him. The room was modern, all sleek lines and stainless steel, a stark contrast to the villa's classic exterior. Through the large glass sliding doors he could see the swimming pool, its surface still and mirror-like in the early morning light. He was in a print shirt hanging loose over his jeans. Bare feet. Standard Kael Stryker wear when indoors in the summer. He speared a piece of frittata and chewed slowly. We got lucky. If Axe hadn't thrown that money. He shook his head and took a sip. He winced when he felt his ribs. The Saudi was no amateur. He can hit. Of course he can, he snorted. He's trained, dangerous, and now he's pissed off. Axe entered the room silently. White tee, blue jeans, dark hair slicked back. No wasted moves as he checked the refrigerator contents, poured hot coffee from the jug into a mug and settled opposite Kael. He speared a bite of frittata and ate it. You're welcome, Kael told him. Axe didn't rise to the bait. How are you feeling? Like a mule kicked me. That mule will turn Milan inside out to find us. Yeah. How secure are we here? Luigi runs this Airbnb in his company's name. We got lucky. The place had no bookings. He won't enter our names anywhere. That cab driver who brought us here at night might remember. We can't control everything. We should have asked Beth and Meg to arrange a place for us. I didn't want to trouble them. You're not going to like what they say when they hear you didn't go to them. They'll give me hell, Kael knew. I dialed the first number I thought of, and that was Luigi's, he said defensively. Whatever you tell the twins, don't ever tell them that. That you didn't think of them in the first place. Kael threw his hands up in surrender. We'll need clothing. Axe looked down at himself and then at Kael. Luigi's spare clothing fits us, just about. Hopefully whatever's in Samira's bedroom will fit her. She didn't complain when she tried some jeans last night. Kael nodded. How much money did you toss out? Didn't count. Axe shrugged. It worked. It did. Kael fist bumped him. Those men you were with. They were overconfident. They thought they had numbers on their side. They won't be overconfident again. Yeah. They looked up when Samira entered the kitchen. Clothes fit? Kael asked her. Sort of. She looked down at the loose tee and cotton pants she wore. She took the coffee mug he handed over and sipped gratefully. I thought I wouldn't sleep, but I went out so fast when I hit the bed. It's the come down from the adrenaline. What can I cook for you? We've enough food in the kitchen. You can cook? Olivia says I should have been a chef. My own restaurant. She doesn't say that, Axe said flatly. You don't live with her. I do. Kael gave him a disgusted look and turned back to Samira expectantly. I don't need anything for now, she said. Coffee is good. She took another sip and shuddered. Rahimi won't stop. Just because we escaped. Yes, we know. I didn't think the two of you would get away. Axe cracked a smile. When we said we'll keep you safe, we meant it. How long can we stay here? This villa is gorgeous. As long as we need to, Kael said. It's Luigi's. He rents it out to tourists. No one knows we're here. I need clothes. We'll get them. We'll need wheels too in any case. Wheels. A vehicle. We can't go on taking cabs wherever we go. She nodded. I need to contact Sophia. We'll get a burner phone for you. What about my lunch with her? Kael looked at Axe, who cocked his head and then asked, Can she come here? Kael and I will be outside the villa. You'll have your privacy. She bit her lip and then nodded. Yes. That will work. Her face lightened. But I need clothes. Kael glanced at his watch. Can you get ready in 15? Yes. She finished her coffee and went up. Get ready, Kael told Axe. I'm ready. Axe being Axe. Kael rolled his eyes and went to the hallway from which the stairs went to the upper floor. He was whistling as he climbed when the door crashed open and two masked men entered. 13. Axe reacted instantly. He dove out of his chair and landed on the floor. The kitchen door was open. He had an uninterrupted view of the hallway, the splintered door, and of the two masked men who were entering with what looked like HK-MP5s in their hands. One man saw him. The other had his eyes on the stairs. Kael. Axe roared as he drew his Glock in a smooth liquid move and lined it up. No, don't worry about him. He's been in firefights before. He must have dived onto the landing. The gun bucked in his hand. The first man went down. A wild burst from his weapon peppered the walls. The glass door to the garden shattered. Samira screamed from upstairs. The second man, who had been firing at the stairs, started turning his gun toward Axe. He was too slow. Axe's Glock barked twice and he too went down. Axe slithered swiftly to the kitchen door and took cover behind its wall. He snatched a glance at the fallen men. They didn't move. Rahimi sent only 2 men. That doesn't make sense. He emptied his magazine into the fallen shooters, reloaded swiftly, and paused. Kael. I'm good. Samira's safe, his friend called softly. I am in the bedroom, the one with the window that overlooks the front yard. There's no one else I can see. The gates closed. They scaled the wall. No other way. Axe went to the shattered glass door cautiously. He didn't see any shadows. He didn't hear the sounds of boots. There could be hostiles to the side of the house. There were narrow passages that ran from the front to the back on both sides of the property. If they are there, I won't be able to see them. Why didn't the security system warn us? Come down with my gym bag. I'll cover you, he called softly. Copy, Kael replied. Axe crouched, ready for hostiles to show up either at the front door or at the back. His pulse was steady. He felt no fear. His mind was clear, focused only on the immediate threat. He was in lethal mode. In Axe mode. Kael came into the hallway, his Glock in one hand, the gym bag around his shoulder, holding Samira's hand, body blocking her view of the fallen men. Axe could hear her hyperventilating. Sobs tore out of her. He jerked his head at his friend. Come here, his gesture meant. Kael joined him behind the door. Sit down, Axe told Samira and gently applied pressure to her shoulder. She crouched willingly. She's in shock. Kael's expression said he knew that too. Wait, he told his friend and went down the hallway swiftly. ducked his head out of the door. No sign of any men. There were no wailing sirens he could hear. Satah's studio remained quiet, as far as he could tell. Axe went to the living room, to the security system's monitor. The CCTV screens were blank. How did that happen? They were working when we arrived. He swore softly and returned to the hallway. Spun around at a sound in the front yard. Through the shattered door, he saw another masked man land in the front yard. They saw each other at the same time. The shooter was good. His MP5 was chattering even as his feet hit concrete. Axe fell prone. Ignored the hail of bullets thudding against the wall, some of which flew over his head. Samira shrieked. He ignored her. Shooting speed, reacting instantly, all those were good. But taking the time to make shots count was sometimes more important. The shooter was in his sight. He triggered gently. His first round caught the hostile's shoulder. His second round blew his head away. Axe slithered back swiftly. Back door and out into the woods. Kael nodded and helped Samira up. Axe flung a chair at the door to break the rest of the remaining glass. He didn't have to give any instructions to Kael. Axe slithered along the shattered door into the corner, his Glock held high and ready. He snatched a glance down the passage. Empty. No one here, Kael said from the other corner. His friend caught Samira's wrist, and they hustled to the wooden door in the wall. You've got keys? Kael asked. You think I had time to find those? The two men brought their right knees up and kicked simultaneously at the door. Its bolt lock broke away from its fastenings. Kael swung Samira away, toward the wall while Axe kicked the door open and snuck a glance. Clear, he grunted. He led the way into the woods, sprinting through the trees, checking back to confirm that Samira and Kael were following him. They were. He could see the trees clearing to make way for the park in the distance. Maybe 100 yards away. And then Rahimi emerged from behind a tree. 14. Down. Axe yelled and dropped to the ground, his Glock bucking in his hand, spraying at the royal guard, making him duck for cover. He reached behind, caught Samira's hand blindly, and dragged her down as well. He wriggled her behind a tree. Curl up your knees. Make yourself as small as possible. Sweat and tears on her face as she obeyed instantly. He could smell her fear. Her body trembled, but she bit her lip and made no sound. He squeezed close to her, aware that the cover was insufficient. My feet are likely to show to the shooters. He shrugged mentally. There wasn't anything he could do about it. He clocked Kael, who was to his left, a few feet away. His friend had crawled beneath a bush and behind another tree trunk. His Glock to his eyes, checking out the woods. How many men? Axe fired when a shadow showed on their 2 o'clock, a long continuous roar that made the hostiles scamper back to safety. 2 for sure. He'll have more. Axe nodded silently, eyes darting in a 180-degree sweep, taking in every shadow, every bush and tree. He craned his neck to look behind him cautiously. Shadows danced on the ground and a breeze wafted through the woods. The smell of grass, dried leaves in the forest. And gun smoke. He smiled grimly, but he couldn't see any shooters in their rear. They must not have had enough time to go around us. You're finding something funny? Kael asked incredulously. Axe glanced at his friend and couldn't help grinning. They were likely outnumbered and could die, but he wouldn't have anyone else with him than his friend. Remember Congo? When we were surrounded? Axton Hawke, Kael whisper snarled. This isn't the time or the place for old stories. Both of them ducked when guns opened up on them, raining down bark chips, twigs and leaves. Samira moaned and almost impossibly, squeezed even tighter against Axe. Her face was buried in her elbow, and he could see her shoulders shaking from panic. Watch out! Axe shouted when a man broke from cover on their 10 o'clock and charged. Both he and Kael cut loose simultaneously and brought him down. Here. Kael tossed him an HK-416 and several magazines. Axe caught it and instantly fired a long burst at Rahimi's position when he heard the man shout orders. He swiveled and shot at the tree behind which 2 o'clock was hiding. Both he and Kael had to break cover for their eyes to take in hostile movement. It was second nature to them. Sweat beaded and rolled down his face. A fly buzzed and landed on his cheek. He ignored it. Kael's HK opened up at the sound of boots, and for several moments the woods were filled with the sounds of automatic gunfire. "You got someone?" Axe asked. No. It was Rahimi. He was attempting to crawl out from behind the tree. Axe's eyes narrowed when a bush moved unnaturally on his 3 o'clock. Over 60 feet. Must be a shooter. He won't shoot. He'll have seen Samira and won't want to hurt her. His HK came up with practiced ease, and his magazine emptied at the bush, and then left to right and back again, his hands moving in a blur to slap in a new mag. The man cried out, the bush moved violently as the hostile thrashed, and then his voice died when Axe shot a couple more rounds. "You can't escape," Rahimi shouted. "You've lost 4 men now," Kael taunted. "Worry about yourself. Give us Samira." "Why?" "She needs to return home. She wants to stay here." "It's not her decision." Axe grinned when Kael swore at that and shot at Rahimi's tree. "No point in shooting up the woods." "You've got a better idea," his friend rasped. "Yeah. Give me a grenade." Kael's eyes widened, but he rustled in his gym bag and rolled one across the ground to Axe. The weapon was tubular instead of the more familiar oval shape, but the safety pin-based operating mechanism was the same, as was the devastation. "Can you throw one at Rahimi?" Axe asked when he picked up the grenade. "No." Kael snatched another glance. "I'd have to expose too much of myself. We still don't know how many men he has and where they are." 2 o'clock, man, it is. You know what to do." "No, stay down," Axe directed the last command to Samira, who was making to lift her head up. He waited for Kael to bring his rifle to his shoulder, risked another glance to confirm no shooter was charging at them, and then lobbed the explosive. The shooter was about 50 feet away. There was enough room in the woods for his throw, but he was lobbing from a prone position with restricted body movement. The grenade deflected against a branch and fell to the ground a few feet from the hostile's cover. The ground shook when it exploded. The thug shouted and broke cover. Kael shot him down in a long burst, and then lobbed another grenade randomly to Rahimi's left. Shouts broke out, the hostiles speaking too fast for them to make out. "By now someone will have called the polizia," Kael yelled. "We don't mind waiting. We've got more weapons than you imagine. Let's see how many men you're willing to lose." No response. Axe kept risking glances. He couldn't see any movement. 15 minutes passed. A siren wailed in the distance. Samira stiffened next to him, but she didn't look up. "Kael," Axe asked. "Yeah." "Can you assemble the drone quickly and launch it?" "We don't have enough height." "We don't need it. Waist height is good enough." Kael got to work on the UAV, which was also gifted to them by the twins. Stealth painted, noiseless even at close distances, semiconductor tile-based camouflaging that automatically changed color to blend with the background. Cell phone tower to capture signals, radio jamming. The drone had more technology in it per square inch than even the most advanced electric vehicle. "They're not commercially available," Axe thought, when the UAV flew in the air with a silent whisper guided by Kael on his phone's app. Zeb and his team use them on their missions. Even our military does not have such advanced drones. Axe stayed alert, HK ready, while Kael bent over his phone to navigate the drone and check its feed. "Rahimi's not there," his friend said after a while. "Sweep the forest," Axe told him. "They could have set another trap." "Clear," he announced after half an hour, and at that Axe got to his feet. He drifted from tree to tree and checked on 3 o'clock. The man was dead. He went to 2 o'clock. No longer a threat either. He photographed them on his phone, covered them with branches and leaves, and returned to his friend, who had an arm around Samira's waist. Her eyes were dark, haunted, and she broke away and sobbed against his chest when he joined them. Axe's lips tightened as he held her close. "I thought we would die." Her voice broke when she raised her head. "Breathe deeply," he told her. She sniffed and breathed harshly. Exhale slowly. She exhaled slowly. 5 more times. She did as he said. Now look around you. What do you see? Her eyes darted to the fallen men. No, not there. Trees. Sunlight. What do you smell? She breathed easily this time. Dirt. Leaves. Your sweat. She managed to smile. Good. Psychologists called it centering. Simple techniques to reduce anxiety and stress. Her smile faded. Her eyes flitted around the forest. What kind of parents, even step-parents, send gunmen to get their daughter back? Kael growled. Her smile was bitter. It isn't about me. It's honor. Face. Reputation. And like I said, they don't love me or Nora. They took us because of duty. But Rahimi won't stop. We're counting on it. Axe returned his HK to the gym bag while Kael broke down the drone, packed it, and hefted the bag over his shoulder. Axe led the way, moving swiftly through the forest and into the park. Why haven't the police arrived? Did Rahimi bribe them? Possible, he answered himself, recollecting Samira's words of the power and influence the royals had. He stopped abruptly and whirled around. Samira's phone, he demanded. Why do you need it? Kael asked but dug into his pocket and removed it. Axe turned on an app on his phone and ran it over Samira's device. The app, developed by the twins to search for bugs and tracking devices, stayed green. Nothing here. He returned her phone. I thought Rahimi had bugged it. How did he know where we were? The thought struck him and Kael at the same time. Luigi, they exclaimed. 15. Kael burst into a sprint, tugging Samira with him. He tried Luigi's number. Voicemail, he yelled at Axe, who was pounding behind them. Try Bella, his friend said. No reply. Kael cursed and pocketed his phone. It was 11 a.m. There were a few people in the park, but no one looked their way. He hefted the gym bag and slowed when the park opened onto Via Sandro Botticelli's sidewalk. He searched the street for a cab. Not a one in sight. He cursed and was making to order one via an app when Axe whistled piercingly, and a cab miraculously turned up on the street. That still works. Kael threw the bag in the trunk and climbed in beside Samira. Only when I whistle. Axe flanked her. They kept silent while the taxi sped through Milan, the city's glamour not registering on them. Kael was out before the vehicle rolled to a stop. He saw Axe help Samira out and retrieve the gym bag. He rushed to the cafe's door and tried it. Locked. He peered through the windows. Dumbass they are for looking out and not looking in. Luigi was particular about fitting them that way. He brought out his keyring and searched desperately through the many keys on it. Did I bring it from New York? He had. He opened the door, stepped inside, and stopped instantly. Samira bumped into him from behind and gasped when she stepped aside. Axe came in, kicked the door shut with his foot, his Glock appearing in his hand magically. The cafe was wrecked. Overturned tables, shattered glasses, and crockery. The coffee machines on the counter were on the floor, broken. A tap dripped somewhere. The jukebox was destroyed too. Luigi. Kael yelled. No response. Stay behind, Axe, he whispered to Samira and withdrew his Glock. He went deeper into the restaurant, careful not to step on glass shards. He peered over the counter and with an oath, holstered his gun and vaulted over. He's here. Luigi was on the floor. Blood from his chest drenched his apron and was pooling around his body. He's alive. Kael knelt beside him when the chef's eyes flickered. Looks like knife wounds, not gunshots. Axe, get an ambulance. No. The chef whispered, catching his wrist in a surprisingly strong grip. No, Polizia. You're bleeding. Call. Enzo number in my phone. Luigi. Kael searched his body carefully and brought out his phone. We need a physician. You need emergency care. Samira joined him and applied a towel compress to his chest. I trained in first aid and emergency care, she whispered. I don't think his lungs or heart are pierced, otherwise he wouldn't still be alive. Enzo is my doctor, he has hospital, no one else. No, Polizia, Luigi said laboriously. His head fell back. Kael held his phone to his face to unlock it, and ran through the contact list. He dialed Enzo when he found the number. Come to Luigi's, he said in English when the man answered. He's seriously injured. Don't waste time. Come immediately. Ask questions later. Does he speak English? He asked Luigi when he ended the call. See, the chef whispered. Who did this? Axe asked, standing over them, grim-faced. 4 men. Kael asked when the chef spread 4 fingers. This one. He brought up Rahimi's photograph on his phone and showed it to Luigi. See, he. Stay down, Samira said sharply. The chef ignored her, raised his head slowly, searched the floor, and gestured with his eyes. Axe spotted the knife that had slid beneath the shelving. He picked it with 2 fingers, inspected the blood on it, and dropped it to the floor. He knifed you with that? Kael asked. See. How did he know about you and us? Photo you. Axe. Bella me here on cafe internet page. Rahimi must have run some kind of AI program to search for us on the internet. He found that one, Kael thought bleakly. Bella. Where's she? We tried her number. In South America, holiday. Kael sighed in relief and raised his head sharply at a pounding on the door. Axe went to it, Glock in hand, opened it cautiously, and stepped aside to let an elderly balding man inside. 2 women dressed in a hospital's uniform came with him. Luigi. Dove Louis. Where is he? The man asked, barely glancing at the weapon. There. Axe pointed to the counter. You're Enzo? The man didn't reply. He rushed behind the counter, fired a burst of Italian at the women, and bent next to the chef. Kael and Samira made room for the new arrivals. Enzo kept talking, swore at Luigi, who whispered curses back while one of the nurses went out and returned with a stand, bottles of blood, and other equipment. Kael helped them set it up and joined Axe and Samira. His friend held his phone up silently. Kael saw the photograph Luigi had mentioned. I remember that. A few years ago. It's on the cafe's X feed. Yeah, Axe replied. Rahimi must have gathered his men and come to the villa. Kael worked it out. The CCTV cameras weren't working. He must have disabled them some way. Luigi must have told him about that garden door. He sent a few men through the front to flush us out through the woods. Why didn't he surround us? Samira asked. I think we surprised him. We came out quicker than he expected, Kael guessed. She shivered. He would have killed you and taken me. Yes. Kael straightened when Enzo came around the counter. He will live, the doctor said. His Italian accented English was good. The knife missed vital organs. He is a fool. I told him he should call the Polizia. He refuses. He does not like them. I will take him to my hospital. Can we talk to him? See. He is awake. He is flirting with my nurses. Luigi looked more alert when they crouched next to him. The chef's eyes ran over their bodies. Why do you have grass stains and leaves sticking to you? Kael looked down at his shirt. We didn't tidy up in the cab. Long story. Senora, this is about you. Luigi asked Samira. She nodded slowly, doing the hand-wrenching thing again. I brought trouble to them. The chef laughed, broke off and winced. He held a hand up at Enzo's rapid-fire curses. He drank water from the glass one of the nurses held to his lips, and then said hoarsely, These men make trouble wherever they go. Don't feel guilty. Who was that man? Hashim Rahimi. He's a Saudi royal guard. He wants to take me back to Riyadh. She laid it out for him quickly. Luigi's eyes lit up when she had finished. A Saudi princess in my cafe. Enzo, take some photographs on your phone. The doctor cursed him. Kael gripped the chef's hand in both palms. This is because of us. We shouldn't have taken your villa. Kael Stryker, Luigi said sharply. La mia casa e la tua casa. Il mio coro e tuo. La mia vita e tua. My house is your house. My heart is yours. My life is yours. Kael knew enough Italian to understand what his friend said. He squeezed his palm hard. Fool. They attacked the villa. It is wrecked also. I've got insurance. Let's call the police. They will. No polizia. They will give me to this man, Rahimi. They are corrupt. Not all of them, Luigi. I don't want to discuss it. Are you trying to kill him? Enzo said angrily. Why are you arguing with him? You two don't want the cops. Axe drawled. When did the police do anything for us? The physician snorted. The villa has been shot up, Kael sighed. It will need renovation. I have insurance, Luigi said implacably. Are you hurt? Is the signorina hurt? No. Promise me, the chef propped himself up despite the nurse's admonishments, that you will help her the way you helped Bella. Yes, Axe said. Luigi looked searchingly at him and then at Kael, and then settled back. He smiled and chuckled. What happened, old man? Enzo, his gruff tone doing little to hide his affection. Have you lost your senses? This man, Rahimi. Luigi laughed louder. He doesn't know what he started. 16. Hashim Rahimi braced himself for a severe lashing when he reported to Prince Omar. His boss listened silently and when he had finished asked, What about the bodies? I won't retrieve them. I didn't use my team. I hired local thugs. I was masked. No one saw me. Let the police investigate. They will find nothing. They will go to the police. They won't, sir, Rahimi said confidently. Samira could have gone to the polizia in the first instance. She didn't. She knows your influence. I'm sure she's told those Americans about it. Besides, they'd also have to answer questions about their guns and grenades. Grenades? What kind of men are these? Rahimi frowned at his phone. His boss seemed to be admiring the Americans. They are very good, sir. They outmaneuvered you. Rahimi gritted his teeth. I know you don't want to hear that, but you now know the kind of men you are against. Yes, sir, he said stiffly. I will be better prepared. That chef has seen you. The prince switched topic. He might die. If he's alive. Rahimi shrugged in the van. We have the police in our pockets. They won't turn a blind eye forever. Yes, sir. But for now, they are in my control. They didn't come to Sitastudi, even though residents must have called them. Many people must have heard the shooting. I had asked them to take their time in responding. They might have left Milan. No, sir. The princess came here to spend time with her friend, Sofia Bianchi. We know that. I have a watcher on Bianchi's house. The princess has no other friends in Italy. Her friends are in England and America. I have their names. I have men watching the airport and railway station. No, sir. I am sure she's still here. The royal took his time in answering. You know what's at stake here. Yes, sir. Find Samira fast. Do you need more people? Rahimi hesitated. His core team was small. Faisal and 5 others. Faisal helps with any tech support, but I also have my team back in Riyadh for that. They will go to ground now, he thought aloud. It will be harder to find them. That's why I asked, the prince said impatiently. I have contacts with various gangs. I will see who to recruit. I need more eyes in Milan. No one should know you are looking for Samira. No one will, sir. I will circulate Hawke and Stryker's photographs. Act fast. Yes, sir. Act discreetly. We don't want the papers to talk of Saudi involvement. They won't, sir. Rahimi cursed beneath his breath when the call ended. Those Americans. I would have got Samira by now if they weren't there. He gritted his teeth, and then recalling the royal's words, grudgingly admitted to himself. They are good. I didn't think they would leave the house so quickly. I wasn't ready with our ambush. I won't let them surprise me again. Faisal knocked on the door and opened it. How did it go? He's not happy. Rahimi sent a message and got the reply to moments later. Let's go to Bar Magenta. On Via Giosu Carducci. Yes. It's a tourist spot. What's there? Lupinari. What's that? Who, not what? Rahimi climbed into the shotgun seat while Faisal got behind the wheel. A Milan street gang. We're meeting its leader, Marco. 17. We can't go back to the villa. Kael watched the nurses argue with Luigi. The chef was insisting he could walk to their ride, while the women kept saying he needed to be wheeled out. Tell me something new. Axe went around the counter, confirmed that the coffee maker still worked, and plugged it in. He poured the drinks in cups and served each one of them. You're trying to take my job. Luigi grouched, reaching out for his cup. I'm better than you at coffee, Axe retorted. You are not. You can't drink that. A nurse snatched the cup from Axe's hand before the chef could take it. Can't do this, can't do that. Luigi threw his hands up in despair. I am not dead, he yelled. You will be at this rate. Enzo polished his glasses and took an appreciative sip. He is right. He makes better coffee than you. You're saying that only because you don't have to pay him. Is he always like this? Samira smiled as she took the cup and leaned her elbows over the counter. Axe on one side of her, Kael on the other. Yeah, the latter replied. He's grumpy, ill-mannered, but all that's an act. He'll do anything for his friends. I've seen that, she said dryly. Her smile faded. Where are we going to stay? Another hotel. Rahimi will check out everyone. Kael stopped her with a raised palm. That breathing exercise Axe told you. Do it whenever you feel your anxiety rising. I am scared, she said softly. I keep saying that so many times. You have a right to be. 1 minute you were enjoying Milan, the next moment you were being hunted by your father's men. Stepfather. Yeah. You didn't answer my question. Where are we going to stay? I'm arranging that. Kael held his phone up. I'm calling Beth and Megan. About time, Axe grunted. He nudged Samira's shoulder. This will be fun. Kael rolled his eyes and dialed the younger twins, Beth's number. What's up? She asked. I need help. Turn on your video. He sighed and turned it on. She inspected him for a long moment. Is that blood on your forehead? He felt it. His fingers came away wet. It's not mine. Luigi's. I must have. Who's Luigi? Where's Axe? Megan appeared on screen behind her sister. Kael turned the camera to include his friend. That's Samira. Hey, Samira. Are these two? Beth trailed off. Kael Stryker asked in Hawke, why is she looking exhausted? You both don't look great either. What went down? Told you, Axe said laconically. You should have called them first. First. Kael, what does he mean? Megan asked sharply. I thought you were my friend. Kael made a face at Axe and narrated all that had gone down. The twins remained silent for several moments when he had finished. Why didn't you come to us? Beth asked. It didn't strike me, he said lamely. Yeah, why would he call us when we could have arranged a safe house for him, which would have meant Luigi wasn't attacked, and this Rahimi dude would have remained in the dark, Megan said conversationally. Axe, you could have called us, Beth said sharply. Don't look at me, the second PI said. It's all on him. He'd already secured the villa. We shouldn't help you. We should leave you hanging in the air there, if it wasn't for Samira. Give us a few moments. The screen went blank and then the twins returned. Porta Romana, you know it? Beth asked. We know Milan very well, Axe growled. Southeast of downtown, Samira chimed in. Lots of students. Bocconi University is nearby. That's the neighborhood. The villa is on Via Friuli. It is booked in Cole Patton's name. He's an American businessman. It's private. It has good security. The lock is electronically controlled. You'll need to download an app. I'll send you the details. Who is Cole Patton? Samira asked. He doesn't exist. I mean, there are hundreds of Cole Pattons, but no one who's rented that place. It's a fake identity we have set up for this purpose. You'll need to make the rental go back in time. Kael frowned. Rahimi might check all properties that have been recently let out. He might have access to all kinds of databases. He's teaching us our job. Megan glanced at her sister. Yeah, he thinks he knows better than us, her twin snarked. Kael Stryker, maybe you should leave the thinking to us. What did I tell you? Axe whispered to Samira. She smiled. I like them, she whispered back. They're so sassy. Yes. And smart. Beth smirked, having overheard their conversation through the phone's powerful mic. Our IQ is here, she raised her hand above her head, while Kael's is. I don't want to show his level. He'll die of humiliation. Are we done? Kael asked resignedly. For now. We need a ride too. We're way ahead of you. There's a Jaguar Land Rover showroom on Corso Venezia. About 100 yards from Palestro Metro Station. You can't miss it. I'll message you the address in any case. Ask for Giuseppe. I'll let him know about you. Thanks. Keep Samira safe. We will. He was hanging up when she stopped him. You're forgetting something. What? He frowned. You don't know what resources Rahimi has. He's shown he's smart. How do you know he won't have access to the public camera network? He might be able to track you if he has. You have a solution? He growled in frustration. Yeah. Wear those shades whenever you are out and about. In the daytime, obviously. The Ray-Bans generate waves that interfere with CCTV cameras' vision. I could go into the tech, but that would be beyond you. She smirked. And, Megan added, Beth and I will erase your presence in the database. That's not all. We'll search for Rahimi in the cameras and let you know if we find him. In real time. You can do that? Kael asked and wished he could withdraw the words a moment later. Yes, she replied simply. Samira doesn't have those shades. Beth rolled her eyes. Do we have to do everything for you? There are many spares in the Range Rover. Of various sizes. I think you'll find one that fits her as well. Kael asks, Megan said soberly, do you need our help? We aren't on any mission. No. Kael gave a mock shudder. I don't want Milan destroyed. 18. Bar Magenta was crowded when Rahimi and Faisal arrived. Various languages greeted them as they waited for a server to attend to them. Marco, Rahimi yelled in the man's ear. He's got a table. The man consulted a screen and beckoned them. They followed him past the bar to the tables at the back, where the crowd was thinner. A lean, wiry man with close-cropped hair and ink on his forearms watched them with dark eyes. A big man was next to him. We meet again, Marco, the wiry man said in accented English. Yes. Rahimi dropped on a chair next to him. He didn't like the man. He had used the gang on previous missions. Lupi Neri had always delivered. He knew Marco was reliable in that sense, but the Royal Guard didn't like to depend on third parties. His distaste seemed to show on his face. Marco smirked as he waved his hand around to gesture at the bar. You don't come to places like this. Rahimi gave him a cold stare. You don't know where I have been to. He ordered drinks when the server arrived, waited for them to be served, and when they were alone, placed 2 photographs on the table. Kael Stryker and Axton Hawke. I am looking for them. You can help. Marco picked up the glossy images, his lips moving as he repeated their names. Americans. Yes. They are dangerous. Big Man took them from his boss. How dangerous? They are good at killing. We are as well. You want them alive? Marco asked. Yes. Undamaged. I don't care, but they should be able to speak. And he leaned forward, If there's anyone with them, they should be alive and unhurt. Who's with them? You don't need to know. We can't do our job well if you don't tell us everything. There's a woman with them, Rahimi said finally. We want her. Alive. Yes, and unharmed. If she's to be treated rough, we'll do that. Their girlfriend? The luminary boss leered. The royal guard's fists clenched. If you speak like that about her, I'll rip your tongue out and shove it down your throat. Marco leaned back in mock fright. As for you, Rahimi said contemptuously when Burley moved threateningly in his seat, don't do anything stupid. My friend here, he nodded at Faisal, can kill you before you even rise from your seat. He wrote an address on a table napkin and slid it toward Marco. The Italian read it. The girl's friend. You should put some men to watch her. She might go to meet Sam. He stopped himself in time. Marco glared at him. What's her name? What are you hiding from us? You don't need to know everything, Rahimi said tightly. Tony. The Italian made to rise. Let's go. We have other work. Samira, Rahimi said coldly. The girl with the Americans, whom we want, is Samira. Her friend at that address is Sophia. Samira and Sophia. Nice. They are beautiful. Marco kissed his lips. Rahimi caught the man's wrist and squeezed it hard. Find Samira. Don't do anything else. You don't want me as an enemy. Marco grinned when his hand was free. I am scared. His fake mirth faded. Enough of the threats. Let's discuss money. 19. Kael signaled to Axe when their cab rolled up in front of the cafe. He went to Luigi, kissed him on the cheeks, gripped his hand hard, hugged Enzo, thanked the nurses, and went to the door. He went to the waiting vehicle and opened its waiting door. Instantly, Axe brought Samira out of the cafe and helped her into the taxi. The move completed in seconds. Corso Venezia. Kael got in beside her and belted up as he gave the address to the driver. He shifted so that he could watch the rearview mirror on his side. Knew that Axe was similarly alert. He checked his phone and downloaded the security app that Beth had sent. That's for the villa. 15 uneventful minutes later, they were at the Jaguar Land Rover showroom. A smartly dressed man greeted them. Giuseppe. He nodded. See, he's here. He went inside the office and returned with a heavier-set man in coveralls. Giuseppe, he introduced himself, whispered to the suit who left them to attend to other customers. The man held up his phone and checked them carefully. What's Beth's dog's name? He asked in English. She doesn't have a pet, Kael replied. Megan has a goldfish. Where does she keep it? She doesn't have one, Axe drawled. Giuseppe grinned and pocketed his phone. Beth said you both would look like you rolled in the grass. She was right. He took them behind the office to the repair floor. Coveralled men working on Land Rovers and Range Rovers. A radio playing a soft tune. Someone called out to Giuseppe, who waved. The man led them down the concrete walkway in the center of the room, on each side of which were cars in various stages of repair. He went to 2 tarpaulin-covered vehicles and whipped the cover off one. A matte black Range Rover riding low on its wheels. Kael went to the door and pressed his palm to the central pillar. It opened. One of its many custom mods, he thought, as he went to the rear and raised the floorboard. Samira, next to him, gasped at the neatly arranged weapons. Bulletproof glass, run-flat tires, steel-lined doors, there's everything you need if you're going to war, Giuseppe said. We're here on holiday. Kael grinned and shut the trunk. See. The Italian winked. I believe that. We have a spare if you damage it. He pointed to the other vehicle. There are more around the country if you total that one too. Hopefully we won't. Kael smiled briefly at him, took the key and opened the door with a flourish for Samira to climb in. I feel safer already, she said when he drove out of the garage and onto Corso Venezia. What did he mean when he said there are more such cars in the country? Just that. Kael didn't elaborate. Giuseppe can arrange replacements if we need them. The villa on Via Friuli was 2 stories, surrounded by an ivy-covered wall. The wrought iron gate rolled back silently when Kael entered the security code on the keypad. A large driveway leading to a covered portico. The wooden door was heavy and felt like it could withstand a battering ram. It probably can. He grinned. Beth and Meg wouldn't settle for anything less. The accommodation had a swimming pool at the rear, with a high hedge and a line of trees giving privacy from the neighboring residences. 3 bedrooms upstairs, Kael recalled from the map Beth had sent him as he led Samira and Axe up the stairs. Take whichever room you want. I'll make dinner. He returned to the ground floor after a moment and went to the kitchen. Felt Axe's presence as he set about making pasta. The security's good, his friend said. Backup power generator in the garage. Cameras around the house, motion sensors. Everything can be controlled via an app. There's a net over the house, tied to the trees around it. That's to prevent any drone from coming down low. Kael nodded. He served the food on plates when Samira joined them at the island. Her hair wet from her shower, his eyes and face looking relaxed. I told Sophia we'll meet another day. She twirled pasta around her fork. Aha, Kael grunted as he chewed. His phone chimed. His eyes narrowed when he read Beth's message. He put his device screen down and saw Axe too had read it on his screen. What? Samira asked, looking at them. Beth's told us to stay safe, Kael lied smoothly. Samira glanced at him for a long moment, and then at the kitchen's high ceiling. This must cost a lot. No clue. He grinned. Beth and Meg have arranged it. They're very close to you. They're family. Rahimi and your stepfather. Axe leaned back after finishing his meal. What will make them stop? Samira thought about it. If Rahimi isn't successful after more tries. If he loses men. He can call up more from his team, but there isn't an endless supply. That might stop them. Why not go to the media? Axe asked. Once your story is out there, they won't make a move on you. Samira shook her head. No one would believe me. The royal family would issue a statement, say I'm confused or being manipulated. There have been cases before, where women from Middle Eastern royal families fled to the West. Yes, Kael said grimly. I remember. They aren't in the news anymore. They went back or were taken back. She shivered. And she hesitated. Whatever my difference is, I am Saudi. I won't disgrace my family. Axe rose silently, collected their plates and washed them in the sink. He wiped his hands on a towel. I'm going out. He left the room. Where's he going? Samira asked, confused when the front door shut softly. He's going hunting. Kael hid his smile. To check out the neighborhood. 20. Prince Omar leaned back in the plush leather seat of his Mercedes-Benz G-Class as it sped out of his palace in Al Safra, Riyadh, and hit the road. He looked idly out of the dark-tinted windows as the city sped past. Traffic was for commoners. For royals like him, police outriders cleared the streets and accompanied his motorcade until it reached the edge of the city. They dropped off there until it was just his Mercedes and several Range Rovers before and after it. The other vehicles carried his protection units, his physician, and various parties in his entourage. Standard travel arrangements for a high-ranking royal. Times that by a factor of 1,000 for the king and his heir. Prince Omar tapped the partition window. It slid down and Abdul, his trusted aide, seated up front with the driver, looked back. Yes, Your Highness. Have you informed Prince Hassan? Yes, sir. I messaged his aide as soon as we left the palace. What about publicity? Everyone thinks we are going to our Wadi Hanifa palace, sir. There's no coverage in the media. Good. The prince settled back. The meeting was in the Al Thumama Desert, 50 miles from Riyadh. The desert didn't start instantly with dunes. One had to go deeper, away from the hotels and resorts and the debris cast by visitors, plastic bottles, wrappers, newspapers, to reach the vastness of the sand. It wasn't anything new to Prince Omar. The setting sun, orange, hanging low in the sky as if it was defying gravity, didn't capture his attention either. He was focused on the upcoming meeting. He mentally recited what he was going to say as his Mercedes left the highway and bounced gently on the sand. The vehicle slowed several miles later. A line of tents came into view. He straightened in his seat when his Mercedes stopped at a sentry post. It rolled on after a moment and stopped again. Prince Omar got out when Abdul opened his door. The royal adjusted his thobe and pasted on a smile when another man rushed forward and bowed low. "Prince Hassan is waiting for you, sir." The Saudi prince nodded and went down the red carpet. Tents around them. Lanterns hanging from trees. He suspected the vegetation was real, transplanted just for the occasion. An enormous covering high above them, glittering with fake stars and designs. Air conditioning units out of sight, keeping the temperature comfortable. The smells of cooking and folk music playing over speakers. A bunch of women in a traditional dance. Prince Omar wasn't amazed at the splendor on display. It was what he was accustomed to, and he put on such extravaganzas for his VIP visitors. He ducked into the ceremonial tent and hugged the ceremonially robed, distinguished-looking man. "Welcome, Your Highness," the silvery-haired man greeted him. "It's an honor to meet you, Prince Hassan," the Saudi royal replied courteously, and sat on the cushioned mattress at his host's gesture. They made small talk while chai and dates were served, and then they were alone. "I don't have good news," Prince Omar said. "The engagement has to be delayed. Princess Samira has not yet returned from Milan." Prince Hassan stopped sipping. He frowned. "Preparations are already underway, at our end. My son Saeed is looking forward to it." "I am aware of that, Your Highness. It's just that Samira has not yet returned." Hassan put his cup down. "Are there any problems? Is she objecting to this alliance?" Prince Omar hesitated and cursed himself when his host read his expression. "You should be frank with me, Your Highness. It is not just my son and your daughter's future we are talking of here. Your future role in the kingdom, my own interests, they all are dependent on this alliance happening." "Samira does not want to get married at this moment," Prince Omar said. His host sat back. He stroked his beard. His voice was hard when he spoke. "I thought she had consented to the marriage." "We thought so too. But," Prince Omar hurried before Prince Hassan spoke, "I have sent my best man to convince her to return. The engagement and marriage will go ahead. It's just that they will have to be pushed back. I will let you know when she's back. Saeed won't be happy with this development. He'll want to know the reason. You can say Samira is having a farewell party for her Western friends. She's going to spend a month in Milan, and then she'll be back." "A month? That time will go quickly, Your Highness. Your country and mine, you and I can make history, but only if this marriage occurs." "I know that. Does your king know?" "Not yet." "Prince Omar." His host stood up. "I hope we both get the outcome we want, this marriage." "Yes, Your Highness." Prince Omar embraced him and left swiftly. Prince Hassan returned to his cushions and pondered for a moment. He then rang a bell to summon his aide. "Ahmed," he said when his man burst in. "Send Talal to Milan. Ask him to take 2 of his best men. Ask him to find Princess Samira." "Yes, Your Highness." "Once they find her, ask Talal to report to me. I will advise him on what to do next." "Yes, sir." Prince Hassan relaxed when Ahmed left. Talal was part of his close protection unit. Talal was also a formidable hunter. Finding people and bringing them home, dead or alive, was his specialty. 21. Axe got into the Range Rover and checked out Beth's message. "Rahimi's sightings," she began. "We saw him at your hotel on Piazza Filippo Metta, and then on Via Atta in Porta Garibaldi." She had attached a map with red flags to indicate the actual sightings. He tapped on the map to enlarge it. Via Atta ran from Via Fabio Flizzi to Via Antonio Bordoni. However, the flags were between Fabio Flizzi and Via Gustavo Flera. He called her. How did you find these sightings? Aren't we going to do the usual routine? He grinned in the dark. That's our fake affair talk. We can if you wish. No. Megan yelled in the background. You will not pollute the air around me with that shish. Relax, sis, Beth drawled. Axe and I will control our primal urges. She laughed when her twin made a loud gagging sound. We got Werner to run facial recognition on Milan's street camera network. You didn't get his ride or his hotel. Nope. You're saying there are hotels in Milan that you and Meg haven't been able to hack into? You want our help? I do. That cluster of flags on Via Ada. There are a few hotels there in a row. On the left as you go to Fabio Flizzi. Parking and security cameras outside. No. Before you ask, we don't have footage of him or his men entering any of them. It's possible Rahimi scrubbed his presence. We have images of them on the sidewalk, but they could be going to or coming out of any of those places. Or they could be there for any other reason. That's for you to find out. She smirked. I will. He fired up the Range Rover and drove out. 10 p.m. Milan was still awake, though traffic was reducing. The drive from the Porta Romana safe house to Via Ada took 12 minutes. Axe parked in a line of cars on Via Gustavo Flera and walked toward the cluster of sightings. He had a dark jacket, his hands in its pockets, his head bent low, cargo pants covering his legs and Vibram-sole boots on his feet. His Glock, a comfortable weight in his shoulder holster. Spare magazines in his pockets. He walked unhurriedly in the shadows, going around couples and stragglers looping around the neighborhood to enter Via Ada from the Fabio Flizzi end. It was a narrow street, made smaller by the tents several restaurants had put up for alfresco dining. He went past two such covered spaces. Smelled the food, his belly rumbling in sympathy even though he had had dinner. He shook his head when a server urged him to get a vacant table. Axe saw the hotels instantly. 3 of them lined up next to each other. Red billboard on one of them, flickering intermittently. He crossed the street to the sidewalk on the opposite side. A homeless person was sleeping on the concrete, beneath a layer of sheets. A donation bucket next to the shapeless mass, with a plea in Italian to help. Axe withdrew his wallet and dropped a few euros in the bucket, while checking out the hotels. There's a camera. He spotted it on a lamp pole on his side of the street, a few feet to the left of the homeless person. That must be the one Werner got its images off. Yeah, if Rahimi came out of any of those hotels and stood in the middle, there's no way of knowing where's he staying. Even as he watched, a couple came out of the first establishment on the right, toward Fabio Flizzi, stood on the sidewalk and conversed softly. The woman was bundled in an elegant coat, her laugh wafting in the air. Axe moved when they walked away hand in hand. He entered the hotel they had emerged from. Saw that it was one of the minimalistic modern ones where there was just a reception counter, no lobby. No seating. Signs to an elevator beyond the counter. Buonasera, the counter clerk greeted him. I'm looking for my friend. Axe smiled. Cotter Grogan. He's staying in one of these 3 hotels. He forgot to tell me which one. His phone is turned off. I'm sorry, sir. I can't tell you who's staying here. The clerk smiled briefly. It's all right. I'll wait outside. We're supposed to go out for a drink. I tried. Axe went out and tried the second establishment. It was similar to the first, but there was no one at the counter. He leaned over it. A screen in the corner. Whatever happened to handwritten registers? I could have checked out its entries. He straightened and noticed the camera in the ceiling. Nope, can't risk turning the screen around. He went out, raising the collar of his jacket, and went to the last establishment. It was more upscale than the previous ones. A revolving glass door that opened into a large lobby, in which couches and coffee tables were spread out. The reception counter to the left, at which were a couple of clerks. A bar at the far end. Elevators straight ahead. Several guests were sprawled on the couches, conversing and sipping their drinks. A single sweeping glance was sufficient for Axe, who edged toward a wooden hat stand near the window that overlooked the street. He took cover behind it. Rahimi or his men weren't among the guests. He scratched his jaw. Should I rock up to the counter and ask if the men are here? Nope. He shook his head. They might report back to Rahimi. The elevator door opened and Faisal stepped out. 22. A good operator didn't move abruptly. Sudden motions caught the casual eye. Axton Hawke was seasoned. He had been to war, he had gone up against organized crime gangs, he had been undercover for lengthy spells in hostile territory. He didn't duck or hunch quickly. He drew his gaze away from the Royal Guard, pulled his phone out unhurriedly and glanced at it as if responding to a call. "See," he murmured softly and turned toward the window, pretending to listen intently. The glass was tinted, through which he could see the street. A Vespa flashed past, a woman on its rear seat hugging the driver tight. A guest went over to the hotel, dropped a note in the homeless man's bucket, and returned to the hotel. All that was background noise. Axe watched Faisal in the window's reflection. The Royal Guard went to the bar and returned with a beverage. He settled on a couch and got on his phone as he sipped. He laughed several times, shaking his head. Probably talking to his friends or family. He was dressed casually in a loose shirt and jeans. The elevator pinged softly and disgorged more guests, who beelined toward the bar. Faisal didn't look at them. He isn't expecting Rahimi or the others to join him. Axe considered his options. I'll take him if he goes out. What if he goes back to his room? Should I follow him? No. A lot can go wrong in the elevator. There could be guests. Faisal hadn't checked out the guests when he had arrived. He's careless. No. Axe thought about it. He's not expecting me or Kael to show up here. Which meant Rahimi wasn't aware of the tech the PIs had access to. Axe tensed when the man yawned and placed his empty cup on the coffee table. He stretched, made another short call, and stood up. He returned to the elevator, joined another guest in the car, and went up. Axe whirled around quickly and cursed beneath his breath. None of the elevators had indicators to show which floors the car stopped at. At least I know they're staying here, at the Milano Scala. He went out of the hotel and returned to his car. If he had glanced back, he would have seen the homeless man emerge from beneath his layer of sheets and snap several photographs of the pie on his phone. 23. Axe stopped at a street vendor's to get a gelato and proceeded while licking it. He intended to loop back toward his ride, but when he got on Fabio Flizzi, his inner radar pinged. He licked the cone enthusiastically, and then stopped to wipe his lips with a paper towel. He glanced down, turning around as if to check whether the ice cream had fallen on his jacket. A swift sideways glance. 2 men on the sidewalk, about 50 feet behind him, their faces shadowed. Axe threw the ice cream in a trash bin and drew his phone out. Made another pretend call, laughing. He drew on the custom Ray-Bans whose cameras could operate even in low light. The men appeared on his shades lenses. Both of them looked like friends going home after a night out. Are they following me? He got onto Fabio Flizzi and hung a left. They took the same route. No small alleys here, but there are a few on Battista Pirelli. See, he said loudly and held his phone to his ear. Santo arrivando. He nodded several times. I am on my way. He hustled. The men picked up their pace. Yeah. They're tailing me. What are they waiting for? They might have backup. They want to see where I go, and if I get into my ride, their backup will shadow me. It's how he and Kael would have followed someone. He hadn't seen the men with Rahimi, but that didn't mean anything. The Royal Guard team leader could have more men. Axe had left the safe house to take down some of Rahimi's men. He grinned in the night, feeling loose and ready. Opportunity, here I come. 24. Axe got onto Battista Pirelli and pictured the street's layout in his mind. The alley he had in mind branched off the street, circled a hospital and rejoined it next to a bank. He could see its opening ahead. A sign at its entry declaring it was not open for public traffic. He sprinted suddenly, going for the alley. He heard the men shout behind him. They ran too. Axe entered the smaller street. Narrow. Just enough space for emergency vehicles. He could see the hospital's lights in the distance. A wailing siren from an ambulance in front of it. The alley was well lit. There was no cover. The sidewalks were small, barely a few feet wide, leading to the walls of the buildings alongside. The men entered the alley. No weapons in their hands that he could see. No. One of them has a baseball bat. Axe slowed down, panting noisily. He let them draw near. 15 feet and then 10 feet. He leaped high toward the wall on his left. Planted a foot against it, levered off it. Spun in the air with a flying kick which landed on one of the thugs. The man stumbled. Axe landed lightly on his feet. Recovered fast and ducked low when the second heavy swung the bat. It whistled over his head. He ignored the weapon and punched the man deep in his belly with a clenched fist. Heard the distinct snick of a gun being freed from fabric. That first man. Axe kept moving, the men registering on his vision as if in slow motion. The gunman, the one he had kicked, was drawing his weapon from his waist, yelling indistinctly. At his 2 o'clock. The heavy he had punched was staggering backwards, groaning, on his 11 o'clock. Axe was bent low, his right fist unbunching. Not enough time to draw my Glock. The baseball bat was at his feet, which the second man had dropped. Axe fell to the ground as the thug's gun straightened. He curled his palm around the bat and rolled on the hard pavement, swinging it wide. A bullet tore into the night over his head, the report sounding loud in the small alley. Milan seemed to stop and hold its breath. Axe knew that was just his imagination. The bat connected with the shooter's leg. Hard. Merda, the man screamed and stumbled. Axe swung the bat again toward the second man, who jumped back evasively. A burst of noise at the alley's mouth. He saw 3 men enter it, yelling, hands going to their waists, gesticulating. Is that the backup team? 5 against 1. He was on the ground. The odds weren't in his favor. The siren that had been wailing in the background grew louder. The alley lit up when the emergency vehicle swung into it from the hospital and raced toward them. Axe could see the driver and shotgun passenger gesticulating furiously at him. The thugs were shouting triumphantly as they drew their guns. The driver punched the siren again and accelerated toward the mouth of the alley. He wasn't going to stop for anything or anyone. Axe got his palm against the street and lunged sideways. He hit the sidewalk with his shoulder and rolled onto the concrete just as the vehicle raced past him with a roar and blast of fumes. The thugs scattered away from the ambulance, and he took his chance before they could gather. He sprinted toward the hospital, merged into the perennial chaos in front of it, and got inside a cab that was pulling away. Central Station, he ordered and looked back when it pulled away. No sign of the thugs. He had gotten away. 25. Axe got out of the cab before it reached Central. He took his time getting back to his ride, often stopping to take random photographs, darting into small streets, pausing to window shop. He hurried back to this Range Rover when he was sure he wasn't followed. He swept it with the app on his phone, which stayed green, and took a circuitous route back to the safe house. Kael was still awake. His friend gave him a coffee mug and eyed him. No holes. Luck. He briefed Kael and eyed the ceiling. She's sleeping, his friend said. We were awake for a while. She was talking of Nora and Sophia, and then went up. Kael stretched his legs on the couch. Merda. Yeah. Have you come across many Saudis who swear in Italian? Not one. So? Axe grinned. Rahimi's hooked up with a local gang. Makes sense. More eyes on the street for him. What's funny about that? Kael grouched. More thugs for us to take out. Do you think of anything else other than violence? Food. Sometimes. His partner made a disgusted face. We have email. Axe sat up at the way he said it. Someone called Talal messaged us on our website. Never heard of him, Axe said. He says he represents a family in Saudi Arabia. Kael was deliberately drawing it out, knowing he had a captive audience in Axe. Rahimi is already here. Has Prince Omar sent a negotiator? I asked him if he represented Prince Omar. No, he said. Axe put down his cup. What's this family's interest then? Did you look up Talal? No, and there are many Talals out there. He said he would recognize us. Axe frowned. We've got our photographs on our Pi website. Yeah. It could be a trap. I thought of that. We are meeting in a public place. We are meeting. Don't act like you aren't interested. Axe grinned. Where's the meet? Luigi's. He's fine with it. I asked. What about Samira? She'll be with Sophia. Her friend's coming there. Talal might target her friend. In that case, we'll target him. Axe high-fived him. 26. Are you sure you should be here? Kael frowned at Luigi when they entered the cafe. At 10 a.m., the place wasn't busy. That will change soon, he knew. It fills up closer to noon. Who are you, my wife? The chef snapped. His apron hid the dressings on his chest. He moved easily and showed no sign that he had been knifed the previous day. You should have one, Axe said. Luigi planted his hands on his hips and glared at them. Did you come here to, Senora? He broke off, beaming, when Samira appeared from behind Axe. If I knew you were coming, here. He donned his gloves and removed a tray of cakes from the oven. He cut 2 large slices, placed them on a plate, and filled a porcelain cup with coffee. This is for you, he announced. She's not alone, Kael said, and made room for another woman. She was the same height as Samira. Black hair that gleamed in the light. Tanned, strong face. Sparkling eyes, neat features. Her blue summer dress swayed around her calves as she smiled and shook Luigi's hand. I'm Sophia. Samira's friend. Best friend, the princess drawled. Signora. Luigi clapped his hands to his chest theatrically and looked heavenwards. I am blessed. Not one but 2 beautiful women in my cafe. Along with these ugly men. He glowered at the PIs and then his face cleared. Come. He beckoned the women. You'll have the best seats. Luigi. Kael stopped him. Do you have a private room? Somewhere they can be alone. The chef didn't hesitate. My only private room for them, he said proudly, and led them past the kitchen to a small room which had a single table in it. A flower vase and scented candle on the white tablecloth. Luigi bustled around setting up crockery and cutlery, went out and returned with the plate of cake slices and coffee cups. Divertitevi, amici miei. Enjoy, my friends. He placed a silver bell on the table. Ring that for anything. You 2 out. He shoved Kael and Axe out of the room and closed its door gently. Who's she? He asked when they returned to the cafe counter. Sophia Bianchi. Kael reached around the chef and picked a cake slice from the tray. He got slapped by Luigi, who cut more pieces and put them on a plate for the PIs. She was Samira's classmate. They're very close friends. She lives here in Brera. Her father is Luca Bianchi. Signore Bianchi. In the government? He has come here a few times. He always tips generously. You told Sophia to come here. Samira did. Kael swallowed his cake and took another slice. Sophia was walking up as we arrived. There could be trouble today, Axe warned. We are meeting someone. We don't know who he is. We can go somewhere else. He trailed off when Luigi bent beneath the counter and produced a well-maintained shotgun. Benelli M4. The chef caressed its stock. I have a permit for it. If anyone starts anything, he placed the gun on the counter, they'll have to be carried out. Kael was on his second coffee, and Axe was browsing through his ever-present crocheting magazine when a tall man entered the cafe. It was 11 a.m. The joint was crowded. They were at a corner table next to the window. He had his back to the wall, axe facing him. The arrival looked over the customers and nodded when he saw them. "He's here," Kael murmured and got to his feet. Axe laid his journal on the table in plain view. "Talal." The man shook their hands and eyed them. "You look just like the photographs on your website." He settled in the chair Axe dragged over, flanked by the PIs on either side. "Why are you here?" Axe asked. Kael winced. His friend wasn't known for subtlety. Talal didn't seem to be offended. He was dressed in a white shirt tucked into blue jeans, his sleeves rolled to his elbows. He had a good physique, his dark hair was cropped close, and his brown eyes were sharp. "I'll bet he's former military," Kael guessed. "He's traveled. His accent is Middle Eastern, but his English is very good." "I represent Prince Hassan," their visitor said. Kael shrugged. The name meant nothing to them. Prince Saeed's father. 27. Kael put on his game face. "We don't know him either." He suppressed a grin at his friend's impassive visage. An earthquake could break out here and Axe would still remain expressionless. "Prince Saeed is Princess Samira's fiancé." Talal smiled. "Princess Samira?" He raised an eyebrow. "Who's she?" "Let's not play games." Talal's teeth flashed. "We know she has come to you for protection." "How do you know that?" Talal's smile never wavered, but his eyes hardened. "We have our sources. Let's just say that certain concerned parties are willing to pay you well for her safe return. More money than you'll earn in your lives. You can retire. You can buy villas in Monaco and have boats. You can enjoy lifestyles that you see only on TV." Axe rubbed his jaw. "A boat?" "Yes." Talal grinned. "That sounds tempting. We could go fishing, Kael. You could live on it. Go wherever you want. Return." Kael's voice asked icily. "She's not a lost pet." "Of course not," Talal said smoothly. "But she needs to be with her family." "We will talk to her family in that case. Princess Samira will make the final decision. It's her life. I represent." "You told us who you are." It was Kael's turn to smile wickedly. "Word does get around. Samira and Prince Saeed are not engaged. Their alliance is being discussed but isn't formalized. You can say you are an interested party, but nothing more." Talal's eyes flicked between the two PIs. Axe frowned. "But Kael, the villas, the boats, surely we can reach an arrangement." "No. I've always wanted my own boat. It's been a childhood dream. I don't want to see you crocheting on the boat. You do that everywhere else as it is." Talal's forehead creased. His lips thinned when he realized he was being played with. "You don't understand what's at stake. Educate us." Kael leaned forward. "Hand the princess over to her family, and I'm sure they will be grateful." "Does your villa and boat offer still stand if we do that?" Axe asked. Talal ignored him. "I'm sure you know how powerful these families are. You don't want them as enemies." "Yeah, you've got a point." Kael mock shivered. "We get nightmares thinking of that." "You think this is a joke?" "Dude." He leaned forward, deliberately using the word. "Princess Samira is an adult. She has her own will. She'll do what she chooses. It's how the world works," and her reply conveyed through us is no thanks. "You can tell Prince Hassan that we'll be happy to help him in other matters." "I want a boat and a villa," Axe chimed in. Talal waved his hand around, gesturing at the city. "Milan is small. How long do you think you can hide her?" "Why don't you ask Hashim Rahimi?" Kael smirked. "I'm sure you've heard of him. Maybe you know him." Talal didn't react for several moments, and then brought out a business card. It had his name and a number on it. "Call me when you are ready." "Ready for what?" Kael asked. "Ready to talk. Things might become uncomfortable." Axe's eyes lit up. "Will there be shooting?" "I love shooting and boats." The Saudi's face closed. He stood up. "You're making a mistake." "It isn't the first." Kael fingered the embossed lettering on the visiting card. We're still here. Our enemies, many of them are dead. Is that a threat? No. Facts. Talal turned around to leave. Wait. Axe stopped him. He brought his phone out. Smile, he said, and snapped a photograph. You're funny, the Saudi rasped. No. Axe shook his head and pointed at his friend. He's the funny one. What are you? I'm the dangerous one. 28. Wait, Kael said when Axe waved for the check. Finish your crocheting magazine. Talal might hang around to watch us. Axe settled back and opened the page he was reading. This will take a while, he warned. There's an interesting technique here that I didn't know of. Kael rolled his eyes and ordered another round of beverages. He watched Milan go by as he sipped slowly. Send me his photograph. He forwarded it to Beth with a message. Talal. Says he's from Prince Hassan of Saudi Arabia. You have anything on him? His phone pinged half an hour later. A lengthy message from the twin. Talal al-Harbi. Like your friend Rahimi, he too is former SSF. Not much in his file either. He's now attached to Prince Hassan, not much on this royal. He seems to be a mysterious figure. A few photographs of him ribbon cutting, nothing more. Kael frowned. Saudi royals usually have extensive bios. Anything on Prince Hassan's family, he messaged her. I would have sent it to you if we had. His son, Prince Saeed, is well covered in the media. An investor, but I'm guessing he doesn't interest you. He's Samira's prospective fiancé, Axe recalled. Is she willing? He grinned at the question marks. No, he replied. Talal met us a few moments ago. He asked us to return Samira to her family. Return? Like she's lost property? Did you tell him to insert rude language? He laughed. It's Beth, he told Axe when his friend looked up. Axe sorta did, he replied to her. Axe didn't shoot him on the spot. No. Axe is losing his touch. Anything else on Talal? We'll ask our contacts in Saudi Arabia and see if we find anything else. I find it strange that his file and Prince Hassan's file have barely anything in them. Thanks. You've got Rahimi hunting for you, and now Talal. It's heating up there. Just the way Axe wants it. Tell him to call me. We haven't indulged in our heavy-breathing calls in a while. Yuck. What do you know of love? That reminded him of his girlfriend. He messaged a hurried farewell to Beth and called Olivia and spoke to her for a long time. Give the phone to Axe, she ordered after a while. He passed it on to his friend, who nodded silently several times and finished with a yeah. What did she say? Kael asked when his friend returned his phone. That's between me and her. Axe. She said she'll kill me if anything happens to you. What did you say? Nothing. You heard me. She knows I'll kill anyone who harms you. 29. Samira emerged from the room 45 minutes later. She was beaming. Sophia was smiling as well. The two women came up to them, standing close. We're done, the princess said. Done. Axe deadpanned. You know what I mean. She rolled her eyes. She looks relaxed, Kael observed. Happy. The two of them, it's as if they're radiating sunshine. She's told me everything that's happened, Sophia said softly. I tried calling my father, but his phone signal is bad. He and my mother are hiking in Costa Rica. I'll try their numbers later. I'll see if he can return sooner. Isn't there anyone else the princess can go to? Axe asked. No. She shook her head. I agree with her. I wouldn't trust anyone else, and I am Italian. She clutched to Samira's forearm. What happened at that first villa? She lowered her voice. I can't believe you escaped unhurt. Did the Polizia question you? No. Kael grinned. They're still searching for unknown gunmen. It's all over the news. She bit her lip. I'll have to tell my parents. I don't keep anything from them. We aren't asking you to, But I'll tell them only when they are back. Sensible. Kael grinned inwardly. By then, Samira will meet her father and should be safe. That number will work for you. She glanced at Samira, who looked at the PIs. Yeah, Kael said. That burner we gave her is good for a few days. I'll get a taxi. Sophia kissed Samira's cheek, hugged the men, and went out swiftly. Kael's eyes narrowed when he noticed the way Samira watched her friend leave. He didn't say anything, however, and nodded when she finally glanced at them, and asked if it was time for them to go as well. He placed several euros beneath his cup, waved at Luigi, and went out. He searched the street carefully and then gestured to Axe, who brought Samira out. They went rapidly toward their ride and got inside quickly. Thank you for making this happen, Samira gushed when Kael wheeled out. Sophia and I had a lot to catch up on. Aha. Kael grunted as he navigated through the traffic. Axe in the shotgun seat remained silent. Kael saw them on Viale des Mille. Two men in an SUV, cutting around a slower-moving vehicle to fall in behind them. He kept them in his rearview mirror and then, while approaching a traffic light, slowed early. The vehicle was slower to respond, and got close enough for him to recognize one of its occupants. Talal. Axe sensed him stiffening. His friend peered out through the window, at the side mirror. I'll deal with them. He unbuckled his seatbelt. Wait. What? Kael began. Axe got out. What happened? Samira broke off from her humming in the rear seat. Axe has gone to fix a problem. 30. Axe hustled out quickly through the slowing traffic. He waved apologetically at an angry honk and crossed to the central divider, which was a line of trees. He saw Talal in his peripheral vision. The Saudi was glancing at him, and then Axe was crossing the other lane to get onto the sidewalk. He sprinted back, opposite the direction they had come, and again, to a flurry of angry honks and shouts, weaved to the central divider. The light was still red. It turned to green when he crouched low and ran alongside the line of vehicles, which were rolling slowly at the light change. A few windows turned down, and heads craned out to see what he was doing. Cosa stai facendo? What are you doing? A man yelled at him. Axe ignored him. He was 2 cars behind Talal's SUV. He got behind the trunk of the first car. Its taillights flared. Axe peered around its edge. The light was still green, and as he watched, it turned red. Axe grinned. Kael must have turned off the Range Rover at the intersection. His friend had bought him time. Axe burst out of cover and sprinted to Talal's ride. Glimpsed the Saudi through the side mirror. Went to his window and tapped on it. Talal's mouth opened. He seemed to say something. He lowered the window. You're following us? Axe asked him. We're going our way. The man recovered. Is that a problem? You have a problem now, Axe said and shot the SUV's front and rear tires. 31. Kael was rolling the Range Rover at the light change even before Axe, racing toward them, climbed in. He floored the gas when his friend buckled up. Talal will call the police. He eyed the SUV that was receding in his mirrors. Both Talal and the driver had gotten out and were inspecting the wheels. He won't, Axe said confidently. He won't want to draw attention to himself. That's why Rahimi hasn't gone to the cops either. What did you do? Samira asked from behind, apparently not having heard their conversation fully, nor having watched what went down. I stopped them. They were following us. Who's they? Talal. Talal. He's here. Her voice rose. Kael eyed her in the mirror. The stressed look was back. Lines in her forehead, lip-biting, rapid breathing. You know him. He works for Saeed's father. I have met him a couple of times. He's creepy. He and Rahimi. They both are similar. But I think Talal's worse. How did you meet him? When was this? Why didn't you tell me? Breathe, he said softly. She closed her eyes, and for a moment he thought she would protest, and then she inhaled and exhaled, and when she opened her eyes, her voice was soft. Please tell me. He contacted our website yesterday and requested a meeting. He smiled when her mouth opened, and then she forced herself to breathe deeply again. You didn't tell me. We didn't want to worry you. When did you meet him? At Luigi's when you were with Sophia. He was there. He saw me. He didn't see you. He came afterwards. He must have guessed you were there and hung around to watch us. You didn't see him outside the cafe. No. He continued driving around the city, long loops and sudden turns, going through red lights to flush out any tails. Will there be any end to this? Maybe I should go to the police. Kael remained silent. He slowed at a light and checked his mirrors. No one was showing any interest in them. We will take you to the Polizia, if that's what you wish. I don't know what to think anymore. I bet she's wringing her hands again. We will keep you safe. You don't need to decide anything right now. He saw her nod in the mirror. What did he want? He said we should return you to your family. Return. I am an adult. I am not lost property. Kael grinned when Axe thrust his clenched fist back and she bumped it with hers. He offered us boats and villas, his friend said. We turned it down. I've always wanted a boat. I have money, she said. It may not be enough to buy one. Axe turned around in his seat. We don't need boats. We don't need villas. There's nothing Talal, Rahimi, Prince Omar, Prince Hassan, Prince Saeed or anyone else can offer us that will make us do anything against your will. Silence. Only the faint sounds of outside traffic permeating inside. Kael glanced at her. Samira's eyes were moist as she held his friend's gaze. But you said you wanted a boat, she said weakly. I wasn't serious. He's bad at jokes, Kael said. I can be funny, his partner protested. Yeah. I can. I believe you. Kael chuckled at the look of self-doubt on his friend's, one of the most lethal men he knew, face. They were on Viale Pacino, approaching the intersection with Via Marcona. Their Range Rover was the first to the traffic light. He stopped. Cross-street traffic flowing from left to right. He was in the left lane. A couple of cars and bikes parked in bays next the sidewalk. A convenience store beyond. An elderly man came out of it, clutching a newspaper in one hand, a cane in another. Kael took it in casually. Axe still frowning. Samira still in the bench seat. A white Toyota approached on Via Marcona. Coming up fast. It won't make the light change, he thought. And then he saw the hands gesticulating at them, and recognized what they were holding. Shooters, he yelled and stamped on the gas. 32. He wasn't fast enough. The Toyota slipped ahead, blocking his way. The Range Rover rammed into it with the wicked thump of metal tearing into metal, shoving it backwards. Samira screamed from the impact. The car's tires spun and smoked, but it still blocked the bigger vehicle. Get down, Kael ordered when four masked men spilled out armed with guns. A round smashed into the windshield, which spidered, but the bullet didn't penetrate. More rounds slammed into the vehicle as a shooter tried to open his door. Kael glanced back swiftly. Samira was on the floorboards, her face pale, gleaming with perspiration. He gear shifted to back up and jammed his foot on the pedal. The Range Rover surged backwards. Axe's door opened. Where are you going? Kael yelled. The door slammed shut in response. 33. The Toyota was a wreck. Steam and smoke from beneath its hood, its wheels still spinning, it lay on the intersection, blocking traffic. A cacophony of horns and shouts and screams. Traffic piling up behind them as well as ahead. More cars and vehicles, slowing or stopping on the opposite lanes of Viale Pacino, beyond the central divider of trees, to have a look. Axe took it in one sweeping glance. His Glock down his thigh. He had drawn it unconsciously the moment he had jumped out of the Range Rover. He crouched. Heard shooting from Kael's side. They're going to find out their handguns and rifles won't work on the Range Rover. No shooter had come his way. All four are crowded around Kael's door. Is this a Hollywood movie? A car's window slid down, and an excited man asked in English. Raise your window, Axe told him coldly. The window slid up instantly. A footstep behind him. He spun around, dropping to a crouch. Time slowed. Sound faded. A shooter approaching cautiously with an AK-74. He should have shot me. Axe's rounds didn't miss. The first caught the man in the chest, the second tore into his belly. The man fell on the ground. Get down. Stay down. Axe roared. He sprinted across the second lane to the central divider and ran down the line of trees, away from the Range Rover. Found what he was looking for. A Mini, 2 cars behind their ride. An older woman at the wheel. Calm. Her head moving to take him in as he ran toward her. She didn't flinch at the sight of his Glock. She didn't yell. Scoozy, he shouted, not sure if she heard him. He vaulted over the car's roof and sprawled prone on it. Adjusted himself swiftly. Head facing the Range Rover, which was backing slowly since other vehicles weren't giving way. 3 men on Kael's side, pounding at his in the passenger door, shooting at it and the windows, slamming their windows. They didn't hear me shoot their man. It didn't matter. The Mini moved forward. His legs stretched out on the roof for stability and support. He rolled a degree on his right shoulder to align his eyes with his Glock, left leg kicking out for further support. Both palms wrapped around the grip, the left one for support. Eye to sight. Sight to target, the man closest to him, barely 30 feet away. The hostile was smashing at the passenger window with the butt of his AK. Axe pulled the trigger. The man jerked. A burst of red on his chest. His head exploded at Axe's second round. The remaining hostiles shouted. One of them saw Axe and gestured. They started spreading out and raising their AKs. His shots tore into their bodies, dropping them. He waited a moment to check if they moved, and when they didn't, rolled off the Mini. The woman looked at him. Again, no expression. Close up, he could see the lines on her face and on the hands on the wheel. She's older than I guessed. She nodded regally when he saluted her, and then he was away, bending low, using the cover of the 2 cars ahead to sprint back to the Range Rover. He skirted the first man he had taken out, ready to shoot if the man reared up. Time caught up. Sound returned. There were still shouts and yells, but no vehicles were honking anymore. He was conscious of several drivers' eyes. He went around the front of the Range Rover and peered at the fallen bodies. Anyone injured? He yelled at the shadows in the convenience store. Is anyone hurt? He repeated. No, a voice replied. Drive, he told Kael when he climbed into the vehicle. His friend gear shifted instantly, jammed a palm on the horn and eased to the right and shot through the opening as cars made way for them. I'm unhurt, he told Kael at his partner's sideways glance. He glanced back. Samira was back on her seat. Her palms jammed beneath her thighs. She licked her lips. There was a lot of shooting, she managed. There was, he acknowledged. Was it Rahimi? Or Talal? Don't know. They were masked. How did they find us? I've been thinking of that, Kael answered. No one followed us from Luigi's. Which means someone recognized the Range Rover somewhere on the street. No. Axe shook his head. We've been switching its plates every day. Someone saw us more likely and called it in. They must have mentioned the route we were taking, which was how the Toyota got us. Kael squeezed into a no-entry street and took a route away from their villa. He's going to Giuseppe's, Axe guessed, to get a replacement ride. He knew what his partner was thinking from Kael's expression. If someone recognized us on the street, that means Rahimi or Talal have flooded Milan with thugs. 34. Giuseppe pursed his lips when they rolled up into his garage through the side entrance. A terrorist attack, that's what the internet is saying, he said when they climbed out of the Range Rover. The police are saying 4 men are dead, killed by 1 or 2 shooters. White men. Armed and dangerous. No clear descriptions. What? No one caught us on their phone cameras? Kael asked. They were probably scared. The garage owner removed the tarp on the second Range Rover. "I've fueled it up. I guessed you would be coming when I heard a Range Rover was involved." "We took the side streets and small alleys," Kael told him, "but it's possible someone saw us. The police might come here." "I'll tell them you left your vehicle here and went before I could talk to you. Neither of these Range Rovers are registered to my garage. There is no connection between them and my business. Describe us when they arrive. Don't get involved in our stuff." "I will." His voice turned gentle when he looked at Samira. "Senora, are you okay? Can I get a drink for you?" "I am okay." She smiled. "I'm getting used to all this." She glanced at the bullet holes in the Range Rover. "If these two," I pointed at the PIs, "are anything like their friends, they will keep you safe." "They have. I don't even have a scratch on me. Let's go." Kael got behind the wheel, and they were away minutes later. "You think she's okay?" Kael asked Axe in the evening as he set the table for dinner. "I heard her talking when I passed her room. I think she was calling Sophia." "You saw what I saw at the restaurant?" "About them?" he asked softly. He had noticed the women briefly twine their pinky fingers. "Yeah." They straightened when she arrived in a loose tee and capri pants. Her hair swung freely around her shoulders. No makeup. A big smile when she saw the spread Kael had arranged. "Olivia is a lucky woman." She grinned. "Please tell her that," he urged. "She's not on the same page." Her laugh rang out. They ate in silence, and when Kael served coffee, Axe spoke up. "You and Sophia are close." Her cup shook. She licked her lips. The haunted look in her eyes returned. "You. Sophia." She put the cup down and clasped her hands tightly. They still trembled. "I'll find someone else. I don't want you to feel uncomfortable. I should have told you. I didn't know you would notice. Only her parents know about us. No one else does." She rose. "Please sit," Axe said. "We are not backing out. We are not uncomfortable with your relationship. Nothing has changed. You don't need to find someone else. We won't be telling anyone. You are not backing out." "No." She sat heavily and bent her head for long moments. Her eyes were wet when she looked at them. "Now you know why I can't and won't marry Prince Said." She laughed bitterly. "That's not the only reason, but..." She waved helplessly. "I can't go back to Saudi Arabia. I won't live my life trying to fit into that society. I won't be someone I am not. Sophia, she's my life. It's sunlight when I am with her." "What are you doing?" Kael stopped from his scribbling. "I'm taking notes. Those lines are so good. I'm going to steal them for Olivia." She laughed, sobbed, and when he came around to hold her, wept in his chest. "You too." She shook her head after drying her eyes and blowing her nose. "You surprise me continually. I've been around men. Americans, Europeans, people from my country, South Americans, Indians. How's it you're so cool?" Axe smiled. "Hip." She made a face. "Axton Hawke, now I feel safe and comfortable with you two." "He'll start crying," Kael said. "He's very emotional." She belly laughed. 9 p.m. Kael was reading. Axe was reading too, the crocheting magazine. Samira had retired to her room. At 9:30 p.m., Axe glanced at his watch, stretched and got up. "Sophia." "Yeah, what about her?" "I figured out how the hitters found us." Kael looked up. "How?" "Either Talal or Rahimi have watchers on Sophia's house. They followed her to the cafe. They watched her, which is why we didn't spot them. And then they spread out on the routes away from the cafe and organized the hit team." Kael worked it out. "Yeah." He watched his friend remove his tee and slip on the body armor and the comms devices. "Where are you going?" "To Sophia's house. To talk to those watchers." 35. The Bianchi's home was a third-floor apartment on Via Privata Fratelli Gabba. It was a small street that ended up against the Brera Botanical Garden, a large 18th century garden. It was a residential area, quiet at that time of the night, which suited Axe well. He was a shadow as he walked down Via Monte di Pietà, having parked the Range Rover some distance away on the busier street. He thrust his hands in his jacket pockets and whistled softly, the image of a resident out for a late evening stroll. A line of cars parked on the street, all of them dark. No one who was loitering, looking shifty or wearing a sign around their neck that said, "I am watching the Bianchis." Axe turned into Fratelli Gabba. More street parking on the left side. The Bianchi building was the second one from the alley's mouth. Large wooden door rounded at the top. No buzzer. He pushed it open and stepped inside. Marbled lobby. High ceiling. A security desk opposite him, at which were two uniformed men. Both looked up alertly at his entrance. "Scusi," Axe said. "I got the wrong address." They nodded as he exited. "Nope. The watchers won't risk going there. They won't get past the guards." He went to the alley's end, at which was a small metal turnstile that opened into the botanical garden. A waist-high concrete wall in which the gate was ran around the green space. "Nope. They won't be here either. There's no cover for them. Was I wrong about watchers at the Bianchis?" The street lighting was good enough for him to check out the parked vehicles again, as he returned to the mouth of Fratelli Gabba, where it joined Monte di Pietà. His Range Rover was to the right of the intersection, some distance away. The larger street continued to the left and ended in a cul-de-sac at the Botanical Gardens wall, which extended deep into the neighborhood. A dog walker crossed him, speaking softly into his phone, tugging at his pet on its leash. The animal trotted on the street, sniffing at the parked cars. "Ciao," Axe greeted him. The man bobbed his head and kept talking into his phone. His dog barked once at a car on the other side of the street. Motion from inside the vehicle. A pale face in the shotgun seat turned to look at the animal, and then at its owner and Axe. There they are. 36. The watcher's vehicle at his 10 o'clock, its hood facing his Range Rover. The man turned away casually and looked down at something in his hand. A shadow beyond him, behind the wheel, moved briefly. Two men. Any more in the rear? Axe didn't think so. The sedan wasn't resting low on its shocks. He hadn't recognized the face. Not only was the car too far, the man had looked his way only briefly. Why are they parked there? Axe wondered as he continued down Monte di Pietà, toward the Brera garden. They can see whoever enters Fratelli Gabba, he worked it out. It's not a high-traffic area. They'll have time to look inside vehicles, even if they drive in or out of the Bianchi street. Smart thinking, he acknowledged. I didn't see them while walking to Sophia's building, since they are not only beyond the intersection, but also on the other side of the street. Had they recognized him? Axe went to the garden, looking like a man lost in his own thoughts. No other occupants in the vehicles on his side of the street. He lingered at the garden's wall, reading the various plaques on it that described its history and the rare trees and flora in it, and then ambled across the cul-de-sac to get to the opposite sidewalk. Axe grinned. A predatory smile. If they have recognized me, they'll call it in. More heavies might arrive. If they don't know who I am. He wiped his palms against his cargo pants. It didn't matter whether the watchers knew who he was or not. Axton Hawke knew what he was going to do. He kept going at his casual, ambling pace, looking at nothing in particular. 4 vehicles away from the watchers. They might be innocents. Axe knew how to confirm that as well. 3 cars now. His hand went up to his chest. His stride lengthened fractionally. 1 remaining car between him and the target vehicle. Axe drew his Glock. Held it against his chest in plain sight. The watcher's car rocked. He saw the driver move in the side mirror. His door opened. He burst out, a large man moving easily, swiveling around to face Axe, who took a long step forward and kicked the door shut. 37. The door slammed shut, catching the man on his chest and belly, trapping him against the car. He grunted and lost his balance, half falling on the street. Axe kept moving, his Glock rising to slash against the watcher's forehead, putting him out of action temporarily. The passenger lunged out, face intent, hand rising to reveal an HK MP5. Axe skipped backwards, transferred his Glock from right hand to left palm in a smooth move, placed his right palm on the sedan's roof, powered down and leapt high. It was a practiced move, a high leap that carried him over the car, his legs tight together to reduce air friction, using the vehicle's broad surface for his shoulder to roll on. The watcher had to adjust for him. Axe wasn't where the HK was originally pointing. By the time the hostile compensated, the Pie's Glock had clanged against his rifle brutally, flinging it upwards, and by the time the hostile cursed furiously, Axe had completed his roll, landing on the watcher's side, knuckle-punching him in the throat, and then wrapping his left arm around his neck and jamming his Glock against the man's temple. Fermati. Stop, he ordered the first man he had attacked, who gasping had straightened and was turning around to face them. The driver hesitated. Axe tightened his elbow until his captive started wheezing. His HK clattered to the ground. Mani sul tetto. Hands on the roof, Axe growled. The driver reluctantly placed his palms on the roof. Axe slashed his hostage across the temple and shoved him in front to go around the sedan's hood, his body close, using him as cover. He pushed his prisoner toward the driver, reached into his pocket, and flung zip ties at the men. Tie him, he ordered the passenger, and covered both men with his Glock. Blood was streaming down his prisoner's face. He swayed on his feet. The driver was glowering, palms still on the roof, body tensed, ready to burst into action. Tie him or I'll shoot both of you. In your groins, Axe rasped. They might not know English, but they'll understand what I mean. His Glock dropped to cover their thighs. His finger tightened on the trigger. The passenger picked up a zip tie and stumbled toward the driver, who snarled. Axe moved back to the front of the car. The driver twisted suddenly, flinging away his friend, his hand darting to his waist. Axe was expecting the move. He shot the thug in his thigh. 38. The shot was loud in the quiet night. No lights came on in buildings, however. No one called an alarm. The street is empty. That helps. Axe watched the driver, who was bent double, clutching his leg, while the passenger was trying to regain his balance. Remove his gun. Drop it to the ground. Kick it away. Zip tie him, Axe told the passenger coldly. O tia amazo. Or I'll kill you. He wasn't worried about the driver's weapon, or any other guns the passenger might have on him. I've got the drop on them. I can dive behind the car's hood and shoot. They don't have any cover. The passenger seemed to make the same calculation as, after a moment, he removed the driver's gun from his waist, dropped it to the sidewalk, and secured his hands behind his back. Push him back. Hard. The driver went stumbling on the street at the passenger's shove, lost his balance, and fell heavily on the sidewalk. Axe rushed to the remaining hostile and Glock thrust against his neck, patted him down swiftly. No weapons on the man. He removed a roll of tape from his pocket and tossed it at the thug. Tape his mouth. Put a strip over his wound. Then push him on the back seat and tape his legs. The passenger didn't move. Axe aimed at his groin. Your friend will bleed to death. I don't care. Fallow, the driver gasped hoarsely. Do it. Axe went around the car's hood, his Glock covering the passenger over the car's roof when the man helped his groaning friend onto the rear seat. Get behind the wheel, he ordered when the thug slammed the rear door shut. There was a moment when the hostile got inside, when he could have reached for a gun and shot at Axe. He won't. I hit him hard. He's in shock. His bleeding isn't helping either. The Pie slipped into the shotgun seat swiftly. Your hands on the wheel. Axe switched the Glock to his left palm and zip-tied the captive's wrist to the wheel, one-handedly. He looked back at the large man, who was curled up uncomfortably. The watcher's face was slick with perspiration. His breathing was harsh. His eyes narrowed with hate. You might live. Or you might die. Axe shrugged. I don't care. He turned to the other watcher. What's your name? The man wet his lips. He glanced at the Glock. Frankie. Francesco. You understand English? See. That makes it easier. You were watching Sofia Bianchi. The man hesitated. I don't mind killing you, Axe said conversationally. Your car will be wrecked. It will have to be cleaned, but that isn't my problem. See. You work for Rahimi. Rahimi? No. We are Lupinari. Frankie puffed out his chest, momentarily forgetting that he was injured and was a prisoner. Black Wolves? They're a gang. You're a gang. See, the thug said. Talal employed you? Who is he? He isn't lying, Axe figured. He doesn't know who the Saudi is. Who's your boss? Marco. He's got a second name. Conti. We call him Marco. He asked you to watch Sofia. Not him. He's the big. He jerked his head upwards. Big boss. See. Tony told us to watch. Tony is the deputy. See. Frankie looked at his friend. He needs a doctor. I don't care. The thug licked his lips. He took in Axe carefully. He will die. What's his name? Nicky. Nicolo. I don't care if Nicky dies. Do you want to die, Frankie? No. Then forget him and answer my questions. You followed Sofia today. To Luigi's? See. And you called Marco when you were there. Tony. We called him. Did you recognize me when I came? Frankie's forehead wrinkled. Axe tried again. Did you know who I was when I came here? None. You saw the gun in my hand. Nicky saw it, see. Have you been to Sofia's house? Inside. None. Where's your phone? Frankie glanced at his jeans. Axe brought out the thug's phone and glanced at the calls and messages. Many of them were from or to Tony. His lips tightened when he saw several photographs of Sofia. Why did you take them? Frankie flinched at his expression and looked down. Has Nicky taken her pictures as well? The thug nodded sullenly. Rage. Axe rolled the window down. The cool air helped fade his fury. Call Tony. Tell him you followed Sofia. That she's with two men. Now. Frankie whispered. See now. Where is this meeting? Axe had thought of it on his approach to Brera. Oriana Fallaci Garden on Via Quadrono. Tell him Sofia and the two men are parked there and are talking in the men's Range Rover. Tony will kill me, Frankie whispered. I don't know about that, but I surely will, Axe said flatly. Nicky has passed out. If you do what I say, you have a chance to save yourself and him. You can tell Tony I forced you to do this. But decide now. If you won't call Tony, I'll finish you both here itself. My hands are tied, Frankie said shakily. I can't make the call. Speak in the phone. Say what I tell you to. If you warn Tony in any way. No. I won't. Axe dialed Tony's number and put the call on speaker. It rang thrice before an irritated voice came on. See. Sofia's with two men, Frankie whispered, watching Axe's lips. Where? Why didn't you call me earlier? Tony growled. Outside the Oriana Fallaci Garden. On Via Quadrono. Where are you both? We are on the street as well, the thug repeated the Pie's commands. They can't see us. She doesn't know we followed her. Describe these men. We didn't see them properly. They are in a Range Rover. It's them. Tony roared. Paolo, wake Manny up. We're going. Frankie, stay with the men. If Sofia leaves them, let her go. But you and Nicky follow those men and let me know. Got it. See. When will you come? 20 minutes. I will message you when we are near. Where does Tony stay? Axe asked when the call ended. I don't know. Axe jammed the Glock in his throat. I don't know, Frankie screamed. Marco and Tony are always on the move. They never tell us where they are. We meet them outside. That's their security protocol, Axe guessed. He taped the man's mouth and checked on Nicky. The man was unconscious. He'll live or he might die. The Pie shrugged unconcernedly. The neighborhood was still quiet as he sprinted back to his ride and drove it parallel to the watcher's car. He untied Frankie. "Help me move your friend to my car." The hostel hesitated and then moved swiftly at Axe's hard stare. They carried the heavy man and shoved him in the rear seat of the Range Rover. "Get in." The Pie gestured to the shotgun seat. Frankie climbed in silently and slumped forward when Axe knocked him out with a blow to his temple. He zip-tied the watcher's hands and legs and taped his body to the seat. Took the thug's phone and got behind the wheel. The transfer had taken 10 minutes. Another 10 minutes to get to Oriana Fallaci in this traffic. It will be tight. His lips compressed as he wheeled out. What if Tony calls while I am driving? He glanced at Frankie, lolling beside him. Another shrug. Can't take the call. It was a risk he would have to take. Tony wants me and Kael. He won't be put off if his man doesn't answer his phone. Which worked for Axe. 39. Oriana Fallaci was a small park surrounded by tall residential buildings. Via Quorono ran to the north of it, Via Carlo Crivelli to the south, and then buildings to the left and right. Children's play equipment in the center, metal seats, tall trees, and small patches of lawn. It provided an oasis of green from the concrete construction in the neighborhood. Axe came up on Via Casolo. A city bus passed him, empty other than a couple of passengers. A Vespa overtook him, its tinny sound coming faintly through the Range Rover's windows. He hung a left on Via Quadrono. The trees of the park on his left. Parking bays in front of it. Several bicycles and scooters chained to the metal railings. No cars. He drove on, checking out the sidewalks and trying to glimpse inside the park. Too many shadows. Can't make out if anyone is in the park. He continued driving, scanning the street. Took the next right and then the next, circling back, checking out parked vehicles. None of them seemed to be occupied. I don't have a choice. He returned to Via Quadrono and drove into a central parking space. Sat immobile, watching the shadows in the garden. Nothing moved. Light reflected off a children's swing. Trees swayed in the light breeze, but no one raced toward him. He checked Frankie's phone. No missed calls or messages from Tony. He watched the side mirrors and rearview mirror. The street was empty behind him. Frankie stirred. Axe clubbed him with his Glock and knocked him out again. The man slouched against his restraints. The Pie checked on Nicky, who was still out. Axe got out of the SUV, leaving the engine and lights running. He shut the door softly and crossed the street to the residential building on the other side. It had a 6-foot-tall metal grill running along its front. Ivy curling around the bars. A driveway to the right. No gate to the driveway. Axe went on it, confirmed there were no security guards nor any cameras, and crouched next to a thick ivy curl on the fence. His ride was clearly visible through the bars and the leaves, just over 30 feet away. The ambient sounds of the city. A siren wailing away distantly. The hum of air conditioners on the building. The sky dark with shades of orange from Milan's nightlights. Frankie's phone in his palm rang. The contact showed on the screen. Tony. An image of him appearing as well. A large man with a round face. Clean-shaven. Hands crossed on his chest as he leered at the camera. The call died after several minutes, and then the phone rang again. Tony again. The rings ended. Axe watched the street. No traffic. A man appeared on Via Quadrono, to his right. That's where the intersection with Via Gaetano Pini is. Dark clothing. Crossing the street swiftly. Phone in his left hand cupped to his face. Right hand close to his body. He went to the Range Rover cautiously, lingered at its hood, nodded, and then rushed to the driver's door and flung it open. He exclaimed in the night, came around and opened the passenger door. He bent inside for several minutes and straightened, looked around rapidly as he spoke in his phone. He shut the door and returned. Axe let him go to the Gaetano-Pini intersection, and then came out of the driveway and followed him. Just the two of them on the street. The man looked back. His mouth opened to yell when Axe lunged toward him, just as three men rushed out of Gaetano-Pini. 40. Axe recognized Tony instantly. The man was in the center of the group, face twisted in rage. "Prendilo," he yelled. "Get him." 4 against 1. The odds weren't good. The rushing men were closing in fast, less than 20 feet away. The man he had been following was at arm's length, skipping away, his phone dropping to the ground. Neither of them has brought out weapons. Axe had no hesitation. He drew his Glock and shot the man he was following in the shoulder, shoved him toward the approaching men, and lipped sideways. The floundering man crashed into two of the approaching men, and they staggered. Tony jumped clear. He drew his gun. Axe, moving away, struck the sidewalk's curb and fell. That saved him. Tony's round flew over his head and struck a metal railing somewhere. The Lupi Neri men were regaining their balance. They were being urged by Tony to attack. "I'm on the ground. No cover. They can charge at me." Concrete chips spat in his face at a wild fusillade of shots from the attackers. Their aim would get better. Axe slithered backwards and fired, no time to aim, a continuous roll, sweeping left to right and then the reverse, firing at chest level. A gunman fell. Another man screamed, clutched his leg, and hobbled away. Tony ducked behind an injured man and fired back. The round smashed into Axe's chest. He jerked. His round went high and clipped Tony's ear. The Italian howled. An apartment window opened above them. "Santo Chiamando la Polizia. I'm calling the police." An angry voice shouted. Tony spun around and raced down the street. Only one shooter, the one who had checked out the Range Rover, was still standing. "Drop your guns," Axe ordered. Sweat rolled down his face. His chest hurt from the round that had crashed into him, stopped by the body armor he was wearing underneath his tee. Limping thug flung it away. The man on the ground didn't move. The survivor glowered, considered his chances, glanced at Tony, who was disappearing down the alley, and then with an oath threw his gun down. "Lie down." Axe shot at their feet. The two men cursed and lay down. Axe rose, kicked their guns away, and raced down the Gaetano-Pini. He cut across the street randomly, using the parked cars as cover to throw off the hostiles if they commenced shooting. He glanced back at them. They had got to their feet but weren't firing. The street curved. They disappeared from sight. Tony was a bobbing shape ahead of him. Must be 80 feet away, Axe thought. His lungs burned. His ribs hurt. He pounded in chase, thankful that there wasn't anyone else on the sidewalk. Gaetano-Pini was a long stretch of street that joined Piazza Andrea Ferrari, far ahead of them. He can't be going that far. Axe narrowed the distance to hear the man wheezing. Tony lunged to the right, toward a car. Axe shot at his feet. The man fired back wildly. Rounds clipped cars. An alarm went off. A window shattered. Tony got the driver's side door open. Want him alive. Axe summoned all his strength and dove the remaining distance. His shoulder caught Tony's side and sent him crashing against the vehicle. The two men slid against the car. The door's edge gouged Axe's chest. He ignored it. The Italian headbutted him as he tried to bring his gun up. Axe slashed at his gun hand with his Glock. Tony lost his gun. Axe caught the butt on his temple. His head rang. He caught the man's ear with his left hand and yanked savagely. Tony howled. Axe jammed his palm against his chin and rammed his head against the car's door repeatedly until Tony shrieked. "Where's Rahimi?" "No." Axe released him and stood up, heaving. He shot the Italian's thigh. Tony jerked. His scream faded into a gasp. His eyes went wide. "Who hired you?" "R. Rahimi." The man shuddered. "Where is he?" No, don't know. Axe caught the man's fallen gun, a Sig Sauer, with his toe, and sent it skidding underneath the car. He searched Tony, took his phone, car key, and found no other guns. He hired you. Axe brought his Glock up to cover the man's chest. He could see the street behind him in the car's side mirror. No threats yet. Tony cursed. Axe stomped on his wound. The thug screamed and tried to move back, but he was trapped against the vehicle. His head crashed into the door. Where is he? Don't know. L'ho incontrato solo una volta. Axe translated it mentally. I met him only once. Where did you meet him? Bar Magenta. When? Yesterday. Why? He called Marco. He said we should find you. Why? He didn't say. Tony shrank when Axe raised the Glock. Samira. He said she's with you. We should find you and her and call him, or bring all of you to him. But you don't know where he is. Marco has his number. He gave you Sophia's address. See. He told you about me. And your friend too. He showed us your photos. Tony found courage. Lupi neri are everywhere. You think you can escape? We will find you. Axe smiled coldly. You found me. You trapped me as well. What happened after that? Tony snarled and attempted to headbutt. He fell back, shouting when Axe gouged his wound with the Glock. Where can I find Marco? He might know where Rahimi is. You can torture me, Tony said defiantly. You can kill me. But I will never tell you. Everyone has a breaking point. But I don't have time to extract it out of him. The police are coming, a voice shouted from an apartment. Get up, Axe ordered. Tony heaved up, grunting and cursing. Passenger seat. The Italian went around the car, and as soon as he was inside, Axe knocked him out with a brutal blow. He belted the man, zip-tied his hands and legs, taped his mouth, and taped his entire body to the seat. He got behind the wheel and drove toward Piazza Andrea Ferrari. He felt inside his tea and grimaced when he felt the round lodged in his armor. Those have saved our lives so many times. He stopped at the plaza in a vacant space and got Werner to look up Tony. The AI software was loaded as an app on his and Kael's phones and provided full functionality. Tony Gallo, Werner came back quickly. Number 2 in Lupi Neri. Primary suspect in 2 murders. Wanted by the Polizia di Stato for more than a year. Polizia di Stato. State police. The country's civilian police force. Operating in the country's towns and cities under the leadership of the Questura, the local heads of police. Axe chuckled. He knew where Questura di Milano was, the city's police headquarters. He ordered Werner to turn off his Range Rover and lock it. All the agency vehicles can be controlled by the AI. He drove carefully, stopping at all lights and sticking to the speed limits. Don't want the cops to stop me here. He was sure the police weren't looking for Tony's ride. He parked it where there weren't any cameras, close to the car behind. No one from any apartment would have seen its plate. The police headquarters was on Via Fedbene Fratelli, an imposing cream-colored building that surprisingly did not have any cruisers in front of it. They're behind, through the restricted entrance. Axe stopped in front of the building, 2 wheels on the sidewalk. He rummaged through the glove compartment and found the car's manual and a marker. Scribbled on the cover. Tony Gallo. Taped the book to the man's chest and left the car with his head bent, a hand covering his face. 41. Kael was awake when Axe returned at 1 a.m. He got up, poured coffee in a cup, and served it to his friend. His partner swigged gratefully, put the cup down, and removed his jacket. Kael didn't say anything when he noticed the bullet hole in the fabric. His friend removed his tea, then the armor, and dug out the deformed round and weighed it in his palm. Sig Sauer. Kael inspected it. Tell me you didn't blow up any buildings. I didn't. The Range Rover is intact. All right. Give me the bad news. How many dead? Axe grinned. That's bad news. Tell me. One for sure. Maybe two. He ran through what had gone down quickly. No one stopped you when you walked away from the Questora. Kael chuckled when his friend had finished. Nope. What about the Range Rover? The cops weren't around it. No. They were in Gaetano Pini. I dumped Frankie and Nikki in front of the garden and left. Werner's already scrubbed my presence. Beth confirmed that when I was returning. Marco will be raging. Yeah, Axe said unworriedly. Rahimi and his team are still out there. Correct. We don't know what Talal is up to. We don't. Kael frowned. His friend was calm as he sipped his coffee. Bare-chested. Scars and wounds on his torso from his time in the military, and their pie cases since then. I don't like it when you go like that. Like what? As if you are planning something. I intend to keep Samira safe until the Italians take her in. Nothing more. And you'll go through anything and anyone who's in your way. You won't. Of course I will, Kael snorted. Axe looked at him carefully. You're hiding something. I am not. I have the best poker face in the world. To others. Not to Olivia and me. What's up? We are meeting David Romano tomorrow. Kael glanced at his watch. Today at 10 a.m. Who's he? Luca Bianchi's manager at the Ministry of Interior. 42. Kael laughed at Axe's astonished expression. Sophia set it up. She finally spoke to her dad. Her father called Romano, and his boss agreed to meet Samira. Does Romano know who Samira is? Yes. How does this work? Any person should go to the nearest Questora and seek asylum. Samira is not an ordinary civilian. She's a high-profile person. Yes, I am aware. Which is why Samira intended to meet Sophia's dad in the first place. So, he resumed, the way the process works is the asylum seeker goes to the police station, states their case. The cops investigate it, lawyers and human rights people get involved, the immigration authorities process the case, and it progresses through the system. Samira gets fast-tracked not only because thugs are hunting her, but also because of who she is. You looked up Romano? Yeah. He's a civil servant. Nothing incriminating about him. If Sophia's father suggested the meeting, he should be a good guy. We'll see. Sophia's coming too. To the meeting. Axe smiled. I figured that. Kael took the wheel in the morning. Axe shotgun. Samira in the rear seat, dressed in a business suit, holding a file. She's written her story down, along with photographs and phone call recordings. He had been impressed when she had shown it to them over breakfast. She's recorded her step-parents, Rahimi's behavior with other women, and even a meeting with Prince Saeed. He saw Axe glance down at his phone as he drove, and knew what his friend was checking out. The Range Rover has front and rear-facing cameras on the roof. He's looking out for tails. Clear so far, Axe murmured. Kael drove into Via Monte di Pietà. Saw his friend point discreetly to where he had spotted Frankie and Nikki. There were no vehicles there. Lupi Neri must have driven it away. He turned into Via Privata Fratelli Gabba, reversed and stopped next to Sophia's building. Axe shot out like a panther and returned moments later with Sophia, his body covering hers. He held the door open for her and she was inside. 5 seconds, Kael thought, satisfied, and gunned out. He eyed the new arrival in the rear mirror. Tutto bene. Everything is all right. Now it is. Sophia smiled, answering in English. He could see she and Samira had clasped hands. I miss Olivia, he thought with a pang. She would have enjoyed Milan. Not really, his inner voice objected. She wouldn't have liked to be in the middle of all this. He smiled as he thought what his girlfriend would do. She would move heaven and earth and get her protected. Which is what Axe and I are doing. You've met Romano? He met Sophia's eyes in the mirror. No, she said. Papa has mentioned him several times, but he doesn't bring anyone from work home. Your dad said anything about how it'll go for Samira? It'll be a breeze. He would have liked to handle her case himself, but he's sure Signore Romano will do everything. He's briefed his boss. How come your father is based here? Isn't the ministry's office in Rome? He works 2 days a week out of Milan. Signore Romano is from Milan too, and he too has the same arrangement. He has an office here. Both he and his boss have an arrangement with the commune. That's the provincial government. Yeah. Papa and Signore Romano work out of the commune's office on Piazza della Scala. That's the address I gave you. Kael nodded in acknowledgement as he drove on. Who else will be with Romano? Axe asked. I don't know. She shrugged helplessly. That's an old historic square, Kael recalled. Museums, an opera house, and government office. Axe and he had studied the piazza on a map and had decided they would have to park on Via Alessandro Manzoni, a street that ran near the commune's office. Only pedestrians can enter the square. We are to go through the front entrance. We don't know anything about the building, nor of Romano. It wasn't ideal, but there wasn't anything they could do about it. Shades, he told the women softly when he parked in a bay on the street and paid for it on an app. Samira and Sophia put on their eyewear. Let your hair loose, he told the princess. She untied her ponytail and fluffed it. Sun hats, Axe grunted. The women wore the headgear that Kael had organized in the safe house. You're scaring me, Samira breathed. We're with you. This is routine. Signore Romano will ask some questions, you will give him your file, and he will give you a case number. It should move fast. You'll have an interview with the immigration department, soon. Papa will keep tabs on your case. Sophia squeezed her forearm reassuringly. Axe exited. He checked out the street and opened the door. Sophia emerged first and then Samira. Kael led them to the piazza. His eyes flicking. Looking past the tourists. Watching out for sudden movements. Looks quiet, Axe in his earpiece. Yeah, he murmured. I can't see any hostiles either. He patted his chest absent-mindedly and remembered they had left their weapons in the Range Rover. They wouldn't have gotten past the commune's security. We don't need them in any case, he told himself. We weren't followed. Rahimi and Talal do not know of this appointment. Romano is not a threat. 43. The commune's office was Romanesque Tuscan-style building overlooking the square. Stone walls on the ground floor and then a smooth concrete facade. Rows of windows on each floor, each one of them surrounded by ornate sills. Flags of the city, the state of Lombardy of which it was the capital, of the country and the European Union fluttering above the main entrance. The piazza was crowded with tourists, many of them snapping photographs, poring over maps, and going determinedly to their next must-see venue. There was a circular strip of green in the center around which were concrete benches, and in the middle of the square were monuments. Kael didn't linger. His practiced eyes swept the throng of civilians as he led the way to the commune's office. Its double doors were wood. An armed police officer eyed them as they stepped inside. An airport-style metal detector arch through which they passed. A security guard wanded them, and they proceeded to reception. Sophia took the lead and joined the line at the counter, Samira next to her, the PI's watchful. No threat here either. Kael scanned the room. Several doors leading off from the reception area. A couple of elevators. A large wooden staircase to their left. A few people milling about, the rest of them going about their business. Sophia fired off in Italian to the counter clerk, too fast for Kael to follow. She bobbed her head at Samira, smiled several times, and said grazy. Second floor, she said, and led them to the elevators. Stairs. Kael stopped her. It was operational security. If the floors could be climbed to, go by stairs. Don't be trapped in elevator cars. She nodded unquestioningly and followed him up the wooden stairs. A large landing leading to a hallway and several offices, and then up the next floor. Sophia checked the instructions she had scribbled on a leaflet. He couldn't come down to meet us, she said absently as she went down the hallway and checked doors. His meeting was overrunning. There. She pointed to a door in the middle. No name on it. No door number. She knocked on it and went inside at a voice. Kael made room for Samira and he and Axe entered last. A small office. About 80 square feet. Rectangular. Red carpet beneath their feet. Various flags and photographs on the cream-colored walls. A large polished wood desk behind which stood a suited man. Thinning hair styled neatly. Clean-shaven. Senora Samira. His eyes darted between the two women. That's me. The princess smiled and shook his hand. I am her friend Sophia. Luca's daughter. He beamed. He speaks a lot about you. Sit. Sit. He gestured. There are enough chairs. All in English. Probably for our and Samira's benefit, Kael noted. These are my friends. Samira indicated the PIs without introducing them. Kael sat in the second row behind the women while Samira started explaining. Axe wandered to a window. Romano eyed him briefly, and then switched his attention to the women and listened. A clock ticked somewhere. Indistinct conversation from outside the door. Romano grunted and made non-committal noises as he went through Samira's file. I thought this would be straightforward, Kael frowned. He glanced back at Axe, who was at his 7 o'clock. His friend was impassive as always. Hands crossed across his chest. Leaning against the wall next to the window. A picture of stillness, giving nothing away of his true thoughts. Kael knew him well, though. He could sense his partner's impatience. Is there a problem, signore? He asked. No problem. Romano smiled. We have to follow procedure. This is an unusual case. Asylum seekers don't come to us. They go to the questora. This is the first such case I am handling. Senora Samira is not the typical person who seeks a home in our country. He asked questions. Samira answered them. He made notes. He frowned a few times at the photographs. Sophia shifted in her seat. She glanced back at Kael. He could sense her tension. Her dad must have told her it wouldn't take this much time. We've been here 20 minutes already, and he's making Samira repeat her story. Romano's cell phone rang. He made an apologetic face and took the call. He stood up and frowned. Turned away and spoke softly. Adesso. Key. Here. Now. Kael made out the words before Romano ended the call. I am sorry, he said with a strained smile. I have to go out for 15 minutes. A government minister wants a report. You know how they are. Everything is key with them. I will send for coffees. I'll be back quickly. He left swiftly. I don't know what's happening, Sophia said helplessly. She rummaged in her handbag and brought out her phone. I'll call Papa. It's 3 a.m. in Costa Rica, Axe drawled from the window. No need to disturb him. Your line might not even connect. There's nothing to worry about. Axe could strike fear with his gaze. Or he could reassure with a subtle change of expression, as he was doing then. Yeah, Kael agreed. He poured water in fresh glasses for the women. He went around the desk to glance at the notes Romano had been making. That's rude, his friend reminded him. That's more your style is what you mean, Kael retorted. He squinted at the official's handwriting, trying to make the words out. Heard his friend exclaim. Kael didn't look up. He bent over Romano's notes. Kael. He jerked up at Axe's urgent call. Saw his expression. Went over to him swiftly. Looked out of the window, following his partner's gaze. The commune building seemed to be square, enclosing a central courtyard. Romano's office windows overlooked that central area. Tables and benches at which several office-goers were seated. Sunlight slanting through, falling on the cobbled floor. Kael felt the women join them. He heard Samira gasp, and he knew why. Romano was gesticulating at a suit. Next to the suit was a tall man in a casual jacket. Hashim Rahimi. 44. Fire alarm, Axe said and moved instantly to the door. Rahimi pulled that trick on us at the Filippo Meta Hotel. Time to use it on him. He didn't wait to check if his friend was following. He knew Kael would. He went to the door, opened it carefully, and peered out. He didn't see any of Rahimi's men. Rustling sounds from behind. He turned to see Samira hastily dumping her file in her bag, with Sophia helping. He chuckled inwardly when Kael went around the desk again and pocketed Romano's notes. Hats and shades, he ordered, putting on his Ray-Bans, and exited the room when they were bunched up behind him. Searched the wall for the fire alarm. Found it several feet ahead. Take them, he told Kael as he picked up a fire extinguisher and used it to break the glass and pull the alarm. It shrieked loudly. A long, continuous sound that broke off for a second and then repeated. Fuoco, he roared, pointing at Romano's office. Fire. By. Go. He repeated the instructions as Kael grabbed Samira's forearm and sprinted toward the stairs. Their rush spurred the staffers in the hallway who shouted, took the pie's cue and raced to the steps. A crowd formed at the stairs. Noisy commotions. Where's the fire? How did it start? Someone called the fire service. Questions and shouts in the air from the mass of people as they squeezed into the bottleneck of the escape route. Axe smiled grimly as he overtook his friends, holding the fire extinguisher against his chest to barge through the crowd. He reached the start of the steps, checked out every person he passed and scanned those on the stairs. Everyone was hurrying, and either on their phones or rapidly chattering with the people next to them. He leaned over the banisters to look down. A crowd in the reception area, who still weren't sure of the emergency. Fuoco, he shouted. Molte stanno bruciando. Many rooms are burning. What are you waiting for? The whole building to collapse. His shout worked. The people rushed to the entrance. Take the rear entrance, he spoke in his collar mic. Copy, Kael responded. Axe could see his friend in his custom shades. He was behind the women, clearing the way for them by spreading his hands wide and shoving people away. No time to be polite and respectful, Axe thought grimly as he continually scanned the stairs. They reached the first landing. One more flight to go before they reached the ground floor. No sign of Rahimi. Will he be at the rear entrance? If we go through the front, we'll be stuck with the crowd. Can't take that risk. Rear entrance is safer, even if Rahimi has posted men there. Getting to the Range Rover was important. They had weapons in it. It was their mobile safe haven. Axe gritted his teeth when someone trod over his toes. He made to shout when he saw a man climb up. Going against the flow of people. Searching the crowd. Their eyes met. Don't recognize him. The man searched behind. His face lit up when he seemed to spot Kael and the women. He brought his phone up. Is he a stranger or hostile? Axe didn't waste time figuring it out. Can't let him warn Rahimi if he's one of them. He hurled the fire extinguisher at the man. 45. Axe's aim was good. There were no obstructions in the air. The fire extinguisher crashed into the man's chest. His phone flew in the air and fell to the ground floor. The man shouted and went down. His fall created a domino effect. Several other people shrieked and fell. Shouts of alarm in the air as people panicked and stampeded in the crush. Careful, Axe warned, clutching the banister hard to balance himself. His eyes were ceaseless, checking out the crowd. He passed the spot where the man had gone down. Several people bending down to help. He tried to peer over their shoulders. Santa Bene, he yelled. Is he all right? See, someone shouted. Axe wasn't sure whether to believe the reply. Was the man hostile? Did I misread his gesture? He shrugged mentally as he continued down the stairs. I'll apologize if he's an innocent. I'll donate to his hospital bill. This is Italy, dumbass. They don't get expensive healthcare bills here. He stopped worrying when he glimpsed Samira's and Sophia's tight faces in his shades. They need to be safe. No one else matters. Behind me, he shouted at Kael when he got to the ground floor. Hundreds of people in the heaving crowd, trying to get out of the front door. Axe slipped, grabbed a shoulder and regained his balance. Crazy, he said to the stranger. He searched the room for other exits. Saw the emergency exit sign. Joined the stream of people that were going that way. A smaller crowd that was squeezed tight in the hallway that ran to the right of the reception counter. Offices on either side, narrowing it. Grunts, elbows, and the smell of sweat and traces of women's perfume in the air. Qualcuno ha visto il fuoco? Someone shouted. Did anyone see the fire? See, Axe yelled. On the first floor. Many offices are burning hard. That added momentum to the rush. Fresh, cool air from the open emergency exit ahead. He glanced back when someone clutched his shoulder. Sophia, a hand on him to steady herself. Hold Samira as well, he ordered. Don't lose each other. Never, she replied. He grinned despite the moment. She might mean that differently. He stumbled when a staffer next to him lost balance. Heard her scream when she too staggered. He caught her palm on his shoulder, jammed a hand against the wall to his left and straightened himself. The exit was mere feet away. The crowd was surging forward. He clutched his chest and then remembered. No guns. We left them in the vehicle. A fire extinguisher on the wall caught his eye. He leaned left, throwing his weight on the people next to him, yanked hard at it, freeing it from its fastenings, nearly lost it when someone crashed sideways into him. And then he was through the door and onto Piazza S. Fedele, a smaller square behind the commune building. One glance to check on Sophia and Samira. Their hair askew. Sweat on their foreheads. Kael behind them, his shades reflecting the surroundings. No cover here either, Axe thought as he led them toward Via Case Rot, which was on their left, a busy street on which traffic passed. Can't see Rahimi or his men though. Maybe they're covering the front. That didn't seem like what he had heard of the Royal Guard. We would have watched all exits if it was us. He put the thought behind him as he hurried to the busy street. Get on its sidewalk, go left and then right on Manzoni, where our Range Rover is. Less of a crowd when they reached Via Case Rot sidewalk. The usual crush of tourists, but nothing they couldn't navigate through. How did Rahimi know we were there? Kael in his earpiece. He must have watchers everywhere. Or Romano alerted him. Axe wiped sweat from his forehead. If he did, Rahimi would have been there earlier. We'll figure it out later. Let's get them off the street. Axe barged through a small group of tourists who were checking out a map. The intersection with Manzoni, ahead. Traffic lights. Cars and tourists bunched up, waiting for green. Many people looked on curiously at the fire extinguisher he was still holding. Not gonna give this up till we reach our ride. He got onto the crosswalk to Manzoni, Sophia and Samira close behind him. Got onto that street's sidewalk. Faisal appeared suddenly in front of him. 46. Faisal was with two men, the three of them ranged out on the sidewalk. The men were walking fast and seemed to be in conversation when Axe burst through the crosswalk crowd. They were startled to see him. As was Axe. Those are the same men as at the Filippo Meta Hotel. Faisal's phone was in his hand, which was down his side. He raised it to his face. Axe didn't throw the fire extinguisher at them. He leaped forward instead, and holding it with both hands, smashed its body into the Royal Guard's forehead. Can't let him warn Rahimi where we are. The fire extinguisher's impact was a satisfying deep thunk. Faisal fell to the ground. Axe stamped his foot on the man's phone, crushing it, pivoted on his toes and jabbed the makeshift weapon in the belly of another hostile, and continuing his move, gripped the cylindrical body's nozzle, swung it like a club to catch the third man's head. Go, he roared at Kael. I'll stop them. His sweating palms lost their grip on the fire extinguisher. It went flying. A woman shouted and ducked. Axe caught sight of his friend racing past them with the women. The fire extinguisher crashed into a store window. Glass shattered. The shop's alarm went off. Axe bent over the man he had clubbed with the implement and searched him swiftly, while keeping his eye on the third hostel. He found the thug's phone and flung it to the ground, shattering it. He kicked the man brutally in his face. The man slumped and lay unmoving on the sidewalk. Axe was going to the third man when a body slammed into him and arms went around him. Faisal, who screamed at his thug. Rashid, call Hashim. Tell him they're here. Axe stumbled from the man's weight and nearly went down. The royal guard's arms were like steel bands, restricting his movement. The Saudi headbutted him from behind. Rashid was gasping, a hand jammed in his pocket, scrambling backwards, coming up against fleeing customers from the store. Can't let him make his call either, Axe thought dimly. He didn't know where Rahimi was. Probably still at the commune's front entrance. He didn't care. Faisal headbutted him again. Axe staggered. Rashid brought his phone up. Axe shouted hoarsely as he forced himself to move, carrying Faisal's weight toward the hostel, and then his legs gave way. He started falling. Faisal yelled triumphantly. Rage filled the PI. A red mist descended on him. He didn't know how he did it. Rashid's fingers were moving on his phone's keypad. His mouth was opening in preparation for the call to connect. His expression turned to alarm when Axe, stumbling, staggered toward him. The PI groaned from the now continual headbutts and the crushing weight of the Saudi guard on his back. Sweat pouring down his face, his breathing laborious, he took a long trembling step toward the phone hostel, and it was an ungainly swivel, but a pivot nevertheless, spun around to crash Faisal into Rashid. The three of them went down on the sidewalk. Axe on top of Faisal, who lay on Rashid. Faisal's arms released him. Axe's elbow snapped up instantly to connect with the royal guard's chin. The PI rolled off him. Rashid was swearing, pinned down beneath Faisal's weight, desperately trying to scrabble for his phone, which was a few inches from his outstretched hand. Axe threw himself across Faisal's chest, grabbed the device, and broke it on the concrete. His breath wheezed out at a hard blow to his ribs. It was Faisal who was cursing, urging the other man to get out from beneath him. A fleeing pedestrian fell on them. A folded umbrella rolled off the person. Axe caught it, swung it at the now charging Rashid, who was holding a knife. The umbrella's sharp tip caught the man's chin. It drew blood. Axe corrected his aim, rolling away from Faisal, and thrust forward. Faisal punched him in his ribs viciously, which made his aim slip. The umbrella struck Rashid's throat. Axe didn't see if he drew blood. The Saudi groaned. Movement in Axe's peripheral vision alerted him, and he rolled away just in time to evade Faisal's fist to his neck. Have to get away. Cops will arrive soon. He threw himself at Faisal, taking a blow to his chest, landing several knuckle punches on the Saudi's face. He fell on top of the man, caught his chin, and slammed his head on the hard sidewalk. You won't get Samira, he snarled. Tell Rahimi. Blood leaked from the Saudi's forehead as he punched back, landing several blows on Axe's neck. You think this is about just her? Yeah. Family honor, face, and all that, the PI panted, rocking back from a hit to his temple. You'll never understand. Axe saw a figure looming. Saw Rashid bleeding, face twisted in rage, rushed toward him. Axe slammed Faisal's head on concrete and spun away. Got a foot beneath him and straightened, rising. A cafe's outdoor seating just ahead. He lunged toward an empty chair, feeling hands on his back. He wrapped his palms around it and swung it around. The furniture caught Rashid on his chest. He went down, shouting. Faisal was lurching to his feet. He too went down when the lightweight table that Axe had flung landed on him. The PI didn't stay to watch. He set off down Manzoni. Kael, he yelled in his collar mic. Cursed himself when he realized he'd lost his earpieces during the fight. The Range Rover's near the Via Romagnosi intersection. He weaved through pedestrians. Didn't see it. Kael's gone. Which was the right tactic. He's got to protect the women. But it left him exposed on the street. Axe heard Faisal shout behind him. He darted into Via Romagnosi, a narrower street, eyes searching frantically for an escape route. The police will have been alerted by now about the fight. Faisal will find someone's phone to call Rahimi. I've got to get away. A motorcycle rider caught his attention. He seemed to be a delivery driver, coming out of a restaurant. Axe sprinted at him. The man neared his vehicle, which was on the sidewalk. Faisal and Rashid entered the street, yelling loudly. They want me. They'll try to extract where Samira is from me. Delivery man's leg swung over the bike when Axe reached him, shoved him away. Scusi. I'll drop this somewhere. Crazy. He yelled, grabbed the key from the man's hand, leaped onto the bike, fired it up and roared away. 47. Kael handed Axe a water bottle when his friend burst into the safe house an hour later. His partner was sweat-soaked. Smudged forehead, dirty jacket, a torn sleeve, hair mussed up, but seemed to be uninjured. Samira and Sophia were at the kitchen island, watching with mouths agape, as his friend drank deeply and wiped his lips. Kael handed a towel to him. His friend took it and wiped his face and arms. A good friend would have backed me up, Axe growled and sat across from the women. Pisha. Kael waved airily. I knew you would get away. When I lost comms contact, that's when I told Samira and Sophia not to worry. I could have been killed. Killed by Faisal and his thugs. Not possible. Axe grinned. Your confidence is reassuring. But they nearly got me. What went down? Recognize that man on the stairs? Kael asked when his partner finished. No. The two with Faisal were the ones at the hotel. Yeah, I remember. Samira said things were bad, Sophia said shakily. I didn't quite believe her, now I do. How are you both feeling? Kael eyed the women. I have witnessed riots, the Italian said. But I've never been this close to violence. They won't let anything happen to us, Samira said softly. Sophia blinked back tears. I know. I'll be all right. She laughed, sobbed when Kael refilled her coffee mug, and after a sip, her voice was stronger, steadier. I tried Papa and Mama before you arrived. This at Axe. The call didn't connect. I can't believe David Romano sold us out. We should go to the police. No. Kael shook his head. Can't risk that. Besides, Romano might not be involved. Explain, Axe growled. He didn't look like he knew who Rahimi was, down in that courtyard. There was a third man. Yeah, a suit. Correct. It felt like the suit was ordering him to take Rahimi to us. You're reaching. Tell me you didn't sense that. Axe dried his palms on the towel and inspected his nails, frowning. It's possible, he admitted finally. How did this man, Rahimi, know we would be there? Sophia burst out. He's probably got contacts everywhere. Someone in the commune office alerted him that Samira had an appointment, Kael explained. Which is why we can't go to the Polizia. Yeah. He eyed Sophia speculatively. You have anything urgent back home? No. My job doesn't start for a few weeks. I had planned for Samira and me to spend time. She trailed away, a trace of pink on her cheeks. He means, do you need to be home? Axe asked. No. Her hair flew around her head when she shook it. Why? It might be safer to stay here. Until your folks return. She bit her lip. Rahimi will be at my place. Best not to tell her about the loopy Nero watchers. No point in scaring her, Kael thought. Just a safety measure, he said reassuringly. This place is big enough. Samira smiled at her. I guess that will work. Sophia said uncertainly. I'll need clothes. We wear the same sizes. I bought a lot. The princess laughed. Kael suppressed a grin at the looks on the women's faces. Wait till Beth hears about them. She loves romance. It's settled, he said decisively. It is. His friend raised an eyebrow. It is, he said irritatedly. Having Sophia here will reduce our risk. Less reason for Samira to be out in the city. We leave the safe house only if we have to, or are feeling cooped up. We stay put till her dad returns. We decommissioned a few of Rahimi's men. Lupineri's deputy is with the cops. I haven't checked the news. They are all about us, Kael said grimly. The police have identified us from all the cell phone and security camera images. I guess Beth and Meg couldn't scrub all the feeds. The cops want to talk to us. Samira licked her lips. If we go to the police. We aren't going to the police, Axe said flatly. She looked at him and then at Kael. How will we get around if we have to? The police don't know about you and Sophia. Maybe they will after today, but so far it's only us on TV, Kael replied. Will. They don't have my best picture, Axe complained as he checked out the news on his phone. See what I have to deal with. Kael flung up his hands. He nodded at Samira. We'll be disguised. You both too if we have to. Quiet in the kitchen when the women went upstairs. Axe leaning back in his chair, hands crossed behind his head. You aren't showering? Kael asked him. No. Aren't you a neat freak? Yeah. I don't get it. I'm going to get dirty again. Lupineri and Rahimi will be hunting us. I'm going to reduce their numbers. Why am I not surprised? You're forgetting practically the whole city is looking for us. They're hunting for two men who look like us. I'll be disguised. Can I say anything to stop you? Like it's too dangerous. That's a motivation. Kael rolled his eyes. Only Axton Hawke could say that. Talal. We haven't come across him since that meeting. I doubt he's forgotten us, Axe said. I am sure he hasn't. What are you thinking? Maybe I'll check out who's watching Sophia's house tonight. Kael grinned. Axe knew only one way to defend. Which was to attack. He'll hit hard at Rahimi and that punk outfit, and even Talal, until they run out of men. And even then those folks might not stop, he thought soberly. Which is fine. We need to be safe only until Bianchi returns. 48. Prince Omar looked up at a footstep at his study's door. The study was bigger than a basketball court. One wall was a library, stocked with Arabic literature. Another wall had a map of the world, with a focus on Saudi Arabia. Soft rugs were on the floor. Hunting trophies, guns, swords, and decorative knives on another wall. Couches and coffee tables with magazines and newspapers from around the world. He was at his desk, the size of a pool table, going through a file. No computer for him. Those devices were for flunkies. Hiya, come in, he said when his wife appeared. He closed his file and leaned back in the throne-like chair. She was in her ceremonial robe, her anklets rustling as she came forward. No veil. She didn't wear it when she was with him. Something's on your mind. He went around, hugged her, and sat next to her on a couch. I am scared, she said. He knew what she was referring to, but wanted to hear from her. About Milan. Samira. Don't you think it's going out of control? I heard what happened a few hours ago. She shuddered. Why is Hashim doing this? Because we need her back. Nothing happened to Samira. She managed to escape. Who are those men with her? Americans. Private investigators. Hashim researched them. We don't know how Samira found out about them or contacted them. He shrugged and clapped his hands. A flunky entered the room instantly, bowing. Chai and dates, he ordered, and when they had been served, drank silently. The hot beverage seemed to calm his wife. The police are looking for those men. They didn't mention anything about Samira. I have been following the news reports. Don't watch the news. Hashim will update us. He scares me sometimes. He protects us. He can do anything. That's good. What if she doesn't return? Prince Omar put his ornate cup down. He had to choose his words carefully. Milan is big, but Hashim is well organized. He didn't tell her that the guards had suffered losses. He will find her. It's already close to a week. I have an idea. What is it? she asked impatiently when he hesitated. You take Nora to Milan. Hashim will arrange a meeting with these men. Samira will want to meet her sister. You know how close they are. Princess Haya looked uncomprehendingly at him for a moment, and then she jerked. Hashim will kidnap her at the meeting. Her hand flew to her mouth. Her bangles rattled. Your Highness. She reverted to formality in her shock. How can you think of this? Nora is the bait. There's no other way. Prince Omar grasped both her hands in his. Those Americans are smart. They can continue evading Hashim's men for a long time. Time is not on our side. You know how often the king is calling me for updates. I warned you. Don't suggest that plan. The king does not know of it. Only you, Hashim, and Princess San know. Her eyes filled with tears. It is so complicated. It is big. Ambitious, and if I succeed, think how the king will reward us. If you succeed. She dabbed at her eyes. Hashim cannot get Samira, so you have come up with this stupid idea. It is not stupid, he said furiously. You know how close the sisters are. Samira will do anything to help Nora. This is the quickest way to get her. Your Highness, do you realize what you are saying? You are talking of a kidnapping in a foreign country. Enough. He stood up. I have decided. You will take Nora to Milan. Hashim will set everything up. Princess Haya composed herself as she went through the palace. Guards and servants bowed to her as she walked past them. She nodded and smiled briefly at the ones she knew well. She was still in shock, her mind whirling. She reached Nora's room and knocked on it. No response. She knocked again and opened the door softly. It didn't have a lock on the inside. It was a rule in the royal palace. No child could lock their room. Nora was sleeping in her bed, sprawled on her side, breathing deeply. An English book, a novel, was next to her, a dog-eared page marking her reading. The room was light and airy. Posters of pop stars and movie celebrities. Several photographs of her with Samira, and a few of her parents. Princess Haya sat on the edge of the bed and watched her for a while. She'll turn out to be as beautiful as Samira. They both have their mother's features. The princess had tried hard to treat the sisters as her own children, but she was aware she hadn't felt love for them. They know it too, she thought guiltily. Her hand reached out to stroke Nora's hair. She stopped herself. She didn't agree with Prince Omar's plan. What choice do I have, she thought bleakly. She sat for a long while, her thoughts whirling, and then went out of the room. Get Reem, she ordered a courtier. Reem al-Faran entered the room. She caught everyone's attention since she was the only woman in the royal palace who didn't wear an abaya, the long body garment worn by both men and women. She never covered her head or face in the mansion, and wore only a token covering when in public on royal duty. Reem was in a uniform, trousers and jacket in the palace's colors, combat boots, a gun holstered at her hip, and a knife sheathed on her left thigh. Princess Haya knew none of the weapons were ceremonial. Reem was one of the first graduates from Saudi Arabia's Armed Forces Women's Cadre. She was top of her batch, and after undergoing advanced training, had applied for and got inducted into the elite Royal Guards, where she had been assigned to Princess Haya. She had been on a few combat missions that weren't ever spoken of or referred to. She was tough, extremely competent, and didn't back down for any man, which included Hashim Rahimi. She was Princess Haya's bodyguard. She got close to Samira and Nora as well. They're friends. Your Highness. Reem saluted smartly. Princess Haya studied the guard's strong features, dark eyes that were impassive. Her hair was tightly coiled beneath her cap. Prepare to travel to Milan. Milan, Your Highness. The guard blinked. Princess Haya couldn't help laughing at her expression. Yes. You'll be joining Nora and me. 49. Talal turned on the TV's volume when he saw the headlines. Stampede in commune office. Street fighting. Someone had set off the fire alarm in the city's building earlier in the day, a breathless reporter announced. that had caused a stampede in which one man had been hurt. Reports were unclear how that person had been injured. Several eyewitnesses said a man had thrown a fire extinguisher at the person. 2 photographs came on screen. Hawke and Stryker. 2 of his men joined him from behind and watched the news. The presenter identified the Americans and said they were suspected of not only starting the stampede, but also brawling on Via Alessandro Manzoni. One man was hospitalized in the street fighting and was identified as a Saudi tourist. Tourist. Talal snorted when he watched eyewitness interviews that the TV station played. A shaky mobile footage came on screen. It showed Hawke fighting with a fire extinguisher. That's Faisal. Talal's man pointed at the shaky video. Was Rahimi part of it? Can't see him. He grunted, got up and made calls. He had connections too. 15 minutes later, he had the full picture. Samira had an appointment with David Romano at the commune. She's seeking asylum. Hawke and Stryker brought her to the meeting. Rahimi found out about it and got there. The Americans must have seen him, Talal briefed his men quickly. 5 of them, supremely fit, relaxed, some in shorts, others in track suits, sprawled in the living room of the apartment he had rented near the Duomo. Why didn't the TV mention the women? Yusuf, his deputy, asked. Maybe the Saudis asked them not to. He shrugged. It's not important. They were there and they got away. Our job got easier. The police will be looking for them. They'll get arrested soon. Then they'll have to tell where they're hiding Samira. You think it's that easy? Ali snorted. Ali's right, Talal agreed. Hawke and Stryker aren't amateurs. They'll be disguised from now on. Even Samira might be disguised. I didn't see Rahimi in that TV video. Yusuf frowned. He wasn't there. He was still at the commune, Talal said. I thought you said he was good. 2 men went through his entire team. He is. Don't underestimate him either. He's had some bad luck. His men didn't look impressed. They were confident in their own abilities. It could be overconfidence, his inner voice warned him. He shrugged it away. Elite operators, which his men were, had an immense belief in their own capabilities. It was not only in their DNA, but also how they were trained. The Americans are good too. You've read their files, and now you've seen them work. Talal smiled faintly. Yusuf cracked a knuckle. We're going to take them down. No. We're going to watch Sofia Bianchi's house. Potter frowned. Why? We're here for Princess Samira, not her friend. I am sure either Hawke or Stryker will go to her house to check it out. Talal smiled ferociously. To see if anyone is watching it. Yusuf popped more knuckles. Kael had helped Axe with his disguise, that of an old man, while listening to his plan. Which wasn't much. Watch the house. See who else had eyes on it. Try to capture one of the watchers if there were any. Find out where Rahimi or Talal were holed up, depending on which camp the man was from. And then decide on a plan to make that party desist. A lot of ifs and buts, Kael said when Axe had finished. You got a better idea. You could stay at home and watch TV. Axe's glower could have melted iron. He drove out at midnight, stopped at a takeout joint and bought a pizza to go. His mouth watered at the aroma when he placed it in the shotgun seat. No, he told himself sternly. Pizza makes you drowsy. He didn't allow himself certain foods when on a mission. He parked even farther away on Via Monte de Pietà this time, and walked several blocks toward Via Privata Fratelli Gabba's entrance. Nope, can't see anyone. He scanned parked vehicles on either side of de Pietà, as he loudly sang what he hoped was an opera tune, and shuffled down the sidewalk. He found the right vehicle for cover. A pickup truck that had concrete sacks piled high in it, parked on the street. A swift glance to confirm he wasn't being watched. The nearby buildings were set well away from the street. He removed his backpack, which he had deliberately stained in the safe house, bent low and assembled the drone quickly. Launched it. A soft whisper which faded when it rose high. Axe sat on the sidewalk and leaned against a wheel. He opened the pizza box and took a small bite while he hummed. To anyone passing, he looked like a homeless man eating his food. His phone was in his lap, hidden from other eyes by his bulky clothing. He navigated the drone on its screen with one hand, the UAV's feed clear and sharp. He spotted the first watcher on Monte de Pietà, parked right at the entrance to Fratelli Gabba. The man was reclined so deep in his seat that the drone's cameras didn't spot him. Its thermal imaging registered him, however. Warner ran its analytics in the background, compared the man to the people it had in its database. Not Rahimi or Faisal, it confirmed. Not Rashid either. No one from his team that we have files on, Axe concluded. We don't know anything about Talal and his team. He didn't have enough to decide whether that was a watcher from Prince Omar's side or Prince Hassan's. Axe flew the drone over Fratelli Gabba. 2 watchers in the small garden strip in front of Sophia's building. The men were on their bellies on either side of the door, heads swiveling occasionally to scan the street. Rifles beside them. Warner did its trick again and identified them as Alaska 19s. Axe whistled softly. Those are the latest generation AKs. Rahimi's men had HKs. Doesn't mean anything, though. They could have switched weapons. He navigated around the building. A wall around it. Parking at the rear in an open courtyard. No persons in that space. Rahimi or Talal have only 3 watchers. He brought the drone down, confident that it wouldn't be visible or audible to the men in the garden. He positioned it outside the windows of the Bianchi's 3rd-floor apartment, which overlooked Fratelli Gabba. Every residence had a small balcony with waist-high iron railings wrapped around them. The openings were enough for 2 people to occupy and watch the street. Some kind of metal floor on them, which were carpet or wood covered in many of the balconies. Axe could imagine the occupants lounging outside their rooms, coffee mugs in hand, discussing politics or the latest fashion. He hovered the drone outside the Bianchi balcony. The curtains were drawn tight, but there was a gap at the edge which the drone's powerful cameras could easily see through. The apartment looked dark and empty. It doesn't have any other windows. Axe thought for a moment and messaged Kael. Ask Sophia if they have any security cameras at their door. Way ahead of you, his friend replied instantly. There's a door camera. No one's broken into their place. She's still awake? No. I asked her to tell me if she got any alerts. She hasn't told me. That could be because she's sleeping, Axe figured. But that apartment feels empty. He raised the drone again, taking it over the roof. It was tiled and sloped to the front and the back. However, it had a flat stretch that ran from the front and back, on which was a water tank and a pump. Iron railing around it and near the front, sprawled on the concrete, was a tall figure. An AK next to the person who was peering through NVGs down Fratelli Gabba. A cell phone close to his head. Axe smiled grimly when Werner identified the man. Talal. 50. Axe checked the back of the building. I can scale that surrounding wall. What about climbing up the building? Yeah. He smiled grimly when he saw the tubular shapes running down the residential complex. I can use those drain pipes. What about security cameras? He searched for them briefly, and then slapped his forehead mentally. I can jam them. He considered taking out the watcher in the car, and then decided against it. He and the men in the garden might have a check-in schedule. Talal will be warned if they don't call in. He knew he would have to jam their radios at some point. Later, when I'm close to the roof. Axe made his plans and put the drone in a holding pattern over the building. A single car passed on the street, light from its beams reflecting off concrete and brightening the night. He closed the pizza box firmly and made a show of getting to his feet laboriously. His hum became louder when he went down Monte de Pietà. There's someone coming down the street. Ali's voice in Talal's earpiece. The royal guard peered over the roof, but he could only see Fratelli Gabba and its mouth. On Monte de Pietà. Nam, Ali replied. Yes. Speak English, Talal said sharply. Is he alone? Yes. He seems to be a drunk. Can you hear him? The guard cocked his head and heard an indistinct voice, which became clearer when a figure appeared at the entrance to Fratelli Gabba. The man was singing tunelessly as he swayed, a bulky backpack on his shoulder, a pizza box in his hand. Talal focused his binos on the person. Gray hair mussed up around the man's lined face. Bleary eyes. Thick stubble. Not the Americans, he thought. But it could be one of them in disguise. The man lurched into the small street and went to a car. He unzipped himself and rocked as he stood near its wheel. Talal cursed. Shall I shoot him just for that? Yusuf asked from the garden. Talal smiled. No way, that man is American. Hawke and Stryker won't urinate in public even if they are disguised. He made a disgusted sound when the drunk zipped himself up, broke off a pizza slice with the same hand and munched on it. Yusuf's right. We should kill him just for being unhygienic. The man wandered down the street toward the botanical garden. He leaned against another car and pointed his pizza slice to the sky and said something in Italian. No resident leaned out of their window to admonish him. They're used to drunks in public, Talal thought disgustedly. What a country! He watched the man stagger down the street toward the garden's turnstile. The drunk cursed loudly as his clothing seemed to snag on the entrance. He climbed inside, swearing, fell, picked himself up and disappeared from sight amid the garden's darkness. 51. Axe hurried deeper into the garden and checked the drone's feed on his screen. Talal had eyes on Fratelli Gabba. The watchers in the garden weren't looking his way. They bought my act. He mentally congratulated himself for the urinating pretense. I learned that from Zeb. His friend had said such public acts made many elite operators look away. Axe mapped his route to the back of the Bianchi building. He would have to scale another apartment complex's wall, go through its backyard, vault over its wall and land inside the Bianchi compound. Doable. He removed the bulky overcoat he was wearing and strapped his backpack on tightly. Zipped up a jacket over his cargo pants beneath it. He ensured that his Glock was easily accessible in its shoulder holster. His Benchmade was sheathed on his thigh, a belt with multiple uses velcroed to his other thigh. His HK was in his backpack stripped down. That will be noticeable. It will be cumbersome. Nope. Glock and knife are good enough. Are you underestimating Talal? He questioned himself. No. But I can't slow myself down with more gear. He set off through the garden, running silently, moving like a panther, his feet rolling over ground with minimal impact. He reached the garden's wall and scaled it. Landed in a dirt track that ran around the green space, surrounding apartment buildings for cover. He went over the wall of the nearest building. Landed in its backyard, which also doubled up as its parking. He crouched low, going through the rows of vehicles. Hoped that even if there was manned security, the guards wouldn't be quick enough to stop him. No one appeared in the courtyard. He went to the Bianchi building's wall and vaulted over it. Landed lightly and ducked behind a large trash bin. Pulled his phone out and watched the drone's feed. Talal was in the same place, looking down Fratelli Gabba. The backyard was an open space. A few benches, flower pots, small patches of lawn, but no cover. Glass doors to the building. Axe checked out the rear-facing windows. All of them were dark. He ran toward the drain pipes and leaned against the building's wall, panting shallowly through his mouth. He tested the pipes with his palms. Concrete. Grime-covered. He was wearing gloves which had custom grips on them. The dirt on the pipes wouldn't be a problem. His gloves would get purchase. The pipes were fastened to the wall with metal brackets and stayed firm when he yanked hard. Axe glanced around, put his hands high on the pipes, and jumped up. He climbed swiftly, his Vibram soles gripping the cylindrical shapes easily, his hands taking his weight. He had scaled rougher terrain, and while under hostile fire. Going up a building in Milan's balmy night was a walk in the park. Even so, he was sweating when he neared the roof. 9 floors in the building, he recalled when he paused for breath and looked down. 1 more floor to go, and then he could get a hand on the railing around the flat part of the roof. He resumed climbing, taking more care to reduce sound. His phone was strapped to his left forearm, the drone's feed on its screen. Talal, still prone, still facing for Teligaba. Axe stopped when the roof's edge was a few feet away, and gripping the pipes tightly by his thighs and feet, freed one hand to jam a finger against a button on his screen. Warner took over. It recognized the command. Relayed it to the drone, which sent a short EMP burst. That will fry Talal's radio. It burned his phone too, but he had a fully loaded spare in his backpack, enclosed in its Faraday cage. Axe didn't know if the EMP blast had enough juice in it to take out the Watcher's comms too. It didn't matter. Talal can't make or receive calls. That's important. He got a hand over the railing, hauled himself up to peer over the edge. The hostel was unaware of his presence. Axe climbed silently and got a leg over the railing when Talal turned, alerted by a sixth sense. The Saudi froze for a moment, and then his mouth opened in a soundless yell and he charged. 52. Axe's other leg caught in the railing. He yanked hard and fell to the roof's concrete surface. That ungainly drop saved him. The blade in Talal's hand, that he hadn't seen, swished in the air where his body had been. Axe caught the Saudi's leg and pulled savagely, rendering the man off balance, and taking advantage of it, rolled back, making space for himself to get to his feet lightly. Talal surprised him. The royal guard didn't attack. He spun around instead and dove toward where he had been lying. He's going for his AK. Axe lunged at the man and got a palm on his top. Talal fell to the ground and slashed wickedly. The blade ripped horizontally across Axe's chest, slicing a tear in his jacket. It didn't find flesh, he thought dimly, as he trapped the knife wrist between his forearms and twisted ferociously. The move would have broken any other man's wrist. Talal wasn't other men. He hissed and finger jabbed at Axe's eyes. The pie had to duck, which loosened his wrist lock. Talal's fingers edged past his cheek. He head-butted. Axe got his elbow up just in time to not only deflect a second knife slash, but also to jab the hard point of his joint against the Saudi's face. Talal shouted as his lips burst. He locked both hands around Axe's waist and heaved powerfully up and over himself. The pie, taken by surprise by the Saudi's strength, couldn't find purchase and went over the roof. 53. Axe flailed desperately, teeth clenched tightly, body tight. He got a hand against the railing and curled his fingers around it. That stopped his fall. His body slammed against the building. His breath escaped him. He dangled in the air for a breath, glancing down. The ground was far below. The two watchers, alerted by Talal's shout, looking up. A balcony down and to his left, on the 8th floor. Axe was considering his move when Talal appeared over the roof's edge. The Saudi stamped his hand on the railing. You're dealing with matters beyond your understanding. Axe groaned. His grip slipped. He fell. He planted his feet against the wall even as he was dropping, twisting to his left and lunging as if he was running sideways in the air, against the building, defying gravity. He reached out desperately with both outstretched hands. He couldn't fight physics, however. He fell. He shouted in alarm, willing himself to fly, and got a palm around the 8th floor balcony railing. That single grip was enough. His lone hand could and would bear his weight. His fingers bent around metal instinctively, and he pulled himself toward the platform as if his life depended on it. It does, his inner voice said sardonically. Axe panted when his fall was arrested, slid his other elbow around the railing and hauled himself up onto the balcony. He lay heaving on the metal floor for a moment, wondering how he had managed to pull off the save. Luck, he thought dimly. Nothing more than that. He wiped sweat from his face, hauled himself up against the railing, and swayed against it for a moment, blinking sweat from his eyes. His respite didn't last long. The balcony shuddered when Talal jumped on it, landing lightly, his teeth bared, a knife flickering in his hand. A welcome fury swelled in Axe, filling him up, powering his move. He didn't have time to draw his Benchmade or Glock. He would have to use his body as a weapon. He clamped his teeth tight and rocketed off the metal, going low, charging head down, sweeping his arm high and wide to deflect the incoming knife. He felt the blade tear his sleeve. He ignored it. Talal's rock-like fist smashed into his ribs. Axe staggered, his eyes closed when fire spread through his body, but he kept going and punched the Saudi's chest and neck repeatedly with his knuckled fist, sending him backwards from the force of the blows to crash against the balcony's glass door. It broke from their combined weight. A light turned on inside. The curtains were swept aside and an old man appeared. "Stay inside," Axe roared. The man disappeared. The curtains stayed spread, the inside light silhouetting the Saudi. Axe kneed Talal's groin. The Saudi deflected it and took it on his thigh. The guard rocked away from the broken door, his hands spreading wide again. "Can't let him wrap those around me," Axe breathed harshly. "He's stronger than I am." The balcony was narrow, though. There wasn't enough room for them to grapple. He could corner Talal against the broken door and crash into the apartment. Nope. Axe took more blows to his ribs while hitting back furiously. "I can't risk going inside the apartment. He might take the old man as hostage. There might be other innocents inside as well." Axe risked a glance over the balcony. The watchers were on their feet, their guns ready, looking up. "I'll have to escape those two if I get away from Talal." His brief look had gotten the Saudi so close that Axe could feel his breath. He sensed the incoming hammer blow rather than seeing it, and crouched, turned, and grunted when Talal's hit landed on his shoulder. His joint felt like it dislocated. Such was the power behind the blow. "I can take his hits, it's his knife I've got to escape from." Axe backed against the railing, ducking and weaving, counter-punching whenever he got an opening. Talal was fast, the Saudi grimly furious and closing in, crowding the pie against the protective metal. Which was where Axe wanted to be. He locked his wrists and swung brutally, feeling the blade scrape the back of his jacket. His joined fists caught Talal's neck. "It's you who needs to learn. We won't stand down." The Saudi's head jerked back. He howled in rage and thrust his knife. Axe's right hand shot out, catching the man's knife wrist, yanking it forward and smashing it hard against the railing. Talal yelled in rage and agony as his blade spun in the air and dropped over the balcony. Axe switched hands to hold down the Saudi's palm against the railing, soaked his furious punches while presenting him his left side. His right hand snaked down to his thigh to free the Velcro belt. He swung it like a whip, catching Talal on his face, and when the man howled and turned away, Axe looped it around the man's wrist and the metal railing, moving and acting so fast that before the Saudi could comprehend, he was secured to the balcony. Talal roared in anger and yanked hard. The belt tightened. "That's how it's designed. You have to relax to loosen it." Axe grinned, kicked him hard in his belly, and vaulted over the balcony. He landed on the 7th floor. Heard shouts from the watchers below. He jumped off the balcony, and when in the air drew his Glock and sprayed at the hostiles, a long burst that had them diving to the ground. Axe landed on the 6th floor. Lights starting to go on in various apartments. A few muffled shouts from inside. Axe leaned out, shot a hostile in his back, got the other man in his shoulder and reached in his pocket. He jumped off the balcony, and when he was in the air, threw the flashbang at the men. It went off when he was landing on the 4th floor. He chuckled humorlessly at their shouts, leaned over and shot the staggering men in their thighs, and then a couple of jumps later he was on the ground. He approached the bent-over men cautiously, and pistol-whipped them savagely to knock them out. A sound made him look up. Talal also doing the balcony jumps to come down. The Saudi was on the 6th floor when Axe's flashbang, tossed high, went off. Axe flung another bang in his direction, and darted out of the building's front yard and onto Fratelli Gabba. Straight into the watcher from the car, who was sprinting down the sidewalk. Axe dove to the ground and slashed at his legs with his Glock. The man fell. Axe rolled up and jammed his barrel against his throat in a choking move, easily wrenched his rifle free and flung it away. He stomped the man's head and raced down Fratelli Gabba. Looked back to confirm that none of the hostiles were following him. He went to the watcher's car and removed a Faraday-pouched tracker from his backpack. It was smaller than a coffee coaster, slim, and the color of rust. He leaned down, attached it to the car's underside, and sprinted away to his ride. He removed his wig and cheek pads as he was running, and dropped them in a trash can. Removed a false nose from his backpack, attached it swiftly on his face, and when he was in his vehicle, inserted green contact lenses in his eyes. He had a different look now. He extracted his backup phone, set it up, and checked the drone's feed. Talal was in the building's front yard, bending over his men. Several people had come out on their balconies and were watching. He'll have to get away soon to escape from the cops. How will he explain the bodies? Axe shrugged. It wasn't his problem. He summoned the drone, broke it down when it returned, packed it up, and drove away. A good night. He smiled despite the aches on his body, and drove away. 54. Kael watched amusedly when Axe winced as he lowered himself into the kitchen chair the next day. You look like you've been through the ringer. Axe dug into the plate of eggs and bacon he slid across, and took a large bite. I feel like it. What happened? Isn't it on the news? That there was a shootout at Sophia's building? Yeah, it's all over TV. However, the cops don't seem to have enough information. Neighbors' reports are vague. No bodies. Talal escaped with his men. Axe paused from eating. He was there. Yeah, with 3 watchers. The police didn't find anyone at the building. How many did you take out? I shot 2 men and knocked out the 3rd. Kael frowned. Doesn't look like you killed them. I shot to injure. What about Talal? I didn't shoot him. Kael stared at him. What? Axe speared a slice of bacon and munched on it. I'm a pacifist. Kael nearly choked on his coffee. Right. And I'm the Pope. Your Holiness. Axe nodded solemnly. Kael served 2 more plates when Samira and Sophia joined them at the island. The princess took a sip of her coffee, and then she froze and took Axe in. What happened to you? Talal happened. Where? When? What did he say? Her voice rose. You didn't follow the news? Kael asked. No, Sophia and I slept early, and when we woke up, we were talking with each other. Talal. The civil servant's daughter reached for her phone. You know about him. She knows everything. I told her. Samira put down her cup, the pinched, worried expression returning to her face. Talal and some of his men were watching your place, Kael told Sophia. He gave them an edited version of what Axe had told him. No need to go into the deets. That'll scare them. Sophia looked like she was going to be sick when he finished. Why was he there? The same reason Rahimi had watchers on it the last time. He must have worked out you both were at the commune. The media hasn't mentioned your presence, but I'm sure he too has contacts like Rahimi. Talal must have thought you would return to your apartment. He wanted me as a hostage. A slight tremble in Sophia's voice. We don't know. Kael tried to look reassuring. Hard to do that when Axe looks like he's been wrestling with a bear. What did he say? We didn't talk, Axe said expressionlessly. Sophia looked at him and then at Kael, who shrugged. Axe is not much of a conversationalist. Sophia's lips twitched despite her fear. She reached out to Axe, who caught her palm in both his hands. Nothing will happen to either of you, he rasped, a light breeze from the open window ruffling his hair. Both women relaxed visibly at his even, measured tone. I've got to tell Papa, Sophia said. Why? Kael interjected. He and your mom are on vacation. Your apartment isn't damaged. Rahimi and Talal will not return to it, I'm sure of it. Let them enjoy their holiday. I messaged him at night. He was angry about David's behavior. He thought his manager was his friend. He's going to request an internal investigation. He wants us to go the Polizia. That's not happening, Kael said firmly. I told him that. He wasn't happy. Her lips curled in a small smile. He asked me how I can trust you. I trust them, Samira said. I do too. Sophia nodded. But Papa does not know them. She should not go back to the apartment. The princess looked at the PIs. You're saying that just to have her close to you. Kael grinned. Samira flushed. I think, she stammered. You're right, Axe agreed. She should stay here. Thank you. Samira raised her hands heavenwards. Talal said we're dealing with matters we don't understand, Axe said when the women had returned to their rooms. Yeah. Kael frowned. You mentioned that. He thought for a moment and then shrugged. Maybe both Talal and Rahimi think we don't understand the Saudi royal family's honor. Maybe. Axe checked his phone and grinned. What? Kael demanded, and squinted when his friend presented his device's screen. A green dot on it near the Duomo. I forgot to tell you, Axe drawled. I planted a tracker on the watcher's car. Kael stared at him. Talal will be there. He could be. Why are you still here then? Why do I have to do all the work? 55. Kael found a cafe with a clear view of the apartment building and settled in with an espresso. He was disguised. Dark contact lenses, thick cheek pads and a false chin, giving him a jowly, heavy-set look. The tracker was steady, in the building's parking lot on Via della Ore. The restaurant was opposite the building, from which there were a steady stream of cars exiting. Probably a lot of rental accommodations in there. He spread a newspaper in front of him and pretended to read. The tracker's presence meant nothing. He had to confirm if Talal was in the building. He left several euros on the table and hobbled across the street, entered the building's driveway, and followed the signs to the basement parking lot. Rows of vehicles neatly lined in bays. Directions to an elevator that he followed. A wooden door with a glass panel that opened into a small hallway, in which were 2 elevator cars. He returned to the parking lot and found the Citroen that Axe had planted the tracking device on. Silver gray. Scratches and dents on it. Smart. Talal chose a vehicle which won't draw attention. A couple came from the elevator and went past him. Kael smiled at them and made a fake call on his phone. He bobbed his head several times and gesticulated, the picture of an exasperated man. The couple drove away in a Peugeot. Kael pocketed his phone, confirmed there were no security cameras nearby, and broke the Citroen's windows with the butt of his Glock. Its alarm went off. He retreated and hid behind a pillar. The car's repeated wails finally drew the attention of a security guard, who huffed out of the elevator, trotted to the vehicle, checked the parking bay's number and spoke in his radio. A man arrived several minutes later. Tee and jeans, sneakers, a light stubble, Mediterranean or Middle Eastern look. Irritated, which turned to a cautious expression when he caught sight of the shattered windows. He spoke briefly to the guard, who left. The man waited till the guard had gone inside the hallway, and then turned off the alarm with his fob. He drew a handgun from his waist and approached the Citroen carefully. He circled it, peered beneath it, checked out the neighboring vehicles, and when he neared the pillar, Kael struck. The PI lunged out from behind his cover, his Glock swinging in an arc. He wasn't near enough to connect, however, and his blow slid past the man's face without making contact. The hostile jumped back and started raising his gun. Axe will mock me if I don't take this shooter out. Kael charged at the thug, going beneath the rising gun hand, slapping it up and away. The thug fired, the loose shot going above his shoulder, breaking a car's window. Its alarm went off. The force of the blow sent the gun spinning in the air and clattering to the ground. Kael's hard shoulder made contact with the hostile's chest, his momentum pushing the man backwards, pinning him against a vehicle's hood. The thug cursed and gouged his elbow in the PI's back and attempted to knee his groin, but Kael twisted away and, still crowding him against the vehicle, got his palm to the man's chin and slammed his head against the windshield. He broke the man's nose with his bunched fist and caught his neck, and crashed it against the vehicle repeatedly until the thug went limp. "Where is Talal?" Kael snarled. The thug's eyes flickered. He tried to push the PI away, but the American slapped him hard. "Where is Talal?" Kael repeated and gouged his thumb hard beneath the man's eye. The thug howled and tried to punch back and slide away. Kael had enough. He drew his Glock and jammed its barrel against the man's throat. Where? Lasso. Up there. The man spoke hoarsely, pointing a finger to the building, nodding rapidly as he tried to back off. Quail piano. Which floor? Sesto. Sixth. Quail appartamento. Which apartment? Terzo. Third. Quanti uomini can lui? How many men with him? Quattro. 4. Kael knocked him out with his gun and dumped his body behind the vehicle. Go away. Call the polizia, he yelled at the security guard who trotted out of the elevator lobby. The man came to an abrupt stop, whirled on his heel, and ran back inside. The PI searched the unconscious man, extracted his phone, and exited the parking lot through the driveway. He returned to the cafe and occupied the same table, which was still empty, and ordered a coffee. No commotion from the building, he reflected. Might be because that shot wasn't loud enough. There was enough street noise that no one was picking up on car alarms. Kael dialed 112, the emergency number in the European Union. He glanced around when the call connected, to make sure no one was overhearing him. Terrorists, he snapped in English, speaking over the operator. 5 of them in Via della Or. 4th apartment on the 6th floor. I saw them from the elevator. They were carrying guns and wearing masks. They didn't see me. Hurry. He hung up before the operator could question him. That security guard will call too. That should be enough confirmation for the cops. He watched a vehicle drive out of the building. A man behind the wheel. It wasn't Talal. He drank his beverage, feeling the sun warming him. Put on his shades and relaxed. Life on the street continued. A siren wailed in the distance. An SUV exited the building. A couple in the front. The car alarms were still sounding. The siren grew louder. Response time of less than 10 seconds, he thought, satisfied when a police command vehicle entered Via della Or, broke through traffic lights, drove on the wrong side, and stopped in front of the apartment building. Armed and helmeted officers burst out. Fully geared up, drawing murmurs and exclamations from the cafe's customers. Another police vehicle arrived and disgorged more officers. Heads peered out of windows in the apartment. That should alert Talal if he's got eyes on the street. But will he have an escape route? A team leader issued instructions and a squad raced inside the driveway. Another bunch of officers gestured at the cafe. Kael followed the other customers as they retreated inside and crowded around the window to watch. More police vehicles arrived and officers sealed the street. He checked the news on his phone. An incident is developing near the Duomo, a banner proclaimed. A shaky view of the street from high above. Probably from someone's drone. The cafe's owner turned on the TV that was behind the counter. A reporter showing a zoomed-in view of the building, looking serious, commenting on what was going down. The TV crowd must be outside the police perimeter. They don't have much to report on. There they are, a man shouted in Italian. Kael followed his pointing finger toward a bunch of officers who appeared on the driveway. He couldn't make individual details and went out of the cafe. Several other customers followed him and lined up on the sidewalk. Excited chatter from the watching civilians at the sight of 6 grim-faced men being escorted by the cops. They got the one I took out too. Kael spotted the hostile he had encountered. The man was limping and seemed to be cursing. And there among the sullen group was Talal, impassive, lips tight. Kael couldn't help himself. He stepped onto the street. Heard an officer shout in warning and ignored it. He waved at Talal and when the man saw him, winked. 56. Kael's grin faded when he entered the safe house and saw Axe. His friend was sprawled out on the couch, crocheting. You realize we could be attacked any time, he burst out. Axe didn't reply. He pointed his hook to the carpet. Kael saw an HK beneath the couch. Where are Samira and Sophia? He huffed. The hook went up. In their rooms, he guessed. Aren't you going to ask me how it went down? Axe made a show of sighing as he put away his hook. I could look up the news, but you'll explode if you don't tell me. Kael breathed deeply. Meditation exercises helped when one had a partner such as Axe. He launched into his narration and paused for a reaction when he finished. You winked at him, Axe stated. Yeah. Even though you were in disguise. I'm sure he knew who I was when he saw my gesture. Good work. Kael stared at him, not sure if he had heard right. I mean it, Axe repeated. You didn't get shot. You didn't kill anyone. Those are wins. He reached for his phone, browsed for a minute, and looked up. Reports say 6 men in Milan were arrested. They have not been named. Nope. Talal might have given them false identities. You don't look happy. Kael made a face. I'm not counting on the cops to lock Talal up for a long. Saudi influence. Yeah. His guess was right. He was snoozing in the living room when a shoulder tap woke him up. Axe, who leaned over to show him his phone screen. Kael squinted and sat up straight. Talal's been released, he grunted when he finished reading. They've still not released any names, but it's the same 6 men. The police say their information was mistaken. He stifled a yawn and rubbed his eyes. Surely the cops would have found guns in their apartment. They must have found a lot of money too, Axe growled. Influence, Kael corrected his friend. They wouldn't have bribed the cops. I was hoping Talal would be locked up until Sophia's dad returned. We're back to square one with all hostiles still out there. Yeah, he said distractedly while he checked his messages on his phone. He jerked up and swung toward Axe. Read this. His friend read the message. What do? We take Samira with us to the meeting. We'll make it look like we'll hand her over. 57. Samira was coming down the stairs when she heard Kael's words. We'll hand her over. She stopped abruptly with a gasp and whirled when Sophia bumped into her. She placed her palm over her friend's mouth and led her back to her room. Samira, what? They're handing me over. Samira whisper shouted. Her heart was pounding so hard she thought it would burst out of her body. Who? What are you talking about? Sophia asked urgently, instinctively speaking in a low voice. I heard Kael. He said he'll hand me over. What? You must have misheard. He and Axe. No, Samira said wildly. My family must have reached to them somehow. They have money. We have to go. We have to leave right now. Samira. Sophia grabbed her shoulder and shook her. Stop it. I'm sure you misheard him. Let's go down and ask. No. Samira felt as if she couldn't breathe. She felt like she was suffocating. Even Sophia's presence, which usually calmed her, wasn't helping. She dragged her friend to the window and leaned out. We can jump down. It isn't high. We will climb over the gate and escape. Samira. Sophia cupped her cheek. You aren't thinking properly. Kael and Axe are our friends. They have promised to keep us safe. Let's go down and ask them what you heard. I'm sure they'll have a good explanation for it. Samira swallowed and tried to hold back her tears. I heard what I heard. My family is treating me like property. I thought I could trust the Americans. She sobbed, rushed to the dresser, yanked out a pair of sneakers, and slipped into them. She heard Sophia call out and try to hold her back. Samira wasn't listening. The storm inside her was relentless, propelling her to the window. She put a leg over it, brushed Sophia's hands away, and leapt. She heard her friend shout as she dropped in the air, and then she landed on the driveway and fell. Pain shot through her ankles and palms, but her legs took her weight when she stood up. She heard Sophia calling out of the window. She ignored her friend and ran to the gate. She tried vaulting over it and fell. It took her 3 attempts to scale it clumsily before she got over it and fell on the other side. She took off instantly, not looking back, her heart beating loudly. She raced down the sidewalk, her breathing harsh. An inner voice told her she was wrong, that she needed to stop and calm herself down and think rationally, But anxiety and fear had taken over, and the lizard part of her brain led with flight. Samira burst onto the Via Contardo-Farini intersection. An oncoming car jammed its brakes hard and honked loudly. Its driver rolled down his window and cursed at her. She crossed the road and continued down the sidewalk. Felt footsteps pound behind her, but before she could glance back, Sophia drew abreast. Her friend's face was tight. "We're going to sit down and talk. When this is over," her friend panted. "You have got this wrong." Samira wheezed. Sweat ran down her face as she sucked lungfuls of air. She continued running. "You didn't have to come," she gasped. "You are a fool," Sophia responded. She was a runner and had competed in their university's long-distance team. Her breathing was shallow and steady. "But you are my fool." Via Friuli's next intersection was with Via Sigari. Samira saw the traffic lights in the distance. About 10 minutes away, she reckoned. Her tea stuck to her back. Her feet kept slipping out of her sneakers that she hadn't bothered to lace up. Sophia was in white tee over dark pants. Her hair tied back with a band. She looked radiant, despite the sheen of perspiration on her face. "Do you know where to go?" her friend asked. Samira shook her head. Her steps faltered. "Escape. That was the only thing on my mind," she stuttered. The physical exertion was combating her anxiety. Her rational mind was thinking again. She stopped. Sophia stopped too, her hands on her hips. "I am a fool," Samira acknowledged through tortured breaths. "I won't argue with that." The diplomat's daughter grinned. "Shall we return?" "Yes." Samira linked her pinky finger with her friend's and turned back toward the safe house. They had taken 2 steps when a van careened around the Via Sigari corner and screeched to a stop beside them. Its sliding door opened. 3 men lunged out toward them. 58. Axe was off his couch the moment the alarm went off. His hand dropped to the carpet and came up with his HK as he sat up. No hostels in the living room. Kael was up as well, reaching for his Glock. "Perimeter breach." "Yeah." Axe glanced at the ceiling and yelled, "Samira." "Sophia." No reply. He hurried to the security console and hunched over the monitor. Heard Kael go through the house and exclaim in surprise. His partner hurried down the stairs. "The women aren't here." "That's because they fled." Axe pointed grimly to the replay on the monitor. Kael watched it for moments and frowned. "Why?" "No idea." Axe slipped on his jacket, grabbed Kael's outerwear and threw it at his friend. He checked his phone. Samira's burner. He indicated the green dot on it. "She's on Via Friuli. Sophia must be with her too." Kael swore softly and went to the door. "Get the SUV," Axe told him and vaulted over the gate. He sprinted down the street, scanning it for the women. One eye on his phone to check where Samira's phone was. Beyond Via Contardo-Farini. He ducked around a slow-walking couple and shoved a bicycle rider out of the way. "Scusi." Curses followed him. "Samira," he shouted when he glimpsed the women on the sidewalk not far from the Via Sigari intersection. They didn't seem to hear him and were talking to each other. A few pedestrians looked at him. "Sophia," Axe yelled and kept running. "Yeah, go on, draw attention to them by shouting." They did that already, by escaping. He glanced back to check on Kael. The Range Rover wasn't in sight yet. Where the heck is Kael? What's keeping him? "What happened?" he asked when he got closer to the women. And that's when the van arrived. Axe leapt forward when the men emerged from the vehicle. No weapons, he registered automatically. He was still several feet away when one thug grabbed Samira and yanked her to the vehicle while the remaining approached Sophia. The van was facing him. Driver visible through the windshield, the man alternating between checking the street and the action his team was taking. The hostiles became aware of him when he was 10 feet away. "It's him," Samira's captor shouted. He shoved her to the van's open door. She stumbled and fell. Axe felt cold, icy rage. His Glock appeared automatically in his hand. He took a long stride, still in full flow, over Samira and swung his gun. It struck the thug on his forehead. He cried out and reached behind him. Axe was conscious of the two men with Sophia, spreading out, using her as cover. "Drop down," he shouted at her, and caught the man he had hit by his collar and yanked him around to fling him to the two men. The thug's buttons ripped. He flailed, the gun he had been drawing flashing in the air. The two men scattered to make room for him. Axe pivoted to face them, cursing himself for not doing more damage. "They're still unharmed. I'm still alone." He remembered his Glock. Drew it up when a barrel jammed against his head from behind. "Non ti muovere. Don't move," the driver snarled. "Butta giù il ferro. Throw down the iron." Axe dropped his Glock and froze. "Fool," he swore at himself. "Why didn't you shoot them?" "I didn't want to be the first to fire." "Yeah. Look where your principles got you." He checked out the attackers, some in tracksuits, some in jeans. "These must be lupi neri," he guessed. He was outnumbered, the hostiles having the drop on him. "There's nothing I can do," he thought bleakly. "Take them inside," the driver ordered. The two men hustled Sophia toward the van. The third attacker bent over Samira and sprang back when she reached up and slapped him. The driver got distracted by her blow, his gun moving away from Axe's head. The Pi ducked away instantly, both hands coming up to trap the driver's elbow, twisting hard to break it. The man howled and dropped his gun. Axe caught it, elbowed him savagely in his teeth, and shouted at the women, "Get down. Stay there." He jumped backwards into the open door of the van, sprawled on its floorboard, and fired his first shot. It went over the goons' heads. Kael roared up in the Range Rover just then, climbing the sidewalk, straight toward the men. They scattered. Two of them went to its left, out of Axe's sight, while the third jumped to the right. He shot the man in his shoulder, swung and fired at the driver, who fell to the ground. The Pi leaned down, grasped Samira's shirt, and hauled her up. "Sophia, get inside." The diplomat's daughter got up and scrambled to the vehicle, which was still moving. She opened the rear door and crawled inside. Axe jerked from a shot to his back, ignored the punch-like impact, helped Samira inside, and dove after her. Kael stomped on the gas and shot onto the street with the two remaining hostiles clawing at the vehicle's windows. "What took you so long?" Axe crawled to the front and buckled up. "I got our go-bags and took as much as I could of the women's clothes." Kael navigated down Via Friuli, keeping an eye on the side mirrors. He hung an abrupt left and entered a small alley. Axe knew what the maneuver was for. He jumped out and helped Kael replace the Range Rover's plates with new ones. The two men changed their looks from the selection of disguises and got back into the vehicle. Axe tilted the rear mirror to look at Samira when Kael was back on the street. "What happened? Why did you run from the safe house?" She fidgeted for several moments. "I am sorry," she said softly. "I suffer from panic attacks. I stop thinking properly when I have one of those. I had one when I overheard you." He frowned. "Overheard us?" "Kael said you'll hand me over." The PIs traded glances. Axe couldn't help laughing. "You should have asked us what we were talking about." "That's what I told her," Sophia said. "But I've been with her when she has these attacks. I've seen what she goes through." Axe could see their hands were linked. "You both are lucky." "Yes." Sophia shuddered. "If those men had taken us," she trailed off. "That's not what I meant. You are lucky you have each other and are still together despite what you know of one another. Not many people are so lucky in life and love." "That's deep." Kael broke the momentary silence. Axe punched him lightly on the shoulder and swung around to the women. "We said we would not let any harm happen to you. We meant that. Will you trust us going forward?" "I'm sorry," Samira began. "There's no need for that, princess." "Don't call me that," she flared. "You are that." "I am, but don't call me that. And don't start with your ma'ams either." He grinned and mock saluted. "Talk to us before you start running away the next time, okay?" "Yes." "Who were those men?" Sophia craned her head to look behind them. Kael had cut through several streets and had taken random turns. No one was following them. Luminary, Axe said. I saw their ink on a thug's forearm. They must have scouts posted on every street corner, looking out for you. They recognized you and called the thugs. He heard Kael speak in his phone in a low voice. That must be Meg or Beth. He's arranging another safe house. All done? He asked when the call finished. Yeah. Kael punched in the coordinates on the navigation system. Another villa in Buccinasco. On Via Modena. They arranged it so quickly. You know how they work. They set up several backup safe houses the moment they got us the Porta Romano one. What were you talking about? Samira thrust her head between them. Who were you going to hand us over to? We weren't, Axe told her. We wouldn't do anything without your consent. I heard you. Kael got a message about a meeting. Another one? She asked sarcastically. With whom? Princess Haya. 59. She's here. Samira's voice rose. In Milan. She wants to meet us tomorrow, Kael replied. But only if we bring you too. Why did you agree to that? We didn't. We were going to talk to you, but then you carried out your great escape. She smacked his back with her palm. You won't let me forget that, will you? Nope. What do you say, Princess Samira? Shall we meet your mother? Stepmother. Will I be safe? Is this a trap? If it is, Princess Haya will not be safe either, Axe promised grimly. Why does she want to meet? She didn't say. Kael checked the address on his GPS and entered Via Modena. He looked up the numbers on the doors and gates as they went past houses and apartment buildings. She made contact through her secretary. We confirmed. Alina Habib. Yeah, her. You've met her. Several times. She's always in the royal palace. She manages Princess Haya's calendar, her engagements. She's like an executive assistant. She's professional. I do not know anything about her. Where's the meeting? The Palazzo Parigi Hotel. Samira nodded. That's where she stays. That's in Brera. It's a luxury hotel. The Saudi royal family wouldn't stay in Airbnbs like us, Axe drawled and got a smack from Samira. What do you say, princess? Will you stop calling me that? Yes, let's meet her. No more running away. I won't. If you get another anxiety attack, talk to Sophia, or us. I won't allow another foolish stunt from her, the diplomat's daughter promised. In that case, Axe chuckled, let's meet Princess Haya. He straightened. I haven't met a royal before. Like I don't count. Samira scoffed. You know what I mean. Do I have to dress up? Kael glanced at his friend. Do you even know what those words mean? He pulled in front of the safe house before his partner could answer, and gestured at Axe to stay with the women in the SUV. He punched in the code at the metal gate, and went inside when it swung open. Returned in 20 minutes. Almost identical to the previous safe house. 4 bedrooms on the top floor. Kitchen, living room, bathroom, and 1 bedroom on the ground floor. Swimming pool at the back. Office buildings on either side. Their parking lots next to the compound wall. There are enough cameras on the perimeter. What about the rear exit? Axe asked. That's one problem. It doesn't have one. Axe brought up satellite images of the property on his phone and checked it out. We can vault over the walls and escape through the parking lots on either side if we have to. That's what I figured. Kael smiled reassuringly. Welcome to your new temporary home. We'll get more clothing and necessities for you tomorrow, after we return from the meeting. How much does this cost? Sophia asked, awestruck, when they entered the swanky house. It was of a contemporary design, done up with an eye for detail. Modern paintings on the walls, chandeliers in the living room and in the kitchen, jacuzzis in most of the bathrooms, and comfortable beds. No idea, Kael admitted. Beth and Meg don't do anything by halves. Whatever it costs, I'll pay, Samira said. We'll have that discussion when you are safe. We won't, Axe said beneath his breath, loud enough only for Kael to hear. The two PIs checked out the exterior of the house while the women explored it, and then returned to the kitchen. Kael inspected the well-stocked refrigerator and shelves and set about making coffee. He served it in mugs when the women arrived, clearly freshened up. Sophia turned on the TV and watched the news for a while. Police are looking for 2 men in a Range Rover, and several other men too, she translated. They suspect they are from the Loopy Neri gang, going by camera footage from onlookers' phones. They suspect an attempted kidnapping gone wrong. They haven't mentioned you both? Kael asked. The attempted kidnapping, that's us. The footage, he pointed to a video playing on the screen, has only our sides and backs. He looked at Axe, who nodded and went out of the room. Axe'll call Beth and Meg to see if they can scrub the women from any on-street CCTV cameras. He crossed his fingers and hoped the twins could get there before the police could. They're saying it could be gang-related, Sophia continued when Axe returned and discreetly thumbs-upped his friend. It is, Kael said grimly, but not in the way they think. Talal al-Harbi has been released, she said tightly, pointing the remote to the TV to raise the volume. They haven't identified him, but who else can 6 men be who were arrested near the Duomo? Kael paused, sipping his drink while he digested the news. Saudi influence. Politicians must have been called, pressure must have been applied. The police must have discovered guns in Talal's apartment. Axe crossed his arms across his chest. How do the police overlook that? This isn't the States. Very few civilians own guns in Europe. Like I said, Kael said bitterly, Prince Hassan must have told politicians he won't buy this company or that, or will get the Saudis to stop investing in Italy. He glanced at Samira and noticed her pinched expression. Shot a look at Axe, who understood. His friend stood up and removed his vest and his tee until he stood bare-chested. The women stared at him, their expressions turning to shock at the scars on the Pi's body. Bullet wound, knife wound, burn mark. Axe pointed to the various scars. Daesh torture. He smiled briefly and dressed again. He shows those to very few people. The point which Axe could have made differently, Kael said dryly, is that he's still here. With us. He and I won't give up until you're in the asylum system, being processed safely. Forget Talal. Forget Rahimi. None of them matter. Think of the future with Sophia. Focus on that. Samira nodded slowly. She moistened her lips. Do you have scars too? Kael didn't reply. He does, Axe said. That impression he gives, of being the life and soul of the party. He's all of that. But there's no one else I would have with me when the chips are down. You'll make me cry. Kael grinned to lighten them up. He went to the kitchen's island and tied an apron around his vest. What will you have for dinner? It was past 9 p.m. when Axe entered the kitchen. How did it go? Kael tossed him a polished apple, which his friend caught expertly and bit into. Your standard super luxury hotel. Good security. No presence of either Talal or Rahimi, or the Loopy Neri men. Princess Haya might have nothing to do with them. Axe nodded. Still, we need to be careful. Did you go find if the princess has checked in? Nope. I called Beth. She said even Werner couldn't hack into the hotel system. I went to the parking lot and saw there were several expensive limos. Their drivers were tight-lipped. The rich and the powerful like their privacy. Axe shrugged, finished the fruit and stifled a yawn. Get some rest, he told Kael and went up the stairs. Tomorrow might be just a conversation in a fancy hotel, or could be a messy firefight. Kael nodded. He and his partner were ready for either. 60. The rental limo drove up to the Palazzo Parigi's grand entrance. Its doorman hustled to the vehicle and opened it to help an elderly man get out. Axe, in his disguise, leaned heavily on his cane and climbed the few steps to the vast lobby. He approached the reception desk and produced his fake Italian ID card. I have a reservation under Dr. Emilio Russo. The receptionist tapped at her keyboard. Yes, signore. We have you in a deluxe room on the 4th floor. She typed a few keys, took a few details, and handed him a swipe card. Enjoy your stay, signore. The elevators are to your right. Axe shuffled toward the elevators while checking out the lobby's occupants. Suits, women in flowery dresses, couples, a few families, no one looking remotely hostile or interested in him. Lupinari's thugs wouldn't fit here. Their ink and tracksuits would give them away. Talal or Rahimi's men are better dressed, but can't see any of them. He pressed the 7th floor button inside the elevator car and smiled politely at another guest. He was the only one who emerged on that floor. The hallway was quiet, plush carpeting muffling his footsteps. Paintings on walls, decorative lighting, the touches and finishes expected from a luxury establishment. Samira said Princess Haya has a private suite on this floor. It has no other rooms. He saw some doors, didn't know what they were. He couldn't miss the heavies, however. 4 men in suits, 2 near the elevator, facing him, 2 close to a door. Earpieces, alert postures, their jackets outlining something on their waists. Got to be guns. Axe removed a noodle-like soft strip of shoelace length from his left pocket discreetly. Its dark color blended against his pinstriped suit and hung down his thigh. He made a show of elaborately checking his swipe card. 4th floor, he asked. Signore, this is the 7th floor, a guard replied. I'll get the elevator for you. He reached over Axe's shoulder. Just the opening I want. The pie twisted to make room for the man and stumbled and fell heavily on the carpet, face down. He used the fall to hide his left hand, which dug the noodle hastily into the carpet's edge against the wall and smoothed it. The guards exclaimed and rushed over. They helped him up and asked if he was okay. I am all right, he managed a rueful laugh and took the cane from a man's hand and stabbed it down hard over the noodle, jamming it deeper. Shall we call a doctor, signore? The guard frowned. No. I am fine. I slipped, that's all. Thank you for your help. The elevator arrived just then, and he walked heavily toward it. Eyed the carpet. Can't make it out. He entered the car, waved at the men, and went down. Jabbed the button for the lobby when the car stopped at the 4th and walked out. His rental limo drove up and he climbed in. Checked his phone and nodded at the green dot on its screen. The noodle, plastic explosive with a microchip detonator in it, was still in place. 61. How'd it go? Kael asked when Axe entered the kitchen, not looking up from the vegetables he was chopping. Explosive is in place. Princess Haya seems to be in the hotel. Axe grabbed an apple from the fruit bowl and bit into it. No sign of Lupinari, Rahimi or Talal. What are you cooking? Pasta. We'll have a light meal and leave. Where are Samira and Sophia? In their rooms. Nervous. How strong is the explosive? Enough to cause serious damage to the floor. Kael set down his knife. Most people's idea of securing a location doesn't involve explosives. We aren't most people. We've... Yeah. Kael resumed chopping. We've got to be prepared. I know all that. I don't want civilians hurt. It won't come to that. Axe sketched the 7th floor on a napkin. 4 guards in the hallway. Probably more inside the suite itself. The elevators here. He pointed. And there could be stairwells at each end of the hall. I saw doors but couldn't check them out. And our exfil. Down the elevator if there's no trouble. If we have to blow up the floor, we shoot through the guards, go down the stairs, and take the service elevator. That doesn't sound very promising. It's the best I can come up with. It won't come down to shooting and explosions. Princess Haya won't want to hurt anyone. You know her? Nope, but she's still a mother. Kael studied the napkin and then bunched the napkin and shoved it in his pocket when the women arrived. Lunch will be ready in a few minutes. Sit. They sat. He studied them as he cooked. Samira was wearing a loose white ankle-length robe over leggings. Gold and orange embroidery all over, giving the dress a regal feel. Rings on her fingers and jewelry around her neck. Najdi fashion. She laughed self-consciously at his gaze. They're very popular in my country. I bet yours didn't come off a store's rack and could pay my dad's salary for a year, Sophia drawled and got a mock glare from the princess. Smart choice. Kael ladled the pasta into serving plates and placed them in front of the women and his friend. Samira wants to disarm Princess Haya, which is why she's chosen that dress. Not all of us have personal stylists, tailors, and big bank accounts. Sophia's chuckle broke into his thoughts. The diplomat's daughter was in a simple white shirt over dark jeans. Her shade stuck on her hair and a slim chain around her neck. How will this go down? We go, we listen, we return, Axe said laconically. And if they don't let us leave? They will. Sophia waited for an explanation, and when it didn't come, sighed and turned to Kael. Don't look at me like that, the second pie protested. I can't make him talk. It's just a meeting, he said confidently. Don't overthink it. He drove out of the safe house swiftly, taking the Via Giambolino route. Both he and Axe in new disguises. They were now sporting thick beards and fake tattoos on their forearms. Half-sleeved shirts over jeans. No attempt to dress up for royalty. No tails, he told Axe softly, who seemed to be half asleep in the shotgun seat. He's alert. He's situationally aware. He parked in the hotel's lot and they went to the lobby, tightly grouped. Took the elevator to the 7th floor. 4 suited men facing them when the car stopped. They stepped onto the carpet. The doors swished close behind them, and the elevator left in a barely audible rumble. Princess. The men dipped their heads at Samira. One of them addressed her in Arabic. These men, we were told you had 2 Americans with you. They are with me, Yusuf. They are the Americans. Sophia is my friend, the princess replied in the same language without further explanations. We'll have to search the men, princess. Kael and Axe raised their hands when the man wanted them, extracted their Glocks and dropped them in a tray. You'll get them back when you are leaving, he said in English. Why do you need guns? Why do you need them? Axe retorted. Yusuf blinked and put on an impassive expression. Phones, he demanded. No, Kael said. We gave you our guns. You have searched us. We aren't carrying any weapons. You aren't taking our phones. Yusuf, Samira interjected with a warm smile. These men aren't going to start a fight. Let them have their phones. You know the rules, princess. No strangers can have their phones near Princess Haya. I know. But this isn't a normal meeting, and I am sure they won't be recording anything and putting it up on social media. Let's go. We should not keep my stepmother waiting. Yusuf nodded curtly at the implied rebuke and led the way to the largest door. I don't see anything, Kael whispered to Axe while they fell behind the women. That's how good I am. His friend smirked. It's still there where I placed it. They fell silent when they entered the suite. It's large, was Kael's first impression. Styled with Arabic artifacts and handicrafts. Rugs on the floor, silk fabrics draped artistically on couches, but he didn't get much time to check out the room. In its center were 4 women. 3 of them in abayas, with 2 of those wearing niqabs, face and head coverings that only showed their eyes. The third abaya-wearing woman was Princess Haya. Kael recognized her instantly. Princess Haya. The royal was a few feet ahead of the other women, face uncovered, standing tall, her dark eyes flashing, a hint of lipstick and light makeup. She wore an elaborate red crown on her head, in case there was any doubt she was the princess. It seemed to be made of silk and had diamonds embroidered in it. Axe and I could buy several apartments in Manhattan with that, Kael estimated. Her abaya, too, isn't like what the others are wearing. It seems to be silk. I bet it's handmade. It was cream-colored, shimmered in the light, and had intricate floral and lunar designs on it. He surveyed the 4th woman, who stood proud in a military uniform. No head or face covering. Sharp-jawed, neat features, black hair tied behind in a coil, brown eyes checking out the arrivals like an eagle. She must be the princess's personal bodyguard, from that new women's battalion. Samira went past him and bent low. Mama, she said in Arabic. It is good to see you. Princess Haya put her hands to her shoulders and straightened her. We miss you, Samira. I wish we were meeting in better circumstances. Who are these people? These two men have been keeping me safe, Mama. The American private investigators. Nam Yarami. Yes, Mother. They don't look like the descriptions I had. They are in disguise. Samira smiled. Ask them to show their faces. We can't, Your Highness, Kael replied in Arabic. There are many people looking for us. Your family's protector, Hashim Rahimi, is one of us. I am Kael Stryker and my partner is Axton Hawke. Princess Haya looked shocked. You speak our language. Nam. We were both in the army. We were deployed for months in several Middle Eastern countries. We had to learn it. And that's Sophia. Samira bobbed her head at her friend. We studied together both in Stanford and Oxford. She's my friend. Your Highness. The diplomat's daughter nodded at Princess Haya and replied in the same language. I've picked up some Arabic after knowing Samira for so long. You wanted to meet us, Your Highness? Axe asked before anyone else could speak. Kael hid his grin. His friend was respectful, soft, but there was no mistaking the impatience in his voice. Reem. Samira said warmly before Princess Haya could reply. It is so good to see you. I wasn't expecting you to be here. Amira Samira. Princess Samira. The uniformed guard's impassive face broke into a broad smile. You look as beautiful as ever. Amira Haya insisted on my being here, and here I am. One of the abaya and niqab-wearing women fidgeted. Her garment rustled. She seemed to be of a slender build, and came only to Princess Haya's shoulder. She looked at the senior royal, who inclined her head. The slightly built woman removed her head and face covering, and tossed it carelessly on the floor with a grin. Nora. Samira yelled and darted forward. She hugged her sister tight and buried her face in her sibling's hair. Long moments passed while the sisters murmured and whispered to each other. Samira's eyes were wet when she drew back. She wrapped her arm around Nora's waist and bowed to Princess Haya again. Mama. Her voice broke. Thank you so much for bringing Nor. I thought I would never see her again. You can see her when you return, Princess Haya replied. No. Sophia shook her head and instinctively drew back, still clasping Nora. I am not returning to Riyadh. My life is here in Milan. Your father won't send Nor to England for education, in that case. He's already taken her phone away. You know how he feels about this. You know how he is. Your father. Kael picked up the words. Princess Haya doesn't feel the same way. Axe stood granite-faced next to him, but from the slight tightening of his friend's shoulders, he knew his friend had noticed the language too. Don't come back, Samira, Nora burst out. Don't worry about me. I will manage. Nor, I told you to stay silent. Princess Haya frowned. She's my sister. I won't stay quiet. What you're doing to her is not right. Nor. Samira hugged her sister. Let me speak. Please. The younger sibling nodded reluctantly. Mama, Samira said quietly. I want to live my life here. The way I want to. I am not going to marry Prince Saeed. I have no interest in him. I know Papa and you want that alliance to happen, and I am sorry to hurt you in this manner, but it's not going to happen. Hashim and his men have attacked us in the last few days. He has recruited a local gang to find me. People have died. Have you been following the news? These men, she jerked a shoulder at the Americans, have risked their own lives to keep me safe. They are wanted by the police. They have not taken any money from me. All this violence just to get me back. Our family honor, Princess Haya began. Is that more important than what I want? Sophia yelled, a flush spreading over her face. No one moved. No one spoke. We can take you back if I order it, the senior royal said tightly after a moment. You can't, Axe said simply. A hawk. Kael was reminded of that from the way Reem swiveled her head to lock eyes on his friend. His partner had the rare ability to project menace. I'm sure everyone in the room feels it. And then Axe spread his hands slightly, and the room temperature seemed to return to normal. There's something else I want to talk to you about. Samira took another step back, so that she was abreast with Sophia. But it's for you only. Princess Haya nodded after a while and glanced at Reem. Noor and Reem can stay, Samira said. The niqab-covered woman left the room and shut the door softly behind her. Samira clasped Sophia's wrist with her free hand. Sophia and I. Her voice cracked. She's special to me. I want to be with her. In Milan. We can't be together in Saudi Arabia. A long moment of silence, and then Nora whooped and punched the air. I knew it. The way you used to speak of her, I guessed it. You aren't shocked. Samira's voice was strained. I am a modern woman, her siblings scoffed. Even if I live in Saudi Arabia. Do not return to Riyadh. She waggled her finger in her elder sister's face. Princess Haya had stiffened at Samira's words. She took the sisters and Sophia in, keenly observing their body language, and then she sighed. She removed her crown and placed it on a side table, sat on a couch and motioned for her visitors to sit too. Reem stood behind her, her arms crossed. The senior royal had recovered her composure by then, and had an inscrutable expression. Your mind is made up. Yes, Mama, Samira replied. Even though you know your father won't stop. Hashim will keep coming for you. Noor's life will be miserable. Yes, Mama. Noor, I'm sorry. Don't be, her sister said fiercely. I too will run away as soon as I am an adult. She swung around to face Princess Haya. I too won't stay in Riyadh forever, Mama. All our lives, Princess Haya said after a beat, we women are expected to follow rules. Fit into society. Do this role. Do that role. We have become used to it. Many of us believe that's what we are born to do. Our way of life is decided by men, and there's nothing wrong with that, according to these women. Kael stood still. Is she? He marveled and then ordered his mind to stop thinking. Your father sent me to Milan to bring you back, the princess continued. Nor is the bait. Hashim will deal with any objections. She glanced at the PIs. She held her hand up when Samira made to speak. I am a princess in the Saudi royal family. I cannot allow our family name to be dragged into scandal. She paused. I am also a mother. I know I have not been very motherly to you and Noor. I haven't loved you like my own children. She blinked, looked away, and looked back at the sisters again. I have allowed you both to be mistreated. Like secondary people. Even though you too are part of the royal family. She took a deep breath. Samira, do you truly want to live in Milan with your friend? Yes, Mama. Then it will happen. Samira froze. Her mouth opened. No words came. Tears ran down her face. She broke at last and ran to Princess Haya, knelt in front of her and kissed her hands. The senior royal took her by the shoulders, hugged her tight, and kissed her hair. Kael realized he was grinning. Nora was beaming. Even Axe and Reem looked relaxed. But how? Samira rose, sniffed, wiped her face, and grasped Sophia again. What will you tell Papa? How will this happen? What about Hashim? Where is he? I thought he would be here. I will deal with Prince Omar. He won't be happy with me. He will shout and rant. He might hit me. She stopped when Axe made a low sound and resumed when the pie didn't speak. But I can handle him. This is where your friends come in, though. I will tell your papa that these Americans protected you so well that Hashim didn't have a chance. They do. They will. Samira kept nodding through her tears. But you have to do something for me in return. Anything, Mama. Anything but returning to our country. I am asking something else. You have to take Noor with you. I'll be returning without her. 62. I didn't see that coming. Kael winced when Nora gave a piercing yell, leapt high, hugged her sister, ran to Princess Haya, kissed her on the cheeks and returned to Samira and Sophia's side. "Mama," Samira said in a shocked whisper, "how can I do that?" "Are you refusing?" Princess Haya asked. "What?" "No." "But how?" "Reem." The bodyguard went to a desk and returned with a file. Princess Haya took it, leafed through it rapidly, and gave it to Samira. "Read it later. When your parents died, I became your sole guardian. For both of you. Me, not Prince Omar. I alone. In that file, I am transferring Noor's legal guardianship to you. Those documents have been drafted by Tutti and Lorenzo, a highly respected Milan firm of lawyers who are experienced in such matters. I have used them in the past for various family matters. I trust them. They have arranged for independent witnesses. Reem is a witness too. She signed that agreement. Tutti and Lorenzo will also manage Noor's trust fund from now on, with you overseeing it. That agreement is in the file too. Noor's passport is among those papers." Samira took several moments to process this. Her hands shook as she held the file. "All this," she stammered. "It must have taken time. I have been working on it for a while. While you were in Oxford. I was expecting such a day to come. I didn't expect Sophia," Princess Haya smiled briefly, "but even if I had known about her, it wouldn't have changed my intention." "I never understood you, Mama." Samira wept. "I told you, Ya Albi. My heart. The fault lies with me. I was never a mother to you. I was Princess Haya. I was a stepmother. I was everything but a loving parent." The senior royal's eyes were bright with unshed tears. "You'll get into trouble for this, Mama," Nora said. "I will deal with it, Habibti. My darling. Papa might divorce you." Samira took a shocked breath and glanced angrily at her sister. "No, let her speak," Princess Haya said. "She is right. And I can deal with that too. I come from a good family. I have my own means. My life will not end should your father decide to leave me." "Do you love him, Mama?" Nora asked softly. "You can speak freely, Mama," Samira said when Princess Haya glanced at the PIs. "These men have saved Sophia and me several times. We trust them. They aren't going to snitch to any media outlet." Kael felt the weight of the senior royal's gaze and tried to make himself look trustworthy. "Heck," he grumbled when her eyes moved on to Axe. "He carries that look better than me. We have a good life together, Habibti. We know each other well. He has given me room to grow. Space for me to do my own things. Yes, I know that will sound strange for Sophia and your American friends, but that's how life is in our country for women. Even today. Love. What you and Sophia feel for each other. I am sure the prince and I don't have that intensity for each other. But we have been together a long time. That counts for something." She wiped her eyes delicately and smiled. "This," she pointed to the file in Samira's hand, "is my way of making it easier for you to have a better life. I will send my children abroad if that's what they want. I will not force them into anything. I will stand up to Prince Omar for them. But the consequences of these, Mama," Samira began. "I've lived my entire life for others. Consequences. Honor. Image. It's time I faced myself in the mirror." Kael cleared his throat. "Your Highness, what about Prince Hassan and Prince Saeed?" The royal shrugged. "I'll let my husband deal with them. I didn't seek out that alliance. He told me about Saeed, and I had heard of Prince Hassan." She smiled bitterly. "In my position, it was easy to go with the flow." "We didn't find much about Prince Hassan, ma'am," Axe said. "We checked him out, but there's little in the public space other than he too is of royalty, a different family from yours." "He keeps a low profile," Princess Haya replied. "It's easy to do so in Saudi Arabia, especially for someone of his position. There's nothing shady about that family, or else my husband wouldn't have been so keen to progress the alliance." Kael's eyes narrowed when she finished. The way she spoke those last words, like she didn't mean them. The princess spoke before he could analyze deeper. Can I trust you to keep my daughters safe? Yes, Your Highness, he said without hesitation. Axe nodded in agreement. Do you have a plan? Mama, we are waiting for Sophia's father to return from his vacation, Samira spoke before he could. Signore Luca Bianchi is a deputy minister in Italy's interior ministry. I intend to apply for asylum, but I'll go only to him because you think your father will use his influence with the Italian government to stop you. You are right, Princess Haya said bitterly. I heard him make calls. Your father is incorruptible, Sophia. Yes, Your Highness. He's the most honest person I know. He's clean, Axe drawled. We checked him out. We had to. He raised his hands defensively when both Samira and Sophia shot looks at him. Comes with the job. I forgive you. Sophia smiled. Thank you, ma'am. We'll have to apply for Nora's asylum, too. Samira frowned. We will. Her girlfriend stroked her forearm comfortingly. I'll try to call Papa again. Try. Princess Haya asked sharply. Is there a problem? My parents are in Costa Rica, Your Highness. They are in a poor signal area. Even my text messages to him aren't going through. But they will be back soon. Kael suppressed a grin at the expression on Princess Haya's face. If it had been Saudi Arabia, she would have dispatched an airplane to fetch the Bianchis. We tried meeting another official, Samira explained. Sophia's father's boss. But Hashim turned up there. We escaped just in time. Proof that Papa has a lot of influence, she said furiously. Hashim. Princess Haya fingered her abaya, absent-mindedly. He won't stop trying to find you until my husband orders him to. And you know your Papa will not give that order. In fact, when I return without Nora, he will be even more determined. He'll send more men to help Hashim. You are already wanted men. Her eyes flickered to the PIs. You. We'll deal with him and with the police too, Axe said quietly. She sized him up and then looked at Reem. The bodyguard seemed to convey something with her eyes which the senior royal understood. Where is Hashim? Samira burst out. I thought he would be here. Princess Haya smiled. It doesn't look like you've been following the news. I'm officially opening an art exhibition today, in Milan. I'm sure he's there. Huh. Kael frowned. You're there, and then it hit him. Body doubles. Nam. Many of us in the royal family have our doubles. We don't advertise it. Shamina has been posing as me for many years. She can carry off the impersonation perfectly. But how did the logistics work? It must have required a lot of. We took care of it, Reem said. It's not our first time. That's me, put in my place, Kael chuckled inwardly. What about those guards outside? They are my guards, she said fiercely. Loyal to me. Answerable only to me. The princess didn't want Hashim around when she arrived. His men must be with him. I don't care where they are. Smart, Axe acknowledged. The bodyguard inclined her head regally. Like I said, it isn't our, what do you Americans say? First rodeo? It isn't our first one. When Reem is with me, I don't worry about anything. Princess Haya smiled. Reem, how long have you been my bodyguard? Ever since I returned from my military missions, Your Highness. My family has been serving yours for even longer. You have been the most loyal and reliable person I know. It's been an honor. Princess Haya stopped her with a raised hand. I release you, Reem al-Faran, from your duty. You are no longer my bodyguard. You no longer have to serve me or the royal family, out of any obligation. She's firing, Reem. Kael watched on, astonished. No doofus, his inner voice retorted. She's letting Reem out of the complex ties to the royals. She's giving Reem her freedom. I have opened a bank account for you in Milan, Reem, the princess continued. Those details are in that file too. You and your family's entire life has been spent serving us. Money cannot repay that kind of service. But I hope what's in that account will help you do what you really want. And if that means you want to return to Saudi Arabia, I will welcome you. As a friend. As my equal." The bodyguard took a long time to process her words, and when she did, her face fell. "Did I do something wrong, Amira Haya? Have I let you down?" "You fool," Princess Haya said affectionately, got up and went over to Reem. The bodyguard bowed low. The royal held her shoulders and, straightening her, hugged her deep. Reem's muffled exclamation was lost in Princess Haya's shoulder. "You did nothing wrong. It has been my honor to have you as my bodyguard. But now you should seek something in life that you really want. Your life isn't defined by serving the royal family. You, Reem Al-Faran, are capable of so much more than that." Reem was crying when she stood back. Her eyes darted away from the royal's steady gaze. She sobbed and cried in Samira's shoulder when the younger woman went to her side. "How can I repay you, Amira Hay?" she cried brokenly. "Reem," Princess Haya said lovingly, "no payment is enough for what you have done for us. Payment from us. Please don't cry." Axe sidled to Kael and whispered, "I won't." He clenched his jaw. Axe snorted in disbelief. 63. Nora had only a traveling bag with her. She darted into the enormous suits and returned with it, stood in the middle of the room, and theatrically removed her abaya and flung it on a couch. "Now I can listen to Taylor Swift all day." She punched her fist in the air. Kael grinned and took her in fully. She was shorter than her sister, coming up to her shoulder, slim athletic build, short dark hair flowing loose around her head. Wearing a "We Don't Need No Education" tee. She might not even know which band's song that was, he mused. She had traded her formal shoes for sneakers. A scuffed pair of jeans completed her outfit. "We're going to have so much fun, sis." She fist-bumped Samira. "Soph," she said in an exaggerated accent, "you are a total hottie. I get why my sis fell for you. I approve." "Thanks," Samira said dryly. "That's all I needed. But yes, Sophia, or Soph as you said, is a..." Princess Haya cleared her throat. Nora turned serious instantly and went to her and hugged her. She whispered softly, held the royal tight, and wiped her tears against her sleeve when she drew back. "This won't be the last time we see you, Mama." Samira too fought through her tears. "It had better not be." Princess Haya hugged her too. "Keep them safe." She looked at the PIs over her stepdaughter's shoulder. "We will," Axe replied. "From everyone." "Yes, ma'am." The way Axe said it and the way he stood, feet planted on the carpet, his biceps rippling, his shirt hugging his body, his inner force almost visibly radiating, seemed to reassure her. She nodded. "Samira, I have opened an account for you too. Yes, I know you have your fund, but I have more money than I need. Please pay them." "They won't discuss money with me, Mama," Samira laugh-sobbed. "Why won't you?" The royal directed at Axe. "We didn't get time, ma'am." She didn't believe him. It was clear from her expression, but she didn't pursue it either. She whispered in Samira's ear, hugged her one last time, and let her go. She shook Sophia's hand and followed them to the door. "The guards, Your Highness," Kael said. "They will wonder why Nora is with us." "They are my men," Reem rasped. "They will keep their thoughts to themselves." "Are you staying back?" he asked her. "I have not decided. Amira Samira, you have my number. I never lost it. It's in my memory. Message me, and I'll be with you." "You heard what my stepmother said, Reem." Samira smiled. "You are free. I will be with you because I want to be." She and Axe are so alike. Kael glanced at her hard features as they stepped out in the hallway. The guards straightened at their approach, hiding their surprise quickly behind impassive expressions. Reem spoke softly to them, and they nodded. "What would you have done if Hashim had been here and used force?" she asked while they waited for the elevator. Axe leaned down and yanked the noodle out. He dangled it in the air. "That's explosive. There's a micro-detonator in it. It looks unthreatening, but it can take out almost the entire floor." He disarmed it on his phone, and stuffed it in his pocket. We would have blasted it and escaped. Reem sized him up. I read your files. You are good. Our military files? Kael asked, surprised. Yes. You got access to those? Does he always ask stupid questions? This directed to Axe. Sometimes, his friend replied straight-faced. Other times he's being funny. You like him as a partner? Talking as if I'm not there, Kael sniffed inwardly. He gave an exaggerated wink to Nora, who, along with her sister and girlfriend, were listening amusedly. Some of his jokes are good. That's enough. Yes. I'm getting emotional again. Kael broke in and led the way to the car. Your English is very good, he observed at Reem, who followed them. I was one of the few women who went on combat missions. I got inducted into the Saudi Arabian Royal Guards. I can speak multiple languages fluently. She turned away from him and stared straight ahead. Discussion over. Don't be scared of Reem, Nora whispered loudly. She's our friend. Even Axe cracked a smile at that. Reem, what will you do now? The teenager asked. I don't know, Habibti. This happened so fast. Amira Haya. Her jaws clenched. I wasn't expecting what she did. None of us did. Nora bounced on her feet. I am so excited. Reem, what will happen to her when she returns to Riyadh? Samira asked concernedly. I don't know, it won't be good. You know your father's rages. Stepfather. Yes. But hopefully the princess can reason with him. I feel guilty. Don't be, Habibti. Live for yourself. Be happy. Make others happy. That's why the princess released me from my duties too. I see that now. Kael went into the lobby when the elevator arrived, and checked it out quickly. No sign of Rahimi or Lupi Neri. He nodded, and at that, Axe led the others out, with Reem bringing up the rear. They took the stairs to the basement lot, Kael and Axe shielding the sisters and Sophia while Reem covered from the rear. Nora's shoes squeaking on concrete steps. Her chatter had died down, as if she seemed to sense their alertness. Clear, Kael said softly at a glance in the crowded lot. He dropped to the floor and checked out beneath the cars, and then led the women to their SUV. All of them in the rear seat. He got behind the wheel while Axe took shotgun. Reem stood beside his friend's window. Kael was making to wave at her when Axe rolled his window down and asked her, What do you know of Talal? Shock on her face, and then it closed up to become granite. She lunged forward, got her hand inside the car, unlocked it, yanked the door open, caught Axe's shirt and dragged him out. Hey! Kael exclaimed, got out and hurried around to them. Reem had jammed Axe against the SUV. Talal al-Harbi, she snarled. Yes, Axe replied. How do you know him? He's here. He met us. He wants Samira. Reem, is there a problem? Samira joined them. Yes. It's called Talal al-Harbi. 64. One of my missions was to manage the flow of Ethiopian refugees at the Saudi-Yemen border. We women weren't given active roles, Reem said stoically. We had to support the heroic men. Still, it was an opportunity for us. Hashim was there. Yes, we know that. Kael smiled at the surprise on her face. We have our sources too. If you're going by what's on record, it's Hashim who led the massacre. What's not in those reports is that Talal gave the orders. Yes. She nodded. Talal was there. He too was in the Saudi Special Forces. He was senior to Hashim. He led that operation. He gave the order to rape the women. I saw it. He warned us not to speak of it, or he would kill us. Hashim is bad, but Talal is evil. Why didn't you report that, Reem? Samira gasped. Who would have believed me? Who believes a woman's words? I spoke to the other soldiers, the women. They were scared. They said they would repeat the official story, that the refugees rioted and became violent and had to be suppressed. Suppressed. She spat. The army or the government covered it up. Nothing happened to Talal and Hashim. Talal even got a promotion. He came to me one night. Brahimi? Kael asked. No, Talal. This was when I had joined the Royal Guards. He told me to keep quiet, otherwise I would regret it. You should have told Prince Omar, Samira said angrily. Would he believe me, or a highly decorated special forces officer? It would be my words against his. The other women wouldn't back me up. I can't blame them. They had more to lose. I don't have anyone. My family was killed. Her face twisted. Do you know who killed them? Kael felt dread mount inside him at her expression. He was almost afraid to utter his guess. Who? He whispered instead. I come from a small village near Bisha. That's not far from the Saudi-Yemen border. That night, if the mission had gone as planned, which was to calm down the refugees, nothing more than that, I was going to visit my parents and sister on the return. I couldn't go that night, she said after pausing for breath. Not after what went down. Talal ordered the women soldiers to return to our barracks. The male officers stayed behind. They must have cleaned up for their official story. I got news the next day that my family and several other people had been killed late at night. The villager who called me said it was Saudi soldiers. Reem angrily brushed the tears away from her face. I rushed to the village. No one had a clear report. I gathered that an army battalion had stopped at the village late the previous night. At my parents' house. No one knows why or what happened there. The villagers heard shots. That woke them up, and when they hurried to our house, they saw officers running away to their vehicles. Those soldiers opened fire on the villagers. A few of them died. The survivors went to my house and saw my parents, and Shamina, my sister, had been shot. They were dead. They called the police. An investigation happened. Talal was questioned since his unit was closest to the site. He said his officers returned to base camp immediately. There were several corroborating reports. The police concluded that the killers were a raiding party from Yemen. I didn't believe their report, she continued. I returned to the village several days later and showed them photographs of all the officers in Talal's unit. Several of them confirmed he was one of those who ran from my house. Talal killed your family. Nora burst out. That piece of shish. I don't know. Reem smiled despite her fury. He was there. He was in my house. My family died when he was inside. Did he pull the trigger? I don't know. Why were they killed? I don't know. Her face twisted. She yanked Axe forward powerfully and slammed him back against the SUV. Talal al-Harbi is mine. Do you understand? Yes, ma'am, Axe replied expressionlessly. She glowered at him and then at Kael and released Axe. There's one another thing you should know. Talal is Iranian by birth. Kael felt like he had been punched. Iranian? How was he in the Saudi military? I said he was born there, but he moved to Saudi Arabia when he was young. But I don't know for sure. I am guessing. You're guessing about his being Iranian too. She trained her furious gaze on him. I've heard him during Salat. Several times when he thought he was alone. We prayed in the desert. I went out alone, and there were many occasions when he was close to me, but he didn't see me. Salat is the Islamic prayer, Kael recalled. He prayed in Arabic, and then followed it up with several Persian prayers. Personal ones. I know that language as well. There can be a reason he prayed in Persian. Axe straightened his shirt. But if he's Iranian, he either defected and was accepted by the Saudi government, or moved to Saudi Arabia when he was very young, and became a naturalized citizen and got into the army. I think it's the latter, Reem agreed. I tried to research him, but I couldn't access his file. I didn't look too hard because he was senior to me, and he could destroy my career. When you became a royal guard, Samira began. I had the same problem, Habibti, then too, Reem said gently. Who would believe me? In any case, I didn't think his being Iranian was an issue. Her lips thinned. He is evil. He was responsible for what happened to those refugees. He might have killed my parents. Those have nothing to do with where he was born. What about Rahimi? Would he know about Talal? Axe asked. Reem said. I am sure he does. They were close friends even though Talal was Hashem's senior. So we could ask him. He won't say anything. I have considered that. Does he know Talal's working for Prince Hassan? I don't know. Was he there? In the village? Reem's lips tightened. I don't know. I showed his photograph too, but none of the villagers recognized him. That does not mean anything. They were scared. Things were happening fast. Kael thought of reaching out to pat her forearm, and then reconsidered it. The way she's feeling right now, she might rip out my fingers. We can't stay any longer, he said instead. There's someone else who might know about Talal. He swiveled toward her. Who? Amira Haya. She and Prince Omar might know, since they have met Prince Hassan a few times. They can get his file. There's nothing in it about being an Iranian. How do you know? She asked sharply. We have access to some files, he said blandly. Who are you both? Private investigators from New York. Who are you, really? Good people to be with. I'm the funny one. She rolled her eyes when Nora giggled. I'll call you if I find out anything from Princess Haya. Her finger shot out and pointed at Axe like a blade. Remember what I said. That Talal is yours. Yes. He's yours, ma'am. Good. We might get along. 65. They met Reem in the Romani Cafe in Buccinasco the next day, several streets away from the safe house. It had a front entrance on Via Emilia and a side entrance to Via Lazio. There were enough windows at the front and the sides, large enough for them to view street and sidewalk traffic. And big enough for us to break through if we need to escape. Kael checked them out. He and Axe were in shades and using the previous day's disguise. The women were in shades too, but not in any disguise. With Reem, we should be able to deal with anyone, Kael figured. The former bodyguard was in a white shirt hanging loose over dark jeans. The shape at her waist looked like a handgun. Glock, he guessed. Sig Sauer, she shot back. I don't like Glocks. How's your first day free from duties? Have we come to gossip or to discuss what I found? Kael shot an angry glare at Axe, who was smirking. Nora, who had been perusing the menu, ordered for all of them, insisting they try her choices, and settled back smugly. You spoke to Princess Haya, he asked. Nam. Can we speak in Arabic? I don't want anyone to hear. The cafe was crowded, and chances of them being overheard was low. She's being more cautious. She does not want anyone to recognize the names. Nam, he replied when their orders arrived. Shukran. Thank you. I spoke to Amira Haya. Reem made a frustrated sound. She didn't tell me anything. She asked me to let it go now that Samira and Nora are with you too. That's it. The younger sister slurped her mocktail noisily. Mama didn't say anything else. Reem, did you ask her the right questions? If I had been there. Slow down, little one, Samira laughed. Let Reem speak. She's hiding something. I could see it on her face and in her eyes, the former bodyguard said. What exactly did you ask her? Whether she knew Talal was Iranian. She kept silent initially, and then asked me to go out and enjoy Milan. That life had changed for the better for you both and me, and I should leave the past behind. You left it at that. Nora glared. Sophia laughed. I love your sister. She shoulder-bumped Samira. She can be too much, the older sibling sighed. You are free because of me. Nora waved her juice glass in the air. If I hadn't come here. Nam, like you came voluntarily. What are we discussing here? Reem said coldly. Kael grinned when the sisters turned serious instantly. So, you didn't get anything. Did you ask her about Rahimi's involvement in the village? No. Reem sipped. I wanted to. Then I wondered if it was worth burdening Amira Haya with that. She'll have enough to deal with when she returns. Poor Mama, Nora agreed and took a big slurp. Axe rose. Let's go back to the safe house. And then Hashim Rahimi burst into the restaurant with 4 thugs. 66. Reem was to Axe's right. She was facing the front door. The sisters and Sophia were seated between her and Kael, who was next to his partner. Axe was the only one of them standing. Reem was putting down her napkin when Rahimi entered the room. She made a shocked warning noise and pushed her seat back. It caught against something and stalled. She growled angrily and grabbed the edge of the table to support herself while getting to her feet. The soft cloth slid away. Crockery and glasses crashed to the floor. Rahimi was 4 tables away, the thugs spreading out. He was yelling instructions, his hand reaching beneath his jacket. Reem saw Kael jump backwards, his chair toppling. She saw him fling his hand to Samira's shoulder, forcing her to drop to the floor. Reem mimicked the action and got Nora to sprawl on the floor. "Nothing will happen to you, Habibti," she said. She didn't know if the teenager heard her over the growing commotion in the restaurant. Someone shouted. The manager rushed to Rahimi and went stumbling backwards, had a hard shove to his chest. A woman screamed. Reem saw Axe move as if in slow motion. The American's hand flashed to his shoulder. His Glock emerged. He fired twice in the air. Lasciate, il ristorante. Leave the restaurant. The reaction was instantaneous. Panicked customers shot out of their seats, scrambling toward the front and side doors. They came in the way of Rahimi and his men. Reem cursed when a customer went down at a brutal blow from the Saudi. She reached for her Sig Sauer. "No guns," Axe warned. "Too many people around." Samira, Sophia, Nora, on the floor. "Get behind the table." "We're already there," the teenager shouted. Reem grinned. There was no fear in the younger one's voice. She caught the side of the table and upended it, sending the rest of the plates and glasses to the floor. She huffed as she rolled it on its side and jammed a chair against it to stand. Cover for the crouching women behind it. Rahimi had broken free of the crowd and was a few feet away, his face twisted in rage, his gun coming out from beneath his jacket. Axe, still seeming to be in slow-mo, caught a water jug from a nearby table and flung it at the approaching man. Rahimi couldn't duck. No room. He was already committed to drawing his weapon. The jug crashed into his face. Water splashed on him. He yelled and went down, Axe on top of him. Reem lost sight of them. She was leaping over a broken plate. She caught a chair and swung it at an approaching thug. Its legs broke on the man's chest. He went down. She picked up one of the broken legs and jammed it in his throat. No mercy. Someone crashed into her. Another thug. He took her bodily sideways against a table. She glimpsed Samira's strained face from beneath their cover. "Stay where you are," she gasped, and then twisted in the man's grasp, brought her club the chair's leg down on his back, kneed him in the groin, and with a savage roar flung him away with a parting blow to his face. No one else in the restaurant. Scattered tables and chairs. Porcelain and glass shards on the floor, along with cutlery. A growing crowd outside who were looking in. Axe was grappling with Rahimi on the floor. The Saudi on top of the American, raining blows. Blood surrounding them. She didn't want to think whose it was. She made to go to them when Axe, despite taking a blow to his jaw, caught her eye and shook his head. He seemed to be smiling. "Crazy man." Reem panted. Tightened her sweaty palm on the club. Kael was behind Axe's head, punching at a thug, and even as she watched, the first goon she had taken out attacked him from the rear. Fierceness welled inside Reem and burst out as a yell. She attacked, jabbing the club like a spear and catching the second attacker in his rib. He jerked and twisted away to face her. His hand darted beneath his shirt and brought out his gun. She yelled, dove to the floor and swung the club at his groin. He howled in agony, his round going off into a wall, and then he fell when she slammed the club across his head. Reem got to her feet lithely. Kael was in control of his fight. Axe was still getting hammered by Rahimi. The blood pool around them was getting bigger, but she didn't go to them. Just one more thug remaining, whom she had need. He was darting to the women, making slow progress because of his groin injury. She pounced at him with an oath and swung the club at his face. Broke his jaws and teeth and nose, but it still wasn't enough. She hit him on his temple and kept going, until steel band-like arms wrapped around her and stopped her. She twisted her head to snarl, and then saw it was Kael. "He's out," he panted. "No need to kill him." Axe soaked up the punches. His jaw hurt. His face ached. His left hand was trapped to his side by Rahimi's powerful thigh, which bracketed him. His right hand was warding off as many blows as it could. He had tried to rear upwards to dislodge his attacker, but the Saudi was powerful, enraged, and had planted himself firmly on Axe's chest. It's the glass shard in his right hand. That's what I should be worried about, Axe thought dimly as his head rocked back from a punch. The Saudi had picked it up from the floor, and was slashing at the Pie's face and neck. Axe had managed to grab a fallen napkin, and had twisted it around his right palm. "That's saving me. But even that's getting ripped from the glass." He could feel blood, sticky wet beneath his back. Only some of it was his from light cuts to his back when the Saudi had twisted him to the floor. Most of it is Rahimi's when the Saudi fell onto the shattered jug. Axe couldn't risk punching up at the Saudi's face. That will leave my face exposed. He knew he had to end the fight soon. He was losing energy. He couldn't take in any more of the punches. He shook his head angrily when Reem came into sight. "I'll deal with him." He stopped a wicked swipe and winced when he felt the glass shred his napkin and scrape the inside of his palm. "It isn't deep. But I need to do something." He jerked upwards. Rahimi snarled. "You're going to die. Think of yourself." Axe gasped. "Your men are finished. You can't escape. I want you. I don't care about them." A downward punch that rattled Axe's head and a snick of the glass that he just about managed to deflect. Axe saw Nora's face from behind the table, teeth biting her lip, watching in horrified disbelief. He recalled Samira's words. Rahimi slapped her. "You're not getting the women." "I still can, and I might rape them as punishment. The prince said I can do whatever I want, as long as I get them back." Rahimi's eyes glittered. His teeth bared in a hateful smirk. "You shouldn't have said that." The red mist descended on Axe. He heard himself roaring as if from a distance as he clenched his right fist and presented its side to the incoming strike of the glass. The shard pierced the napkin and cut through skin. His roar turned into a howl of agony as he jammed his hand against the sharp edge. Rahimi grinned triumphantly as he saw blood streaming down Axe's forearm. "But your glass is trapped in me." Axe lunged up ferociously and headbutted the Saudi. Rahimi's nose broke. His seat on Axe's chest slipped. His thighs loosened. The Pie continued yelling, rage and agony fueling him, his left hand streaking free to finish in a pointed finger jab at Rahimi's throat. The spear-like thrust, powered by all his strength, crushed the soft tissue at the Saudi's throat. Rahimi shrieked and fell sideways. The shard loosened in his fingers. Axe freed his right fist, twisted his wrist and caught the weapon, forcing himself to fight through his pain and with a last burst of energy slashed at Rahimi's throat. Blood spurted from the Saudi's throat. He looked surprised and then anger and panic filled his face. He reached for his neck to stem the flow. Axe was merciless. Axe was ruthless. He caught the man's hand and stopped it. "Were you there at Bisha? In the village where Talal killed the residents?" Ambient sound seemed to fade. Only Hashimi's harsh breathing. Sweat on the fallen man's face dripping along with blood, falling to the floor. His eyes glittering with hate, locking onto Axe's face. Reem crouched next to the PI. Kael joined them. "Stay away," Axe heard his friends say to the women covering behind the table. "Hashim." Reem raged. "You are dying. Tell the truth for once. Were you there? Did you kill my parents? Did Talal? Why?" The shine faded from the Saudi's eyes. They became empty as he twisted his head slowly to face her. Axe held onto his hand tight. There would be no saving for Hashim Rahimi. I was outside, the man said laboriously. His chest heaved from the effort. His shirt was soaked in blood. Talal shot food didn't get. He wanted food. My parents didn't give it. That's why he shot them. Nam. Over food? Reem cried. Nam. Is he Iranian? Axe asked. Again, the slow turn of the head for Rahimi to lock eyes with the PI. Nam. You knew all along. Nam. Who else knows? No one. What are you hiding? Axe raged when a shadow seemed to cross the Saudi's face. You will never find out. Rahimi managed a triumphant smile. His eyes flickered. His breathing turned raspy. Prince Hassan. Talal. Iran big. He died. 67. Did he say Prince Hassan is Iranian too? Kael rasped while he checked out the rest of the fallen men. None of them moved. Did I hear that right? Not now, not here. Axe got to his feet. We've got to get out of here. He checked out the rest of the fallen men. They're out. Unconscious, not dead. The crowd of people had thickened around the windows. He cocked his head to listen for sirens and didn't hear any. He body-blocked Samira's view of Rahimi and helped her up and around the table. Nora and Sophia followed. The women were pale-faced, trying not to look at the dead man. He motioned them to stay behind him and went to the side exit while Kael and Reem collected their fallen weapons and joined them. The watchers stood back at Axe's hard-faced presence. A murmur went through the crowd. Lehigh UCCISI Tuti. Did you kill them all? Someone shouted. Axe ignored them. He used the force of his presence to shove through the crowd, which parted reluctantly. Several people were recording them on their cameras. Now that they were out, he could hear sirens, but they weren't coming their way. He hurried down Via Lazio to where Kael had parked. I'll kill you if you follow us. He swung around at Reem's snarl and saw she was facing down two punks who had been following them. The men had shaven heads and ink on their arms. They might have thought they were tough, but one look at her and they melted back, cursing at her. Kael got behind the wheel and shot out as soon as they were seated. The four women crowded in the rear. Why haven't the police shown up? Reem craned her head at the rear mirror. We were fighting for almost 10 minutes. That was enough time for them to respond. Axe clocked Kael's grin. What did you do? I called Beth. His friend chuckled. She and Meg called the polizia. Don't ask me how. They reported fires, riots, and shooting in several parts of Milan. Those calls will have stretched them thin. Cafe Romani's manager must have reported a brawl. That would be low down the cops' priorities. Who are Beth and Meg? Reem asked suspiciously from behind. Friends. He looked at her in the rearview mirror. Her eyes flicked to Kael. You planned this. You were expecting him to come. You weren't surprised when Hashim arrived. How? I figured Lupinari has watchers at all big restaurants and clubs, Kael replied. And on the street as well. They must have called Rahimi when their men recognized Samira. Who is Lupinari? A local gang Rahimi recruited to find us. She worked it out in her head. And then you told your friends to set off the false alarms with the police. How did they know when Rahimi came? They track our phones. They guessed we were fighting by the rapid movement. Your friends can do all this. And much more. You risked the princesses' lives and Sophia's. Do you have a better way to end this? Rahimi wouldn't have stopped looking for us, even if Princess Haya ordered him to. She could have asked Prince Omar to order him, but who knows how that conversation would have gone. Talal, we don't know what his game is. He won't stop hunting us. You risked their lives. It was a calculated risk. You were with us. I figured the three of us could face down whoever showed up. Was I wrong? An amused look crossed her face briefly. No. But now, the police will be looking for us. Those people recorded us on their phones. We must be all over the internet. We are. Nora looked up from her phone. We'll correct that. Kael swung onto Via Salieri and into the parking lot of a shopping mall. Stay inside, he ordered the women. Axe joined him at the back when the liftgate rose. He unrolled the makeshift bandage from his palm and inspected it. Kael sucked in his breath at the nasty cut and swiftly removed a medical box. No stitches. Axe wiped his wound. Fresh blood oozed out. We don't have time. Painkiller me. Kael cleaned the cut again, jabbed a needle in the base of his palm, and pressed the syringe deep. Reem joined them. Didn't comment. Looked on as Kael applied a clean dressing over the cut and tightened it. I'm good, Axe growled when his friend looked searchingly at him. I can use my fingers. He flexed them. I can draw my Glock. You don't have to be such a hard-ass all the time, Kael retorted. That's the natural me. Axe grunted and helped his friend remove the box of disguises from the rear. Reem was still watching. Give me some of those wigs. She dipped her hand in the box. She brought out several women's ones and took a box of contact lenses too. She disappeared into the Range Rover, and when the women stepped out, they looked different. Samira had blonde streaks in her hair and green contact lenses. Her good looks were altered with a false nose and crooked teeth. It's temporary. Kael grinned when she inspected herself and made a face. Just until the heat dies down. Sophia's hair was purple. I like it. I'm going to dye my natural hair like that. She had gray contacts. She batted her false eyelashes at Samira exaggeratedly, drawing a laugh and loosening the tension. I look ugly. Nora frowned when she looked in the side mirror. Her hair was curly. Her cheeks were fleshed out by the pads. Her ears were elongated by the fake ones and had hoops dangling off them. That's the best we can do for now, Axe said as he inserted gray contacts and changed his wig to a light brown one. He helped Kael change the plates on their SUV, then took a spray paint can and carefully drew 2 red streaks on each side and sprayed a design on the hood. Makes it look different, he answered Nora's look. Why aren't we talking of what Hashim said? Samira thrust forward between the driver and shotgun seats when Kael drove out. Did Hashim say Prince Hassan is Iranian? What did he mean by it's big? My marriage to Saeed. Axe handed her a bottle of water. She uncapped it and took several gulps, and then wiped her chin. Her eyes lost their panicked look. Axe took the rest of the women in. Sophia's face was pinched. That's when she's stressed. Nora was bouncing in her seat, her hands wedged beneath her thighs. Reem met his eyes. Impassive. Breathing evenly. Still. She's a rock. She's rolling with the punches. Do you want to talk about what went down? He addressed them. Neither Kael nor I are therapists. They should go to a counselor when this is over. They've seen more violence and death than most civilians. I didn't mean to shout. Samira sighed. She made to finger comb her hair, and then remembered it was a wig. She looked at Sophia and whispered softly in her girlfriend's ear. The diplomat's daughter nodded and drank from the water bottler. Nor. I'm okay. I'm okay. I didn't see much. I was squeezed between both of you, and Axe was in between. The teenager trailed off. These disguises are clever. What else do you have in this vehicle? Amira Nora, Reem said softly. Take deep breaths. Look at me. Think of nothing else. The younger sibling inhaled deeply and exhaled, repeated it several times until she nodded. None of that Amira Nora she nonsense, she corrected herself at her sister's glance. I'm Nor and she's Samira. We are friends. Yes, Nor, Reem said gravely and fist-bumped the teenager. I heard what Hashim said. We can speculate, but there's one person who might know. Mama. Samira breathed softly. Nam. Can we go to her hotel? That's where I'm headed. Kael smiled briefly. What about the police? Sophia licked her lips. Won't they be looking for us? They will for you. Which is why you're now wearing disguises. They won't be able to identify Axe and me, since we were disguised. We'll clear everything up with the police when your father returns. For now, nothing's changed. We ask Princess Haya questions. Hear what she has to say. Figure out what we do next. Lie low till your father returns. Sounds more fun than doing my maths homework. Nora smirked. 68. Reem made several low-voiced calls, the first of which was respectful, the remaining ones sharp. I spoke to Samira Haya. She pocketed her phone finally. She's expecting us. I told my team to let us through the elevator. They're still taking orders from you? Axe asked her. I was their leader. I mentored them. I trained them. They won't forget that. Kael returned to the hotel's parking lot. No police. No security guards stopped them. He backed up in an empty space, ready for a quick getaway. Reem got out and shut the door before the rest of the women could exit. What's she doing? Samira began. Axe lowered his window and handed Reem an earpiece and collar mic. He waited for her to wear them and then, using his phone, hooked them onto the comm system. He and Kael inserted their earbuds too. When I say leave, you leave, Reem ordered and went to the elevator lobby. What's happening? Sophia tried to open the door, but Kael locked it from inside. Why aren't we going with her? We don't know where Talal is. Axe leaned down to position his HK between his feet. He and Kael had taken the weapons from the arms cache at the rear, while removing the disguises. He could be with your mother. Reem's going up first. If he's there, she'll find a way to call us and order us to leave. What happens to her if we leave? Samira said, won't he force her to tell where we are? He might. Axe clocked the parking lot slowly and saw nothing alarming. In which case we keep you safe and then rip his world apart. I don't like that dude. Nora fist-bumped him awkwardly from the back. Join the club, Kael said dryly. Moments passed. Cars entered and exited the parking lot. Smartly dressed men and women, hurrying to the elevators or returning from it. Clear. Reem boomed in their earpieces. Axe winced and lowered the volume. Copy, he said, and flowed out of the SUV, slammed the door shut, and opened the door for the women to emerge. He and Kael proceeded to the elevator, tightly grouped. He felt the comforting weight of his Glock against his chest and glanced at Kael, who nodded briefly. We aren't surrendering our guns this time. 69. Reem had said clear, but they weren't taking chances. Axe entered the hotel's lobby and went around it checking out every person, and only then signaled for Kael to bring in the women. They went to the elevator. Nice. Nora eyed its gold trim, mirror work, and the fancy lighting in the car's ceiling. Mama didn't let me explore the hotel when we arrived. No one commented. The teenager rocked on her heels. Put her headphones on. Mama didn't let me listen to this music either. She bobbed her head for a few moments and then yelled, AX, have you listened to BTS? Axe stroked his chin. He looked at the ceiling and then at the floor. Is that a sports channel? She punched his forearm. You're so old. Samira leaned over and yanked her headphones away. Stop shouting. The elevator came to a stop before Nora could retort. Reem with Yusuf to greet them. Several other men standing way back. New team, Axe guessed. He stepped out, alert. Talal could still be here. It could be a trap. He isn't. Reem read his thoughts. When I said clear, I meant it. Did you tell Mama what went down? Samira whispered when they went down the carpeted hallway and to the suite. No. She was surprised at my disguise. I asked her to hold on to her questions. Princess Haya was in the same ceremonial dress. No crown this time. Shock and surprise at her face when they entered. Samira, is that you? Her gaze settled on the tallest woman. What's this about? Why are you disguised? Reem didn't tell me anything. Sit down, Mama. We should be alone for this. The senior royal looked at her stepdaughter for a moment, and then gestured at the two niqab-wearing guards to leave the room. She sat gracefully in her couch and motioned for Samira to begin. Nora burst out before her sister could explain. Hashim attacked us. He came with 4 men. Reem, Axe, and Kael handled them. Axe killed Hashim. He had no choice. Hashim would have killed him. Hashim said Talal is Iranian. He said Prince Hassan is Iranian also, and this is something big. What do you know of all this, Mama? Princess Haya had a lustrous, light complexion, just like her stepdaughters and Sophia. A fair-complexioned face draining color, that only happens in movies, Axe mused. The effect of Nora's words were apparent, however. Princess Haya seemed to visibly age. Her shoulders hunched as if the words were blows. She brought her forearm up to partly cover her face, and then dropped it limply to her lap. Is all that true, Mama? Samira demanded. Hashim. The stepmother licked her lips, struggling for words. He's dead. How did he find you? That's not important, Mama. The older sister was relentless. Is what he said true? Is Talal Iranian? Reem is confident he is. She overheard him during Salat. What do you know of all this? We didn't think it would get to this stage, Princess Haya said brokenly, weeping silently. What did you and Papa do? Samira asked, horrified. It was for you, Habibti. The stepmother raised her tear-streaked face to her daughters. What did you do, Mama? Nora stamped her foot. Princess Haya wiped her eyes. Yes, Talal al-Harbi is Iranian. Iranian-born, she emphasized. Your Papa and I've known of it for a long time. His parents came to Saudi Arabia when he was very young, and he grew up there. They took up Saudi citizenship. He's a Saudi now. The GIP investigated his family thoroughly. They were satisfied they were loyal to our country. His parents died several years ago. The military accepted Talal. We went through his file. GIP, Saudi Arabia's General Intelligence Presidency, its intelligence agency acts recalled the organization. What about Prince Hassan and Prince Saeed? Samira wrung her hands. Her stepmother looked away. She licked her lips. They are Iranian. It was a mumble. They are Iranian, she repeated more clearly. What? Samira roared. HOW, explain, Mama. Prince Hassan comes from a very good family in Tehran. They are distantly related to the Shah's family, which is why they have the title of prince. Princess Haya's tears were nonstop. He and his ancestors have businesses in our country. Prince Hassan didn't hide who he was when he approached us. Why, Samira flailed and gave up. Nora stood frozen with her mouth open. Why did you entertain them, Your Highness? Sophia's voice shook. Prince Omar, the royal said wearily through her sobs. He found out that Prince Hassan was well connected to the Iranian government. You know the countries resumed diplomatic relations last year. I get it. Samira snapped her fingers. Papa thought my marriage to Saeed would be taken well in Iran. He could go back to our king and say the alliance improves the relationship between the two countries. It is no secret our king wants to change the image of our country. He wants it to be seen as more modern. The perception that Saudi Arabia and Iran are enemies, he wants to change that. If Papa's plan worked, the king would reward him with more favors. He would be part of the king's inner circle. This alliance, my marriage, this was all a political game for him. How could he and you even think of this? His intentions were good. Saeed is a good person. We vetted him. I don't want to hear anything anymore, Samira screamed. I am sick of all this. I wish I was never born into that family. How could you treat me as property for your own ambitions? I know, Kalbi. My heart. I know our mistake. Don't call me that, Samira said hoarsely through her weeping. We are stepdaughters to you. You never loved us. Papa never loved us. You took us in your family because someone had to. Sophia, Nora, asked Kael, let's go. I don't want to stay here any longer. Samira. Princess Haya rose and made to go to her. She stopped abruptly when the older sister shrank. We are not evil, Habibti. Let me decide that, Samira said bitterly. Your Highness. Kael cleared his throat. We looked up Prince Hassan and his son. That they are Iranian, that's not mentioned anywhere. Money can buy power, Kael. Samira laughed humorlessly. Haven't you seen that by now? With that kind of power, you can sanitize anyone's past. Princess Haya spread her hands out helplessly, acknowledging the younger woman's words, confirming them. The elevator ride was silent, everyone lost in their thoughts. Nope, didn't expect that. Axe met his friend's eyes and knew his partner felt the same. The sisters stood close, clutching each other's hands. Samira had her head on Sophia's shoulder, her eyes closed. The diplomat's daughter had an arm around her girlfriend's waist. Even Reem looked shaken as she stared at the elevator door. They went to the SUV, still not exchanging a word. It was on the drive back to the safe house that Axe shook his head. Something's not right. What? Kael glanced at him. All this for a marriage? Honor. You really believe that? He felt stirring in the rear seat as the women absorbed their words. Where are you going with this? Kael asked. I don't know, Axe admitted. But all this violence, it does not seem reasonable for a marriage alliance. It's not just a marriage, Samira said bitterly. It is to bring two countries closer together. Yeah, I know that. But all this seems excessive. You do not know about Saudi royal families. I don't. You think Papa has something else going on? Nora shot from behind. I don't know anything, Axe replied firmly. I'm not going to muddy their family affairs anymore by speculating. But we know someone who can find out. He punched Beth's number. Honey, I missed you. Where have you been? She responded on the first ring, her breathy tone coming clearly across the car's Bluetooth speakers. Axe side-glanced Kael, saw him roll his eyes. He didn't dare to check out the rearview mirror and see the expressions on the women's faces. You're on speaker. We have company, he said quickly. Oh. Beth let the disappointment sound clearly. And then sassy, familiar Beth returned. You're calling me, which means you need some help. Wasn't saving your asses at that restaurant enough? Which reminds me, how injured are the two of you? Is Samira safe? Talal al-Harbi, Prince Hassan and Prince Saeed are Iranians. Can you dig up anything on them? Axe broke in. A long pause and then, Iranian? Yeah. There's nothing about that in their files. Confirmed by Princess Haya. What are Iranians doing in Saudi Arabia? There are several of them in that country. You know what I mean. This close to the Saudi royal family, marriage, Talal's military. Leave this with us. A second voice. Megan. Terse. Are you okay? Axe glanced at his palm. The painkiller had reduced the fire to a dull throb. Yeah. All of you are wanted by the police. We are disguised. We gathered that, or else we would be hearing about you being arrested. We might need your help clearing all this up. Happy to help. We have contacts. The call ended. Honey, Reem said from behind. Kael laughed. It's not like it sounds, Axe said defensively. How is it? It's an act. Beth has a boyfriend. They are deeply in love. He knows of this act. It sounds childish. Axe squirmed. He didn't recall the last time he had done so. He looked angrily at Kael, who kept chuckling. Who are they? Reem continued. Friends. How will they find out about Talal, Prince Hassan and his family? I don't know, Axe said. Telling them about the agency and Werner will be a long explanation. Best for another time. They have helped my family, the other royals. Beth and Megan, she was the other voice, introduced me to Kael and Axe, Samira explained. She still sounded downbeat. Dinner was similar. No small talk. Kael's reheated pasta was consumed by the women listlessly. The only conversation was to the point. Pass the salt. I need a fork. Samira looked haunted. Shadows underneath her eyes. Nora wasn't looking better. Sophia put on a brave face, but she too was shaken. Reem looked composed, eating tidily. She inspected the house as soon as we arrived. Checked out the security, Axe thought as he finished his food and went to the sink to wash. She's an elite operator. She'd easily fit in with Zeb's crew. Give them time, Kael said when the sisters and Sophia had left for their rooms. Reem stayed with them in the lounge. Her eyebrow raised when he brought out his crocheting hook and got to work, but no comment other than a fleeting amused expression. As if I'm the one who talks, Axe retorted. Just saying, Kael shot back. A comfortable silence. His friend reading a newspaper, Reem sprawled on a couch flicking through her phone, Axe's hook flashing in the light. And then his phone rang. 9 p.m. You won't believe this. Beth's voice crackled when Axe put it on speaker. He dropped his hook to the floor at the excitement in her voice. Kael sat up, Reem raised her head. We still don't have anything on Hassan and Saeed, she said. Have you heard of General Farhad Alavi? Axe racked his brains. Kael squinted. It was Reem who answered. Head of Iran's Quds forces. 70. Who's that? Beth asked sharply at the new-to-her voice. Reem al-Faran, the former bodyguard said, sitting up and drawing closer to the phone. I was a royal guard, appointed to Princess Haya. Kael gave a bigger introduction. She was in the Saudi Armed Forces Women's Cadre. She's been on missions. She joined the Royal Guard later. She's now with us. Long story for another time. Samira and Nora are close to her. We trust her. Reem. Beth's voice grew warmer. Don't let these two corrupt you. They won't. Alavi, Axe reminded the agency operator. Yeah, him. Prince Hassan visits Iran regularly. He stays in Tehran in an upscale hotel whenever he's there. Guess who else has been staying in the same hotel the last 4 times? Axe tightened inside. Alavi. That isn't proof. Maybe. But how about that one of Hassan's family companies is a major defense supplier to Quds forces and the IRGC? A long-standing relationship. That company was founded by Hassan's grandfather and initially supplied to Iran's military. But it is under Hassan that the Quds and IRGC have become customers. How did you find out? Kael asked sharply. Saudi's GIP didn't find anything. You said you didn't. We expanded Werner's search algorithm when you told us they were Iranian. That got us the hotel reservations. That made us investigate the offshore accounts that Quds and IRGC have. We know some of them. Our intelligence agencies have been monitoring those discreetly. We then checked out the other accounts in those banks. They have become very cooperative when our State Department threatened them. That led us to Hassan's companies. But his name isn't on them. It's convoluted. Shell companies and all that, but Werner could crack them. Prince Hassan may or may not be recruited by Quds, but he's close to that organization. We have the receipts. Why didn't our government act on this? They might not have known. We sent our contacts a file. Also, they might be busy with Ukraine, Gaza, upcoming elections. Take your pick. Alavi has been very vocal about bombing Israel, Reem said with a faraway look. He even approached the king recently about it. For Saudi Arabia to lend its airfields for the bombing. It was one of his aides who made the approach. The king refused promptly. It was hushed up. It isn't the kind of news Riyadh wants to make public. Axe looked around at a rustle. Samira, Sophia, and Nora had come down unnoticed during the call and were listening. I'll send you what we got, Beth continued. Be careful. Shout if you need help. Samira clutched the edge of a couch so tightly that her knuckles shone. We heard your voices and came down. We overheard most of that. Do you think Mama and Papa know of this? No, Reem said strongly. I know Prince Omar and Princess Samira very well. They love their country. They will not betray it. They don't know of Prince Hassan's connection. Your alliance, even that was because the prince thought it would help Saudi Arabia. We should tell Mama and Papa. Nora hugged Samira comfortingly. They will go to the king. He will deal with it. I own an airfield, the elder sister said. 71. Kael rocked back. Airfield. Yes. I have an airfield. Nora has a hospital, our cousins. My hospital specializes in children's and women's care, her sibling said proudly. Airfield. Axe brought the discussion back. What do you mean you have one? Why do you have it? I own it fully, Samira said slowly, as if she didn't understand why the Americans weren't getting it. I can decide whatever happens on it. Who flies, who lands. I can close it off if I want to. I can turn it into a playground. I have full and total control over it. It's a Saudi royal family thing, doofus, Beth snarked, listening into their conversation. They make such gifts to their children. Nam, Reem agreed. Axe shook his head, bemused. Who uses it now? The Saudi Air Force. No. I don't want the military near it. Samira smiled at his expression. A flight training school uses it. You actually make calls every day to the staff? Kael asked, amazed. No, Samira laughed. I have a manager. Afzal Aslam. He and the staff came with the airfield. I don't interfere in its operation. I haven't even visited it in years. I get involved only when someone comes to me, like a school wants a large ground for some match, and then I call Afzal and he arranges it. Where is this airfield? Kael snapped out of his astonished daze and brought up a map on his phone screen. There. Samira's elegant fingernail tapped on northwestern Saudi Arabia. Near Tabuk. Near Tabuk is a great location for an airstrike against Israel, Beth said tightly. It's close to that country. The shorter flight means there's a chance those strikes can get through Israel's Iron Dome. Samira sucked in her breath sharply and spun toward Reem. When did Alavi approach the king? About a month ago, the former bodyguard replied. Why? I got some emails at the same time requesting use of the airfield. I forwarded them to Afzal. He said the company behind those emails didn't exist. We thought they were spam and didn't reply to them. If you married Prince Saeed, and if they were close to Quds, they could make you open the airfield to Iranian aircraft. Kael asked. I wouldn't agree. Her jaw clenched. He said they could make you, Axe said. Samira shivered. It could work, Beth said from the phone. The Iranians could fly in military aircraft, masquerading them as training machines. Maybe 2 or 3 aircraft. Any more and they would get noticed. There would be just one strike. The Saudis would be alerted instantly when it happened and would close it down. One would be enough, Kael said. Heck, it wouldn't even need to be successful. Quds would play up that strike for its supporters. Think of the headlines. And the bonus would be Saudi Arabia's humiliation on the world stage, Axe said. Kael glanced at the sisters and Reem. Can you get Prince Omar and Prince Haya on a call? They need to hear this. Samira nodded. Yes. Her hand went to her pocket and came out with her phone. Nora joined her as the elder sister dialed. I'll duck out, Beth said and hung up. Axe made coffee while the siblings spoke softly to someone. He returned with a tray of mugs and served them. Reem took a sip. Cocked her head. This is good. You have other talents. I crochet. I know of that. Samira snapped her fingers. They crowded around her. Mama, I am with everyone here. She held the phone up to capture them on the video call. Is Papa joining? Nam, Samira. You know how late it is there, but he woke up. There he is. Your Highness, Kael greeted Prince Omar, who looked alert despite the late hour in Riyadh. He was wearing his white shamag, his expression inscrutable. Samira, when are you returning to Riyadh? He said peremptorily without acknowledging Kael's greeting. Your friends killed Hashim. You two are wanted by the police. I can make that go away. We will discuss all that later, Your Highness, Princess Haya said smoothly. You should listen to Samira. Papa, do you know Prince Hassan and Prince Saeed are close to Quds forces? Nora exclaimed before the elder sister spoke. Prince Omar frowned. Nonsense. Who told you that? They are Iranian, Papa. We found that out. You hid that from me, Samira said bitterly. This marriage alliance was for you, not me. It was for you to get closer to the king and get more power and influence. Samira returned to Riyadh. I will explain. You are in trouble there. These Americans. Your Highness, Reem said softly, it is true. Know your place, Reem, Prince Omar thundered. She bit her lip. Her face flushed. Axe glanced at her and felt rage. Prince Omar, you will listen to us, he said coldly. Prince Hassan and Saeed are Qud's collaborators. Maybe they are operatives. We don't know about that. However, we have proof of Prince Hassan and General Alavi. I am sure you know him, socializing. We have proof of one of his companies being a major defense supplier to Quds and IRGC. The U.S. State Department now has this proof as well. I don't know how they will act on it, but its officials have it. We believe this marriage alliance was a decoy. Prince Hassan and Qud's real intention, once Samira was married to Saeed, was to use her airfield and launch an attack on Israel. Prince Omar blinked rapidly after several moments. You have proof? He asked hoarsely. The last part is a guess, sir. Samira will. He looked at Kael, who held his phone up and thumbs upped. Samira has the file about the rest. She can forward it to you and Princess Haya. I'll do that as soon as this call is over, Papa, Samira said. The U.S. government knows of this. Prince Omar demanded. They know, as of about half an hour ago, sir. GIP can talk to their counterparts in America, who can confirm it. GIP knows. No, sir. No one else in Saudi Arabia knows. Prince Omar rubbed his eyes and then looked away for several moments. He looked broken when he turned back to them. Attack on Israel. Using Samira's ground. What have I done? Omar. Your Highness, Princess Haya corrected herself swiftly. You have to break this alliance off. It cannot happen. Samira will not be returning to Riyadh until it is off. Axe looked at her. Smart. She's bought time without getting into Samira's reasons. If the king finds out. A muscle on Prince Omar's face jumped. A nervous tick. He should find out, Your Highness, Kael said confidently. Everyone looked at him. He should find out. From you, he continued with a smile. Who else knows Prince Hassan and Saeed are Iranians? Only the princess, me and Talal. That's even better. You should go to the king and tell him you found out only now that they are Iranians, and not just that, but a front for Quds. You should take this proof with you. You should say Prince Hassan approached you for this alliance. You had heard of him and had met him at events, but didn't know him well. So, you appointed investigators to look into him and Prince Saeed. You weren't going to marry Samira off into just any wealthy family. Your investigators are well connected. They came up with this. They are American. They are loyal to their country. They told you that they are obliged to inform the U.S. State Department too. You asked them to hold off until you presented this information to the king, so that the king can stay on top of this development and take proactive action before the Americans make any demand. This will make Saudi Arabia look good to America, with whom they already have a strong relationship. You, Your Highness, come out of this as a strong, loyal member of the royal family, who took prompt action to protect Saudi Arabia. Axe hid his smile. Only Kael can spin this around to make everyone look good. Prince Omar digested it for several moments. But the State Department already has this information. We have connections, Your Highness. We'll ask them to hold on to it. No one will know that they have it. Your connections are that good? Yes, sir. Samira, can you send me something right away? Hold on, Papa. Samira minimized the video call. Her fingers flew on her phone. Done, Papa. Check your phone. Prince Omar peered intently at his screen. His lips tightened. That company. I have heard of it in intelligence reports, he rasped. He glanced at them and then focused on his daughter. He composed himself. Samira, if we can speak privately. Say whatever you want to say here and now, Your Highness, Princess Haya urged him. You are smart. I'm sure you have guessed there aren't many secrets left. The Americans know a lot. I trust them with my life. Reem, whom you should apologize to. Yes, Papa, Nora shot. Prince Omar looked teary. He blinked and straightened his shoulders. Reem Al-Faran, I am sorry for how I spoke to you. You have served us loyally all these years. You are so close to us that we see you as part of our family. I apologize, Reem. Your Highness. Reem blinked back her tears. You don't have to say that. I wasn't offended. He should. It is good to hear His Highness apologize once in a while. Prince Haya interrupted her with an affectionate squeeze to her shoulder. And in this instance, he was wrong. Your Highness. She looked at the prince. Will you meet with the king? It is late, but I am sure he will appreciate the meeting once he sees the intelligence. I will make an appointment right away. Talal al-Harbi is still around, Your Highness, the stepmother reminded him. He's still a threat. He won't be once I tell the king. Prince Hassan will order him to stand down. If he doesn't, I will inform the Italian authorities about him. But what about Samira and her friends? And Reem and Nora? The police are still looking for them. Hashim is dead. How did that happen? Sir, you need to go to the king. Right away. We'll deal with everything else later, Axe said forcefully. We are with Samira, Nora, and Sophia. Reem's with us as well. No harm will come to your daughters. Princess Haya smiled when the prince kept silent. You should say thank you, Your Highness. Axe and Kael have done a lot for us. Thank you, Prince Omar began. It's all right, Your Highness. Kael interrupted him with a broad grin. We'll speak later. Your meeting with the king is important. Please update Samira on how it goes. Prince Omar nodded and ended the call. He isn't used to taking suggestions, is he? Kael grinned. Orders is the right word. Princess Haya smiled. No, he isn't. He'll learn. Things have changed. Is it over? Samira asked hopefully. It will be when your father meets the king. The evidence is there, and if the king doesn't act on it, the State Department will, Kael replied. Beth and Megan and their team have that much influence, she asked, awed. Their boss has. She reports only to the president. The heads of the world's biggest intelligence agencies are her friends. I'm sure she knows the head of GIP too. She? Nora asked. Yes. The teenager punched the air. Must be a badass. She is. There's still the police matter. Princess Haya frowned. The Italian police will not overlook Hashim's death. We can explain, Kael said. If Samira and Sophia are willing to be witnesses. We will, Sophia said firmly. I agree with Kael. This can be cleared up. My papa has some influence too, she said proudly. Mama, Samira addressed her stepmother. Is it okay if we go to Tutti and Lorenzo tomorrow? I want to discuss how everything will work with them. Nam Habibti. You don't need my permission. And I'm sure after your papa's meeting with the king, you can even go safely. How can we thank you? Samira turned to the Americans when the call ended. Axe narrowed his eyes at her. Do you cook? She laughed. No. I didn't need to. It's something I need to learn. Then you can't. Money. We'll discuss that. You didn't discuss payment with them. Nora turned on her sister. Axe got injured, Kael got hit. So much violence and they aren't getting paid. They don't seem to want to discuss it. Axe. Kael. What are your fees? The teenager demanded. Go to sleep. Axe ruffled her hair. You have a meeting tomorrow. Will you tell us how many zeros there are in your trust fund? Only if you tell me your fees. Kael returned to his seat when the sisters and Sophia went to their room. Axe was conscious of Reem's steady gaze on him. You didn't take money? She asked. Not even an advance. We'll get to it, he mumbled, cursing himself for not having Kael's conversation skills. He went to the kitchen counter to get away from her look, drank water, and picked up his crochet hook, thankful that Reem no longer was watching him. He won't give up, she said after a while. The PIs looked at her. Who won't? Kael asked. Talal. I know him. He'll take it as a personal failure when Prince Hassan asks him to stand down. He won't stand down. 72. Prince Hassan has disappeared. Samira's eyes shone at breakfast the next day. Papa called me at night. His meeting with the king went very well. The king was very appreciative of Papa's information. We don't know what happened after that, but Papa messaged me in the morning saying Prince Hassan's airplane is no longer in Riyadh. His office is not disclosing where he is. Prince Saeed has not been seen either. His social media accounts have been deleted. They've either been arrested or they fled, Kael surmised. Yes, that's what Papa said too. The king asked him not to get involved anymore, so he hasn't made any inquiries. Your airfield. Axe leaned back in his chair and drank his beverage. Everything's normal. I called Afzal. The training school has classes today. So it's over? Nora asked. Looks like it, Kael said. He steadied the table when she leaped up to yell triumphantly. Sophia, Noor and I will go to the lawyers, Samira said. Reem and I will go with them. Kael side-glanced at Axe, who nodded. Axe resumed his crocheting when they left at 10 a.m. It was a complicated design that he had taken up to enter a competition. He was engrossed in it and wasn't aware of time passing until thirst made him get up. He placed his design on the side table and admired it for a moment. It was a mural that he had seen on a building's side in Cape Town, reflecting the city's struggle and diversity. He drank water, stretched, and glanced at his watch. 1 p.m. He frowned. Checked his phone. No missed calls or messages from Kael. None from Samira or Sophia, either. That meeting shouldn't have taken that long. Tutti and Lorenzo are in Porta Nuova, which isn't far. He dialed Kael's number and got connected. What's taking you so long? Kael Stryker is in no position to make calls, a voice answered in English. Axe sat down heavily. He recognized Talal's voice. He swallowed. If you have killed. Killed? No. Talal laughed. I won't kill anyone until you come to me as well. Breathe. Stay calm. Stay focused, he told himself. How the heck can I stay calm? Kael's my friend. Breathe. He forced himself to inhale. Where are you? In Tutti and Lorenzo's office. Proof of life, he exhaled. Turn on your video. Axe turned it on, saw Talal smiling triumphantly, and had a sudden insane urge to punch the man. He's not near you. Talal panned his phone to show him Kael, Samira, Sophia, Nora, and Reem, all of them tied to chairs, gagged. None of them seemed to be hurt. Both Kael and Reem seemed to smolder furiously. What do you want? Axe demanded with another inhale. Fear and rage threatened to consume him despite his breathing exercise. He dug his nails in his left thigh, squeezing so hard that it hurt. The pain helped temporarily. I want you, Talal said. You could have called me. I wanted you to worry. Are you panicking? Are you angry that I captured your friends so easily? They walked into this office, and my people easily disarmed them. Your friend Kael and the fearful Reem, he sniggered, couldn't even strike back. Come over right away. Talal dropped his mocking act. I will kill one person every hour if you do not. I can come only by 3 p.m., Axe said. I am not in Milan. I went to Lake Como. I'll need time to return. You were already celebrating. 3 p.m. No games. No tricks. No police. Just you at the lawyer's office. I won't warn you again. I will kill one person for every hour you are late. Before killing the women, I will let my men rape them. I will keep your friend for last. He hung up. Axe yelled in rage. He kicked and punched the couch and stabbed his hook repeatedly into a sofa. He felt panic welling in him. Blinding, suffocating fear that robbed him of rational thought. He stumbled to the sink and emptied a glass of water on his face. He stood, letting water drip off him onto the floor, his fists clenched until the cut in his hand opened again and throbbed. He didn't care. He jerked when his phone rang. Olivia. He cursed. He didn't want to face her. He reluctantly accepted her video call. Axe, she laughed, you look like you nearly drowned. He swallowed and tried to speak. No words came. What happened? Where's my worthless boyfriend? He? Axe, what happened? Sharper tone. A hard frown to go with it. I tried his phone. He's not answering. There's a problem. She squeezed her eyes tight and rubbed her forehead. Opened her eyes again. How bad is it? Bad. Give it to me, Axe, she raged. Talal has captured him, Samira, everyone. Talal is... I know who he is. Kael's been updating me every night. Where are they? In a lawyer's office. Lorenzo something? Yeah. You didn't go with them? No. What does Talal want? Me. What are you planning? I'll go. Her eyes filled. Axe, I have never asked Kael to quit his pie work. You and he have been shot, injured, but you've always come back. Please come back. Both of you. I'll try. His voice cracked, and he ended the call before she asked any more questions. He went out looking for the SUV, and realized Kael had taken it with him. He went to his room and examined the arms cache he had. A drone, enough explosives to bring down an office building, grenades, flashbangs, spare magazines for his HK. He had enough arms to start a small war. Do you have a plan? No. He brought out his phone and looked up Tutti and Lorenzo's office. Ignored Olivia's incoming call. He brought up a satellite map. Tutti and Lorenzo was on the corner of Via Carlo Porta and Via Marco de' Marchi, a prime location in the business district of Porta Nuova. A two-story building with its main entrance on Carlo Porta, a property that Werner told him the law firm earned outright. Downstairs seemed to be a reception area, and upstairs seemed to be offices. No other offices, he thought bitterly. All Talal had to do was take out the security guards, and the entire building was his. The law firm wasn't big, Werner told him. 30 partners, many of them distributed around the country. Guesstimate of about 40 staff in the building. The AI showed him some marketing images on the firm's website, of a boardroom which had views overlooking both Carlo Porta and Marco de' Marchi. What's the point? I still don't have a plan. He checked out the building's glass-windowed exterior and automatically reached for the drone. 73. Zeb Carter was sprawled on a couch in a villa's reception room, scanning the day's newspaper. La Repubblica, one of the largest publications in the country. The paper's front page had scenes from Cafe Romani, with large headlines saying the perpetrators, 2 men and 4 women, were still wanted by the Polizia. Perpetrators, he snorted beneath his breath. His phone rang. Olivia. Livy, he greeted her. What's up? Zeb. He's hostage. Axe told me. Take a breath, Livy. Zeb sat up. He snapped his fingers. 7 people in the room, his friends, went silent. They gathered around him. Bawana, African-American, tall, broad, bare, neatly trimmed beard, standing next to him. The 2 men the biggest in the room. Roger, a handsome Texan broker, the oldest among them, Chloe, Beth, and Megan, making up the rest. They were the agency's team. Kael and Axe were their friends, their family. Kael, he took Samira, she's. We know who she is. We know everyone involved, he told Olivia. No need for introductions. Kael took the sisters, Sophia and Reem, to some lawyer's place. Tutti and Lorenzo. Olivia sobbed through her narration. Talal captured them. I spoke to Axe. You know how he is. He will let Talal kill him if it means Kael walks free. I don't know what to do, Zeb. Should I call the police? You are in New York. We aren't. We're in Milan. Milan? How? When? Kael didn't mention it. He doesn't know. Can you help? Olivia pleaded. You might be busy. If you are, can you ask someone? Your contacts in the police. Your special forces friends. Livy, Zeb said softly. Listen to me. She swallowed audibly, her breathing harsh. Yes. We can and will help. You will. Zeb, how can? Bawana leaned over the phone, a mountain obscuring the overhead light. Olivia Navarro, freshen up, get your best dress out, book dinner for 2 in a fancy place. Kael will be with you soon. She broke down and wept. Bawana looked Beth and Megan when she hung up. You promised this would be a restful vacation. It was, Megan retorted. We were in Lake Como for a week. All you did was lie beside the pool and go sailing in the evening. That wasn't restful. You said it would be 2 weeks. Yeah, the second week is here in Milan. Bawana's teeth flashed. His fingers flexed. Looks like vacation ended. 74. Axe caught a cab to Tutti and Lorenzo's office. He was in jacket, tee, jeans and boots. A backpack with his gear. No disguise. He was numb. The panic had subsided, but a dull fear remained deep down that refused to go away no matter how many breathing or calming exercises he did. I see no way out. I'm going to die. I won't be able to save Kael and the rest. You have one shot, he reminded himself. He discreetly checked his phone as he approached the darkened glass doors. He had launched the drone at the safe house and programmed it to fly to the lawyer's building and circle it in a specific pattern. His screen confirmed the UAV had reached there before he had, and was circling the building. He didn't look up. I won't see it in any case. Its camo tiles will hide it against the sky. He was counting on the drone. It's a long shot. He pushed open the door and entered. 3 men in suits. One standing behind a reception desk, 2 others flanking the door. One of them held a palm up. Axe stopped. The man checked him against his phone. Guns. Axe removed his Glock slowly, noting the alertness in the men. The reception man had his hands hidden by the desk. He's probably got a rifle with him. The man patted him down, opened his backpack and smirked at the grenades and spare Glocks. You're not going to need these. He tossed the bag away, resumed searching Axe, removed his thigh-sheathed knife, inspected it for a moment and threw it away too. He made Axe remove his boots, socks and belt. He took the pie's phone and crushed it beneath his heel. Go. He pointed to the elevator. The other man jammed a gun against his back, led him to the elevator, and went with him to the upper floor. You aren't worried I'll take you out? Axe questioned. No, the man said in a bored voice. I have a gun on you. You're an operator. You know there are ways to disarm a man. Try them. Where are the staff? Locked in a conference room. Phones? Dead, he said in a bored voice. This isn't the first time we have taken over a building. The reception folks will turn away visitors with some excuse. Someone will answer the company's phone and give the same excuse, that Tutti and Lorenzo is closed for the day, Axe surmised. The elevator stopped at a hallway. Fancy carpeting on the floor, low lighting in the ceiling, a few paintings on the wall, photographs of the law firm and its partners. The upper floor had the look and feel of a discreet yet expensive office. Axe checked out the closed doors. The staff must be behind one of those. They must be bound and gagged. He didn't hear any noise. Soundproofed building, he guessed. The man shoved him to a door at the end of the hallway and knocked on it with his free hand. It swung open. An armed man greeted them. He yanked Axe in and slammed the door shut. Axe stumbled into the room. A large conference room in the corner of the building. Floor-to-ceiling glass on 2 sides. Those overlook the 2 streets, probably. A glorious view of Milan's skyline. Dark wood paneling on the walls and more photographs. A large oak desk which had been dragged to the side. Couches had been moved to the wall, too. In the center, their backs to the glass, were the captives. On wooden chairs, their arms and legs tied to the furniture's arms and legs. Kael to the right, his eyes furious, making inarticulate sounds behind his gag. Reem at the far end, impassive, hostile eyes. Samira, Sophia, and Nora in the middle. Axe could sense their fear even from where he was. Samira moaned, tears leaking down her eyes. He finally took in Talal. The man was in an untucked white shirt over khaki trousers. Boots on his feet, a Glock in his left hand. Smirking. 8 men ranged out in the room. All of them carrying Alaska 19s. Talal tossed his Glock to one of the thugs and without warning, punched Axe in his belly. He continued his furious assault, slapping, kicking, and hitting the pie, until the American fell to the floor with a split lip and eyebrow. "Do you know what that was for?" Talal hissed. "You're angry." Axe gasped. The Saudi kicked him in the stomach. Axe grunted and curled tight from the fire that raced through him. He groaned when Talal gripped his hair and pulled him up. "Prince Hassan said I failed," the Saudi yelled in his face. "He said I should have easily captured Samira. I have never failed in my life. It is you. You and him. I am free now. I can do what I want. I will kill all of you and escape." He swung round and slapped Kael. Axe spat blood from his mouth. He didn't look at the sisters and Sophia. He knew he would see panic in their eyes. Forcing a woman to return and marry against her wishes, that wasn't a good move in the first place. Talal hit his temple. His head rang and he staggered. He heard Kael shout behind his mask. Axe straightened, gasping. His tea was already damp with sweat. The men downstairs had taken his jacket. His sinewy arms were free. "What can I do?" Box with Talal and 8 men. Kael, eyes furious, making inarticulate sounds behind his gag. "Don't forget the drone," his inner voice reminded him. "I haven't," he snapped back. "I have some time, but I wasn't expecting 8 men. If it was Talal and a couple of others, I might have had a chance." "Where's your boss?" Axe managed to taunt through his panting. "We heard he's missing. Did he escape to Tehran? If he did, Hibs will torture and shoot him and his son. Alavi does not like failures. He's like your boss in that." He saw the punch coming. Tried to back away, but one of the thugs came behind him and held him firm while Talal hit him brutally. Axe fell to the floor, on his hands and knees, blood from his face staining the carpet. Those will be hard to remove, he thought inconsequentially, and realized he was feeling lightheaded. He groaned and got up slowly. "I changed my mind." Talal, face gleaming with sweat, took his Glock from his man. "I was going to kill you last." He straightened his arm, "But now you'll die first." He jammed the gun to Axe's forehead. 75. Rasul, one of the guards at the door, straightened when a dark van stopped in front of the office building. Its sliding door opened. A woman got out and strode to the office. Seconds later, she was joined by another one. Both of them had russet-colored hair that fell in waves to their necks. Both were the same height, wearing similar dark gray pilot-style jumpsuits. "They're twins," he said. "Check them out." The second man stood by his shoulder, as the women walked confidently to the glass door. "If I could have a woman like that," the other man said. "I don't mind having both," Rasul said crudely. The women stepped through the door. He could feel their presence. Strong features, looks, and carriage that could grace Milan's catwalks. He felt he was drowning in 2 pairs of piercing green eyes. "The office is closed, ma'am," he managed coherently. One of the women reached into her pocket casually and brought out a taser. Rasul fell back when the dart struck him. Her move had been so easy and yet so fast that neither he nor his friends had time to react. He jerked spasmodically. He tried to reach for his gun, but the shooter, with the same enigmatic smile, slapped his hand away. He heard pops and turned his head slowly to see the second woman shoot his friend in the shoulder. Where did she hide her gun, he thought dimly. Saw that men were bursting out of the van, one large black man, another equally large man, followed by more men, and then something struck him in the head and he heard one of the women complain, That wasn't hard. We are elite soldiers, he tried to protest, but darkness enveloped him. 76. That isn't a good move. Axe swallowed. Samira screamed, the sound muffled. Kael yanked at his restraints furiously. Nora and Sophia were shouting. My men will rape the women in front of your friend, Talal said, and then I will kill him slowly. But you die first. You are not listening to me, Axe told him calmly. He wiped his palms against his jeans. He controlled his breathing to show no fear, even though his heart pounded. Shooting me won't be good for you. Talal's finger eased on the trigger. Why not? Because in a few moments, a drone is going to explode outside the window. It is packed with explosive. It will take out this room. It will kill everyone here. Talal looked at the two large windows. I don't see anything. Several of his men craned their heads at the glass. You won't. The drone blends with the background. You can see it only when it's very close. You are lying, Talal snarled. If there is such a drone, you'll die too. Axe shrugged. I came here prepared to die. I can turn off that drone. Take me. Release the women and my friend. Prince Hassan isn't going to help you anymore. There's no point in killing anyone, but if you want to, shoot me. Killing the women will make it worse for you. The Saudi government, the Italians, and even the Americans will hunt you down. Talal threw his head back and laughed. That doesn't scare me. No one suspected I was a Quds agent all along. He smirked at Axe's expression. You are surprised. I was a sleeper agent. This was my only mission. In all others, I was a loyal soldier to the Saudis. His face twisted and he slashed the Glock across Axe's head. Then you and he came along and ruined everything. What do you gain by killing us? My honor. Who cares about it? I care, Kael said coldly and pointed the gun at Axe's face. His finger tightened on the trigger. Someone pounded on the door. Talal hissed in anger. An indistinct voice yelled and the door shook from the pounding. Who is it? Talal shouted. Is it Rasul? One of his men used his phone and then raised his head. His phone is dead. Talal swiveled fast and went to the window. He peered out cautiously and then looked up. I don't see police cars or the drone. Turkey, check who it is. It can't be the police. They would have broken the door down. All of you, be ready. It must be one of the fools from downstairs playing a joke, but still be alert. Talal hustled back to Axe, stood behind him, and jammed the Glock to his head. Turkey switched the AK to his left hand. He opened the door with his right and jumped sideways. A black man filled the door. Face shining with perspiration. Biceps straining against the short sleeves of his dark blue tee. He was carrying pizza boxes neatly stacked up, covering his upper body. Hey man, he yelled impatiently, what took you so long to open the door? Don't you want your pizzas? They are hot. My hands are burning. Everyone froze. Take your pizza, the man yelled when no one moved. I've got another delivery. Those men downstairs, they made me climb all the way up carrying these boxes. Did they offer to help? No. Did they say keep the boxes down? No. They asked me to go up. They didn't let me use the elevator. They said the car would smell. What kind of people are you? Now take your food, tip me and let me go. All this, with no effort to hide the American accent. Who are you? Talal asked in a shocked voice. How did you come up? He jammed himself behind Axe. Didn't you hear what I just said, man? You really want me to go through it again while holding these hot boxes? You are not a good man, friend. Nope. Not a good man at all. You here. The arrival swung at Turkey. Put that gun down and take these boxes. Axe felt like laughing. He felt like sobbing in relief. Adrenaline surged through him, fierce, hot, turning him into a lethal fighting machine. Despite that, his voice cracked when he spoke. Bawana, things will go boom shortly. Be ready. Hey, Axe. The pizza delivery man grinned. You don't look so good. I don't think these men deserve pizza. Kill him, Talal roared. The glass windows shattered inwards as the drone exploded. The blast force shook the room. Several paintings fell off the wall. Water jugs and glasses fell off the oak table. A curtain caught fire. Axe ducked instantly when the drone went off. He lunged sideways and leaped toward the women. He felt Talal's shot burn his shoulder and a second one graze his ear, and then he was slamming into Samira. He heard shots and shouts. Didn't look up. He spread out both hands and legs, and with a desperate attempt, tipped over the chairs of Sophia and Nora as well. His knee landed on Samira's belly. She groaned. His palm on Sophia's face. She grunted. He didn't care. He would apologize later. He used their fallen bodies to lever himself and dive at Reem's chair. His shoulder caught its armrest. His momentum raised the furniture an inch off the floor before landing and tipping sideways. He fell over Reem. Felt something crack and hoped the chair was broken. Her eyes met his. They were blazing. Brown flecks in black eyes. He corrected the initial impression he had of her. She said something. He couldn't hear. His ears were ringing from the shots Talal had fired and from the sounds of the struggle. Axe rolled off her and checked the room out. Talal punching furiously with Bawana. Bear, his HK looking like a toy in his hands, was firing at two men at the window. Zeb Broker and Megan using their fists against several thugs. Why aren't they using their guns? Because they don't want the hostages to be caught in a crossfire, dummy. What happened to the Saudis' guns? They shot them as soon as they entered. Bawana staggered back at a wild swing from Talal. The Saudi reached down, picked up his Glock, and shot him. The African-American jerked. BWANA. Axe roared and got to his feet. Axe. He turned around at the yell. Caught the knife that Zeb tossed at him, slashed a stumbling thug in his belly, and pounced at Talal, who was heading for the door. The man heard him coming. His face twisted in rage and his Glock came up. Axe slipped on a pizza box and lost his balance. Now you die. Talal aimed the gun at him. Reem slammed into him with a scream. Talal's shot went wide. He clubbed Reem's back with his gun, but she didn't relent. She lifted him bodily, stumbled when he shot, the round tearing her shirt and grazing her back, but she didn't falter, she didn't stop grunting and carried him, grunting, her head hidden by his chest to one of the shattered windows and with a loud roar heaved him out. 77. The fight went out of the remaining thugs, who surrendered. Zeb and his crew went about securing them. Bawana cracked a joke. Megan laughed. She freed the captives, hugged the sisters and Sophia hard, and whispered something that made Samira nod rapidly and smile through her tears. Axe leaned against the wall and slid down to a crouch with his back resting against it. He wheezed. He knew blood was streaming down his face. The wound in his palm was dripping through its bandage. His ear and shoulder burned. His body hurt from Talal's punches. Kael crawled over to him. You came. There's no world in which I wouldn't, he panted. He became conscious of eyes and raised his head tiredly to see Reem watching them. She seemed to be listening. Are you shot? He rasped. She shook her head. I thought one of Talal's rounds. I am not hurt. You were going to exchange yourself for us, Kael reminded him. I had to try. What if Talal had accepted? He would have killed you. He wanted you. He was ranting all the while about you. Axe shrugged. Olivia would have killed me if I didn't make the exchange. Death by Talal was the preferable option. Olivia would have chopped me to bits, ground them to powder and fed it to the birds. Reem, looking on and listening in, didn't laugh. He couldn't read her expression. She knows? Kael asked. Yeah. She called me when you didn't pick up. I had to tell her. She's going to give me hell when we return. How are you guys feeling? Zeb came over and crouched in front of them. Like I've been punched and shot at, Axe groaned. No, they are just scratches, he said hastily. Like I nearly died, and can't believe I am alive. Am I dreaming? Kael snorted. Zeb placed his HK's hot muzzle on the pie's forearm. Kael jerked back. Ouch. Message received. I'm not dreaming. He sighed and threaded his fingers through his hair wearily. How? We were in Milan. Zeb smiled. Olivia called us. You were in Milan. Kael's voice rose. We've been in Italy for a while. Vacation in Lake Como last week. It's how Beth and Meg were able to respond to you so quickly. You could have told us. We were on vacation, Bear growled from across the room. Why would we tell you? Axe sat here, letting their humor wash over him. He was exhausted. The adrenaline high was fading. The aches in his body were making themselves known. He shut his eyes for several moments and opened them when he felt movement in front of him. Reem sitting on her heels. She locked eyes with him for a long moment without saying anything. Yeah, he confirmed to himself. Brown flecks. Shukran. She bowed her head. Thank you. I didn't do anything. It was them. He waved tiredly in Zeb's direction. Lakad Hametahum. You protected them. She bobbed her head in the sisters' and Sophia's direction. Hadakal Shebini's Bali. That is everything for me. Axe watched her as she got to her feet gracefully and swung toward Megan. Something inside him shifted, like scattered jigsaw puzzle pieces that suddenly seemed less disjointed. Megan came to him, placed her hand on his chin, and inspected his face. She wiped his blood and looked at his wounds. It's a good thing you don't have a special someone, or else they wouldn't have liked the way you look right now. Axe thought he saw Reem catch her step at the American's words. Fool, stop thinking like that. Did you destroy one of our drones? Megan grinned. Sorry. I thought I had more explosive packed into it. It hardly caused any damage. Hardly, she scoffed and inspected the room. Tutti and Lorenzo won't be happy with this. Where are the lawyers? Safe with their staff in another room. Bawana came and lifted him up easily. How can I thank you? Axe hugged him and winced when his friend's arms tightened around him. I was getting bored. His friend chuckled. This was a nice distraction. How did you plan this so quickly? Meg and Beth did. We followed their orders. His smile broadened. That pizza trick was neat, wasn't it? It was, Axe laughed. They were ready for everything but that. They were good pizzas too. The police arrived. 78. Reem stood by the shattered window and watched the Americans deal with the police. All the Americans had surprised her by speaking fluent Italian. I shouldn't be prejudging others, not after being judged all my life. She crossed her arms and waited. She didn't look out of the window. She had seen police vehicles surround Talal's body. The officers had raised screens to hide it from civilians. But she could see the dead man from the building. Talal was sprawled face down on the roof of a car, unmoving. He will not hurt anyone again. He will not kill again. Revenge didn't feel sweet or satisfying, but nevertheless she felt a deep peace and was prepared for prison. Or whatever the Italians have in mind. Samira came to her and buried her head in her shoulder. Cry, Habibti. Reem stroked her hair. Let it out. You'll feel better. How's it you are so calm? Samira drew back. I've been in such situations before. It doesn't become easier, but the training and experience helps. How are you, Sophia? She asked when the Italian joined them. Like I don't believe we are alive. The diplomat's daughter smiled through her tears. We are. You have a future with Samira. Everything is good. Samira sobbed harder at that. Nora made a face. And you, Nor? Reem asked the teenager. This was like a video game, Nora said excitedly. Did you see? I think all of you should see a therapist when this is over, Reem said sternly. I don't. I am not suggesting, Nor. You aren't are. The teenager clapped her hand over mouth, horrified. Reem, I didn't mean it like that. I am sorry. I am stupid. Don't worry, Habibti. Reem laughed. I am not offended. But, she wagged her finger, even though I am no longer formally associated with your family, I'll make sure you get counseling. Nora made a face but didn't protest. Reem wrapped her arms around the sisters' waists on either side of her, and they watched the police. Hawke was like a magnet. Her eyes kept straying to him as he answered the officer's questions. Nora said and giggled. What? I can't say Reem Alfarin. The American woman came to them. She was taller than them by a few inches and carried herself with ease. Reem noticed the HK slung across her chest. I am Megan. It is an honor to meet you. Reem freed her hands and stood straight. It's my honor, said Ikati. My friend. You all are Axe and Kael's mysterious friends. Yeah, the American laughed. What have they told you about us? Nothing. How did all this happen? A lot of luck. Megan shrugged. And a lot of experience and training, I'm sure, Reem guessed. And then her composure left her. She stared at the woman who strode through the door. Same height, same hair color, same eyes, same confidence as she came to Megan's side. You are twins. Reem blurted. Yeah, the newcomer laughed. I'm Beth. I'm older, Megan said. Only by seconds. I'm smarter. Questionable, her sister retorted. Reem found herself grinning. She knew instinctively she would be friends with these women. Close friends. Beth dug into her pocket and came out with a card. Her name and number on it. She scribbled another number on it. The first number is mine, the second Meg's. We're usually near to each other. Call any one of us, and you'll most likely get the other two. Whenever you are in New York, we want to meet you. We'll love to meet you, her sister corrected. Call us. Anytime. And from anywhere. Reem bowed deeply, touched and pocketed the card. My life is yours, said Ikati. Pisha. Megan grinned and hugged her deeply. 79. The police took them to Milan's Questora. Axe, Kael, the sisters, Sophia and Reem. Not Zeb and his team, who left after the officers received several calls, nodded several times, and let them leave. They left us here? Nora looked around the largest room they were in. It wasn't a holding cell. It was more like a conference room, but sparely furnished. A plastic table and chairs for them, with a water cooler. We aren't handcuffed, Kael reminded her. They said they want more information from us, our movements and all that. Why did they leave your friends? Why didn't Zeb help us? They will tear down a prison to get us out, Reem said. Everyone looked at her. I think I know your friends, she told Axe and Kael. They will, Kael replied. They have powerful connections. The Policia accepted whatever story they told. Our circumstances are different, but I don't think we're going to be locked up forever. He was right. An hour later, Princess Haya showed up. She was accompanied by two gray-haired men, who introduced themselves as Signors Tutti and Lorenzo. The princess rushed to her stepdaughters, hugged them, and spoke to them softly for a long time. She embraced Reem and Sophia and came to Kael and Axe. How can I thank you, she said, wet-eyed. Your Highness. Kael bobbed his head in greeting. The people you need to thank aren't here. Can I meet them? Not if they don't want to. Can you let them know that there's nothing we won't do for them? Any help we can provide if they need it, it's theirs. I'm sure they know that. He smiled. The same goes to you too, she said. Yes, Your Highness. Do you know what's going to happen to us? Nothing. Her eyes blazed. These are Signors Tutti and Lorenzo. You might have heard of them. They will handle everything. The lawyers shook their hands. Tutti explained they and their staff had been locked up by Talal's men and freed by Zeb's men. They weren't hurt, he said, and many of them were looking at the experience as an adventure. That's one way of coping, Kael thought as he listened politely. He could see the power of Saudi influence. They were in the same room, but someone brought in a vase of flowers. Coffees, cakes, and cookies were served during their one-to-one questioning. Neither Kael nor Axe had given the sisters, Sophia or Reem, any story to spin. Tell the truth, they said. It will put Mama and Papa in a bad light. Samira bit her lip. Let it. Princess Haya hugged her again. We can deal with it. The police were finally satisfied that evening. They were helped by a file that was sent anonymously to the Questora's email address. It contained drone footage of what had gone down in the office. Kael looked at Axe, both having the same thought when the police informed them about it. Beth and Meg launched a second drone and recorded it, Kael figured. The file also contained other footage taken from their phones, which were automatically backed up to Werner. Who sent this? An officer demanded. Kael shrugged. Not us, Signore. We've been sitting here for hours. The officer was half-hearted in pursuing the question. Maybe because he wants the Saudis out of the Questora. Kael didn't know. He was relaxed. Axe was in his half-asleep but fully alert mode when he returned to the conference room. Nora jumped up and down when the police let them go. She grabbed Princess Haya and hugged her, kissed Axe and Kael on the cheeks, and burst onto the street in search of a gelato place. It's not safe. Princess Haya called out. It is, Your Highness, Kael reassured her. They experienced the influence of the royal family the next day. Kael and Axe had returned to the safe house by themselves, while the women had stayed with Princess Haya in her hotel. There's a limo outside. Kael burst into the dining room. Axe looked up from his crocheting as if limos were commonplace in their world. And the driver has a note for us. Princess Haya requests our company. She could have come here. Kael glanced around the living room. We can't receive a member of the royal family here. Why not? Let's go, he said through gritted teeth. His friend put down his design with a sigh and followed him to the door. Reem, sleek in a white ruffled shirt tucked into dark pants, her hair loose, inscrutable, met them in the hotel's lobby and took them to the private suite. Anything special, Reem? Kael asked. You'll see. She punched the elevator button for the floor. You slept well. Nam. Any ill effects from yesterday? It's not the first time I've come close to dying. Kael shrugged his shoulders at Axe. I tried, he gestured. His friend remained expressionless. Reem walked past the guards. They will not be searched, she ordered. She knocked on the door, opened it, and gestured them in. Your Highness. Kael began and trailed off when Prince Omar broke away from conversing with his wife. The royal was in a full-length white robe, and a single diamond on his ugal, the black cord around his shamag, stated he wasn't just another civilian from Saudi Arabia. We meet finally. He pumped Kael's and Axe's hands and then gestured at two chairs. Kael started sitting and then rose when he noticed Sophia with an older couple. The father had a professorial look, while the mother, in a pink dress, looked dazed. My parents. Sophia beamed. The prince sent an aircraft to Costa Rica to get them. His people made contact with them. Don't ask me how. Here I've been calling them and sending messages with no luck, but when the prince's people do it, magic happens. Money happens, Axe corrected her. Kael winced, but the royals laughed. He went to the Bianchis and shook their hands. Dovrebbe essere orgoglioso di sua figlia, signore. You should be proud of your daughter, sir. Luca Bianchi gripped his palm in both his hands and shook it fiercely. Sophia told me everything. We owe you. It is our privilege to help them, signore. Sophia rolled her eyes. Stop it, Kael. Your Highness, she addressed Princess Haya. Can they go? They are jet-lagged. Of course, the princess agreed. One look at her flunky, who made a low-voiced call and summoned the limo. Sophia kissed her parents' cheeks, escorted them to the door where a guard led them out. Prince Omar gave his look to the same flunky, who gestured at the guards, who left the room. She too went out and shut the door behind them. What you did, your help with our daughters, your suggestions for the king. He spread his hands. Ask anything, Kael Stryker and Axton Hawke, and it's yours. We don't need anything, Your Highness, Kael said. They haven't taken any money, Papa. Nora giggled. She was in a white tee, ripped jeans and Doc Martens. Headphones around her neck. It looked like standard teenage wear, applied to the royal family as well. Is that correct? Prince Omar frowned. He produced a checkbook and began writing on it. Kael squirmed. He looked at Axe, but his partner didn't speak. Some friend he is, he cursed inwardly. He looked at Samira. She was smiling. Nora was grinning. Sophia was grinning. None of them stopped the prince. Your Highness, it would be an insult to give them money, Reem spoke. Prince Omar stopped writing. They are not that kind of people, Your Highness. How can we reward them, Reem? How can we express our gratitude? Prince Omar capped his pen. Your hospitality is more than enough, Your Highness. She's right, Your Highness. Kael shot a thank you glance at Reem. We don't need anything. It doesn't feel right, the royal persisted. Let them decide what is right, Omar, Princess Haya said gently. She's not addressing him as Your Highness this time. It looks like the couple have had a frank discussion and cleared things up, Kael guessed. Why are we here, sir? Axe asked. The prince was taken aback momentarily, and then smiled. Everyone told me you are different. I can see that. We, the princess and I, wanted to thank you in person. And also to brief you. You might have noticed the newspapers and TV aren't carrying any more news of you. That's a closed matter. Kael nodded. The media was reporting the shootout at the office as gang warfare, and that it was an ongoing police investigation. Tutti and Lorenzo's staff won't speak, the royal continued. They will lose Haya's business if they are indiscreet. They know that. There's a gang, Lupi Neri, which is hunting us. He frowned. I thought they would show up yesterday, but they didn't. The police will deal with them. You have my assurance on that. What of Samira? Axe crossed his legs. She must have told you what she was planning and why. Asylum. Prince Omar smiled faintly. Yes, she told me. Our family, tradition, honor. I couldn't see past that. I didn't let Haya see past it either. Princess Haya wiped her eyes and clutched his hand. Samira's future is where she wants it to be. With whoever she wants. He smiled when Samira kissed Sophia's cheek. My family might find it hard to accept that, and I am sure we will get a lot of criticism back home, but we will deal with it. I am confident we will be popular with the younger generation, the future of our country. Samira does not need to seek asylum. There is nothing she needs to fear. Riyadh is her home if she wants to live there, and she will always be welcome whenever she visits. Along with Sophia? Samira asked. Yes, Habibti. Along with her. Just be discreet whenever you visit. That's all I request. I can change myself. Changing an entire country will take time. What of Nora, sir? Axe asked. Princess Haya's commitments remain. I will not overrule them. I have no right to. Nora danced a jig and hugged him from behind. I haven't been a father to both of you, Omri. My life. He stroked her arms. I have done many bad things. I told Hashim to do anything to get Samira back. That guilt is mine to bear. Whatever I say or do won't make up for happened to you, Habibti. He looked at the elder sibling. But I will change. I will be a better person. Hopefully someone you can be proud of one day. Samira wept silently and held on to Sophia for support. And what of Reem, sir? Axe asked after a while. Prince Omar wiped his eyes discreetly, got up and reached beneath his cushion. He brought out two jambiyas, traditional Saudi Arabian daggers. One was jewel-encrusted in a gold case, while the other was black and sleek. He presented both to them. Reem al-Faran, it is our honor that you were with us all these years. He caught her as she was bowing, and embraced her. Saudi Arabia is your home as well. If you choose to live anywhere else, I will make it happen. It is nothing compared to what you have done for us. And what of you two? Princess Haya asked the PIs, when tears had been dried and coffees and conversation had been made. We'll spend a few days here, Your Highness. Catch up with Zeb and then we'll return to New York, Kael said. Back to other cases. Back to bringing families and couples together. Axe smiled. That's how Kael would put it. My home here. Samira tugged Kael's sleeve when he and Axe were making to leave. The PIs, the sisters, Sophia and Reem outside the hotel where the limo waited. It won't be big. She smiled. Sophia and I will be working. We won't be able to afford a big. You can't. Kael raised his eyebrows. Stop it. She grinned. It won't be a palace. But however small or big it is your home too. You can't cook, Axe reminded her. We are big eaters. I can. Sophia kissed his cheek. And Samira will learn. Be happy. Kael embraced them. We will visit and we'll treat it like home. And you? He turned to Reem. Be happy? Reem asked. He looked at her for a long while. Be content, he said. Happiness will come. 80. New York, a month later. Axe was restless. He got irritated for no reason. He hid it well, but he wasn't sure he could fool Kael or Olivia any longer. The two of them had already started giving him thoughtful looks when his replies to them over trivial matters were tight, strained. He didn't know why he was restless. He was the calm, zen one in the pie business. It frustrated him more that Kael had taken over that mantle. They heard from Samira, Sophia, and Nora regularly. The three were doing well. Samira had found a job at a charity and was also researching her jewelry business. The three were planning a vacation to New York. Axe read and reread the messages and tossed his phone away every time. He trained with Zeb and the agency team to the point of exhaustion. And yet he was still restless. The day started like any of the previous ones. He was up at dawn. He changed into his tracksuit with his Glock in his backpack and set off to Central Park. You're late, Beth greeted him. He frowned. He wasn't. He checked his watch. Oh, he was. I'm never late. How did that happen? He and his friends warmed up. A series of katas that started slow and finished fast, and they then did fast sprints and slow runs. They boxed and Roger tried his Krav Maga moves on Axe. The PI was perspiring by the time he finished. His tee and jacket were sticking to his body. He carded his fingers through his damp hair, fist-bumped and high-fived his friends, and made way to the Columbus Circle subway. He got onto the sidewalk, feeling calmer. Maybe I just need to go out more. Meet Zeb. Spend time with Beth and Meg. The twins were funny, sarcastic, and never failed to cheer him. He stopped near a wooden lamp pole, one of the few left in the city, and bent to tighten his shoelaces. He straightened and grew alert. Something had changed. He checked out the street. Traffic. Pedestrians. New York was its usual self. Cool, at that time of the day, the high-rises catching sunlight, an airliner jetting across the sky high above. Nope. There didn't seem to be any hostels that he could see. And yet, he sensed something. Like a change at a molecular level that only his inner radar, an animalistic instinct, had detected. Axe shrugged. Started forward. Felt the brush of air as the missile flew past his face, barely an inch away. It struck the post. He dropped down, his hand reaching for the Glock in his backpack. Something made him look at the missile. It was a Jambia. Black and sleek. Axe swallowed. He had seen one like it a month ago. He checked the street out. Passers-by continued, traffic flowed. He marveled at the skill of the thrower. Axe knew he was one of the best elite operators around. It wasn't arrogance. It was quiet confidence. The thrower was someone as good as him. He checked out the dagger and saw it had a small, barely visible note tied to it. He straightened and removed the Jambia. Hefted it in his hand. This one wasn't a ceremonial dagger. It was perfectly weighted, its razor-sharp blade glinting dully in the light. The blade was straight instead of the traditional curved one, with intricate designs on the handle. This jambia was a weapon meant for throwing and stabbing. Axe withdrew the note and smoothed it. Beautiful Arabic writing. A message. Riyadh Cafe. Downtown. Tonight, 7 p.m. They have the best kebabs. Don't be late. A jigsaw piece slotted into place inside him.